Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku built his own hero empire? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Today was the day of yet another successful heist for the volcano thieves. It was practically clockwork at this point, and that was due to their unbeatable timeline for their robberies, as well as their bread and butter combination they used to take valuables. First, the three of them would scout a place. Like a nice bank, for instance. Second, they'd wait a bit. Get a good read on the place and all that. Run the place down and take all they could with their combination attack. Tsumugi Kazutani, aka Gust Boy. His quirk, Fan, allowed him to create powerful winds and strongish tornadoes by spinning his wrists. He was their opener. He would cause as much chaos and destruction as possible in order to distract the heroes and police, as well as the people managing the place they would steal from. Kanako Heizono, a dusty ash. Her quirk, Dust, allowed her to create ash-like dust from her body. Thus, the name Dusty Ash. She would create as much dust as she could, and then Gust Boy would again use his quirk to spread it around. They trained their quirks hard and thus were able to create massive, thick smokescreens that strengthened chaos, distracted and disoriented everyone, and bolstered their cover. Magumiwata, the volcano, was the leader of this trio. His quirk, Eruption, allowed him to literally burn fat and use it to produce a lava-like substance and eject it. He was responsible for smashing through any defenses their choice place of robbing had. And, as always, he excelled at his job. They found each other by dumb luck and came together to form an unstoppable trio that would take what they wanted, whenever they wanted. All of them had been through severe poverty and quirk discrimination in their childhood, and they understood each other's pain well. Because of which, and because they were each essential to their plans, they were fiercely loyal to each other. Together, they became rich beyond their wildest dreams, ate the finest cuisines, and lived luxuriously. Their birthdays, which they never celebrated in their younger years, they celebrated together. Frequently, they would splurge a little and live how they always wanted. They were walked on their whole life, and as long as they lived, they would walk back on everyone else. They had no one, and now they had each other. Today was their most successful heist yet. The Yaoyorozu Corporation was spoiled. They became one of the richest corporate conglomerates in the world by funding hero agencies around the world, primarily in Japan. Though they did other things, like funding and selling technology like support items, all kinds of everyday essentials, and even jewelry, the latter being what the trio of thieves stole today. They ran away from one of the luxury jewelry stores the Yaoyorozu Corporation owned, which they picked dry, at top speed. Their fan plus dust combination, as well as the screams of the civilians masking them perfectly. You know, Volcano, we should really get a car or something, Gust said as he ran and leaped with his friends. None of yous can drive, remember? Volcano retorts. He was carrying the most valuables. And he was quite fast despite being pretty big. Besides, cars can be tracked. And we're plenty athletic. Yeah, but still. Dusty adds as they all cut through several alleys. There has to be an easier way to carry all of this good sheet. We'll talk more about this later. Volcano says as they arrived and ran through another smoke-covered street without issue. For now, focus on running. Then, something unexpected happened. In an instant, a deafening thunderclap hits their ears, stunning them. In the next second, almost all of the smoke they made was gone. Confused and shocked, the thieves had wandered onto another street, where a stranger stood. They looked like a traditional samurai ronin from way back in the pre-quirk era. Old-looking and ominous black clothes, tabi, waraji, a sandagasa, a red oni face mask that covered the lower half of their face, a large straw cape, and a sword, which was now unsheathed. Ha! Volcano scoffed at the stranger. Who are you? A hero? My name is Samurai. The thieves were startled by his unsettling and definitely not human voice. They chalked it up to it being a product of his quirk, whatever it was. Well, Samurai. Dusty Ash spoke mockingly. Your costume is a bundle of shitty rags, and you're up against 3 badasses. So just run along and Samurai disappeared. Huh? Dust looked around, only to have a heel slammed into the side of her head, knocking her down and out. Volcano shot a ball of magma at him, but Samurai vanished once again. Gust picked up his unconscious friend as he and Volcano looked around. All they could hear was the swift footsteps of their opponent. They couldn't see him. Sheet. This son of a beach is fast. Gus said, sweating. Is it a speed quirk or something? If it is, he's making Ingenium look slow. Volcano said. Get close, Gus dash. Gust was kicked in the face, causing him to stumble away, unintentionally separating himself from Volcano. Dash. F&D. You are incapable of activating the combination you use to escape, as I have knocked your partner unconscious. Samurai states objectively. Are you finished? Gust held his face. He was clearly in pain, but he stood strong regardless. F you. He extends a hand. Samurai, in a blur, appeared behind him. Gust and Volcano heard him sheath his blade. And suddenly Gust fell. He couldn't stand. You are incapable of moving via your legs, as I have slashed your left Achilles tendon. Samurai spoke in a calculated manner, ignoring Gust's screaming. Are you finished? Volcano fired at Samurai multiple times, but he easily dodged every magma blast with relatively little effort. Then, in a blur, he was gone again and Gust collapsed to the ground, unconscious. You stand alone against an opponent too fast for your perception. At any moment, I could knock you unconscious with ease. Or simply kill you, but that is not my goal. Are you finished? Volcano looks around. Gust was unconscious and unable to run properly, Dusty Ash was unconscious, and like Samurai had said, he was just too fast. Either he'd be incapacitated, or he'd use up his quirk and then be incapacitated. Either way, there was no winning here. Yeah. Volcano said through his teeth. I'm done. You win. Samurai sheathed his sword. Then I am done here. Samurai vanished. Volcano grimaced at his unconscious friends as the police and several pro-heroes came to arrest them. He stared at where Samurai was and had nothing to say. All he could feel was anger. Izuku, as usual, sat alone at his lunch table. It had, quote, the Deku touch, so no one wanted to be near it. A hand belonging to a certain blonde slams on the table in front of him. What are you watching, Deku? Not at all startled, Izuku kept watching whatever he was watching on his phone, ignoring Bakugo entirely. The blonde seethed. I'm effing talking to you, you worthless bee. He tried to reach out and grab his phone. But he was on the other side of the table, so all Izuku had to do was move back a little to make Bakugo fail to reach. Angry, Bakugo got up and walked around the table. Now, people were watching and snickering at Izuku's expense as Bakugo grabbed him by the collar. Izuku deadpanned, not even looking at him. You. Bakugo briefly noticed an odd and tiny blinking red dot in Izuku's uniform. He, however, brushed this off. You think you're hot sheet just because of your grades, huh? A few perfect scores and all of a sudden you think you're too good to look at me? A few dozen perfect scores. Izuku mentally corrected as he checked the time. He still doesn't look at or speak to Bakugo. Izuku was surprised his grades weren't tampered with by the staff at all. He never got anything less than perfect scores and literally anything put in front of him. He wasn't cheating. He was just that good. And he knew Bakugo hated that. As Bakugo was about to continue berating him, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. We'll have a chat later, Deku. Bakugo shoved him, and he walked away. Izuku finished eating and left as well. Hey, Deku. A kind girl with short brown hair and eyes called to him during class. Izuku instantly knew not to trust her and whatever she wanted do to her using that nickname Bakugo gave him. Today was, in fact, Valentine's Day, so the teachers were a little more lax with lessons and the like. It was nice. This PRD, there was no work to do, so Izuku used this time to study a little, even though he didn't need to. Izuku silently acknowledged the girl, making her blush. This again? He thought. Here. She, with a smile, handed him a letter with a heart on it. She scurried away, making a few oohs come out of his classmates. Like I'd fall for this again. Izuku thought neutrally but with a hint of bitterness. This happened last year, and last year almost had paint dumped on him. So yeah, this was probably what Bakugo was referring to when he said they'd chat later, during lunch. Whatever they had planned this year, he had no interest in learning. Who'd be romantically interested in someone like me anyway? He flushed the letter down a toilet in a bathroom. Izuku was genuinely surprised when he found another love letter in his locker. What? He took a look at it. It was blue with swirls on it, and the heart keeping the letter closed was blue as well. This was unexpected. Too. If the first one was given to him by likely, Bakugo crony, who put this one here? Whatever. He didn't know, and he didn't care. Assuming it was yet another fake confession, he tore it up and threw it on the ground. The one that put that letter there, a girl with floaty blue hair, was watching from down the hall. She nearly crushed the part of the wall she was holding. Izuku, just to be sure he wouldn't encounter Bakugo and his annoying but cronies, took a different route home. On his way there, Izuku took something off of his uniform. It was a tiny camera, one he made personally. He took it off and inserted it into his phone's charging port. Moments later, it was ejected, and Izuku pocketed both devices. A little more footage of Bakugo's actions never hurt. He already had more than 100 gigabytes of pure Bakugo deheadery, along with a little bizarre words and actions of their teachers. Soon, this would all be over. Like he'd be stupid enough not to get any hard proof of him being wronged. Upon arriving at his stupidly huge home, Izuku took an electric scooter down his front yard, admiring the path and the abundance of trees in the forest-like area. He casually parked his scooter near his front door and entered his home, stretching in the middle of his large living room. Hey, Metal Sonic. Samurai. Izuku's most prized robot and his masterpiece, Metal Sonic, appeared at his side in just a few moments. He was his first handmade creation. And then Samurai appeared a little later, still obscured by his Ronin-like vigilante costume. He came a good while after Metal. Metal. Izuku took off a few more tiny cameras hidden in more nooks and crannies of his uniform and even his hair. There were about a dozen, which he hands to him. Take these and upload the footage on them to the supercomputer. Metal took the cameras and left. Samurai. Izuku looked at his other robot. I watched your performance during lunch. Keep up the good work. Samurai bows before taking his leave. Izuku sat on the couch, bored out of his mind. He had a lot of free time. So much free time it hurt. And it would only get worse after he graduated. He didn't need to work. He didn't even need to go to high school. He could live here comfortably for the rest of his life. But that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to help people. But he didn't want too much attention on him either, which was why he made Samurai. Samurai was the first iteration of Hero Robot. Or, to be more accurate, Vigilante Robot. He was a test run of sorts. If this worked, he would make more. But was that all he wanted? To sit here in his house and to be consumed by crippling loneliness, surrounded by nothing but metal and robots? Despite how he denied it, that idea was unpleasant. But it wasn't like he could associate with other people or anything. He was quirkless. Quirkless and a waste of space. A fact his classmates religiously shoved in his face. He got up after a few minutes, changing into casual clothes and a dual-colored hoodie. Metal. Put my uniform in the wash, please. Izuku commands, and Metal followed. Samurai. Shadow me. Just in case. Izuku went out for a walk, and Samurai vanished. He was proud. He had speed, stealth, and precision down to a T. It was beginning to get laid out and no one was around. And, despite his best efforts, Izuku couldn't clear the conflict in his head. He didn't want to be alone his whole life, but he didn't want to associate with people either. What was he to do? SCK it up and make a choice? Izuku was caught off guard when a small someone bumped into him from behind. Huh. Izuku glanced back, being startled by a little girl in bandages and rags that bumped into him. What the? Who dash? Don't let them get me. The girl begged, shaking. Please. Tia. I'm so sorry. A fake apologetic voice shouted from down the sidewalk. Two men in face masks made their way to him. Eri. One of the suspicious men chided. It was annoying how forced his act was. What have we told you about recklessly running off by yourself? Eri? Izuku asked, making sure they didn't see his face clearly by fake scratching his head. Yeah, her father hired us to be her guardians and escorters because she kept getting herself hurt, thus, the bandages. The man said, visibly sneering under his face mask. Izuku picked up Eri. She clung to him desperately, believing that, like everyone else, he'd hand her over. And then Samurai appeared, kicking one of the masked men in the face, drawing the other one's attention. As Samurai beat the hell out of the masked men, Izuku took off with Eri. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as a rare feeling pooled in her. The feeling of hope. Izuku ran all the way home. His legs were tired and felt like wet noodles, but he didn't stop until he was in the safety of his house. I should look into working out some. I'm too reliant on my technology. Izuku hits the floor. And Mr. Eri said worriedly, staying close to his side. Metal! Metal Sonic appeared, scaring Eri. She backed away but kept close to her savior. Water please. Metal leaves and returned with a cup of lemon water. Izuku drinks it and sits up, exhausted but mostly reinvigorated. He proceeds to sit up, Eri warily eyeing the machine while clinging to Izuku. Thank you. Izuku said. So, he froze up. Come on, she's scared and like half your age, just talk to her. This is Metal Sonic. Izuku points to him. Though I call him Metal, for short. You don't have to be scared of him. Eri didn't relax whatsoever. Nor did she say anything. Like a scared animal, she remained frozen. He listens to me and protects me, and he'll protect you too. Izuku stands and gently pushes Eri away. Her face twists in fear as she reaches her little hand out to him. Don't worry. He looks at Metal and nods. Metal nods back. And, together, they do an extremely elaborate, drawn-out handshake. It takes over a minute to complete, and they end it off by making finger guns at each other. Eri's fear turns to confusion. She blinked, looked at Izuku, and then Metal Sonic, and then back at Izuku. See? Harmless. To you and me, and he harms the heck out of bad guys. Speaking of, Izuku sits with her, and Eri quickly attaches herself to him again. Who were those guys that were after you? Eri trembles. In moments, she bursts into tears and shoves her face into Izuku's chest. Why you? Only you. Only you. Everyone else just. Izuku, once again, froze up. He tried his best to hug her back, and while it was a little awkward, it did the job in calming her down a little. It's okay, Eri. Izuku states. I won't let anyone harm you. He hugs her closely. But I need you to get a hold of yourself. I need to know what happened and who they are so I can properly put a stop to them. It takes a bit, but Eri stopped crying. Izuku lifts her and takes her to the couch, as the granite floor is cold and uncomfortable. Tell me everything. Izuku said. She tells him everything. In horrible, disgustingly graphic detail. Izuku wanted to vomit. Overhaul, huh? Izuku averts his eyes. I see. And now he was kicking himself for not having gathered any more information from those two goons and for not having his body cameras on him. But then he remembered that, at all times, Samurai was recording everything he heard and saw. But I can't bring that footage to the police because Samurai recorded it. They'd trace him back to me, and I'd be in trouble. This was fine. He could use facial recognition technology to track them. Their face masks, while a little troublesome, ultimately wouldn't help them. So I have the faces of two lackeys. Well now, for all I know, Overhaul could be the type to kill those who fail him. In that case, having their faces is pointless. He had nothing on the Shai Hasaikai, as Eri called them. And he couldn't properly do anything until he had more to work with. Okay. Izuku got Eri's attention with that word. Fortunately, they don't know what I look like and where I went. But unfortunately, I don't have much to work with. Izuku put a reassuring hand on Eri's head. But you're safe here. As I said, they don't know where you are. As important as it is to go outside and such, it's too risky. So, for now, stay inside and stay near Metal Sonic as much as possible, okay? Eri nods rapidly. She was gonna do that anyway. Eri slept in Izuku's lap as, for what was likely. the 100th time, he skimmed through the footage Samurai gathered by shadowing him. The Shai Hasaikai base has to be located around this general area. But it isn't quite enough to work with. Izuku looked to his left, where Samurai stood. Hang around that area some more and try to find where this overhaul is located. Do not engage with the Shai Hasaikai unless lives are in danger. Focus on info gathering and stay as hidden as you can. Samurai nods, disappearing. Metal, I don't think I need to tell you this, but protect Eri and the house at all costs. Metal Sonic nods. Izuku looks down at Eri. I suppose she lives here now. I'll have to get used to having actual company for a change. And he'll have to get used to talking to another human being. Something he very rarely did nowadays. The only reason his voice wasn't a mess from lack of use was because he talked to his robots daily. He grimaced. Can I even do this? I don't know the first thing about taking care of children, much less one that's been tortured to the degree Eri has. Even if he didn't know how, he had to and he would. I'll just... Izuku stood up with Eri and went up to his room. I'll feed her and stuff. Overhaul probably fed her a bunch of iron-rich crap or things that prevented anemia so as to keep her blood healthy, instead of actual, nice food. He laid her on his actually normal-sized bed, going to his large closet and laying out a futon. Izuku would put her in another room, but she wasn't mentally strong enough to be away from him at the moment. As Izuku laid down, his eyes suddenly shot open. I have school. I have to leave Eri alone for a good chunk of the day. She'll hate that, and I don't want to deal with her crying. He sighed. Wait, I could just drop out. I don't even need to go to school. I only went to kill time, but with Eri here, I don't need to go anymore. He was pretty sure that he was naturally smarter than most people with intelligence quirks. Plus, if he really needed to, he could blast through online school or something. But that brought up another thing. The only real reason he went to school, apart from killing time, was to spite everyone by gathering evidence of bullying and sending it to every hero school in the country as well as the police. But if he stopped going, he wouldn't have as much evidence against them as he would like. Was 146 gigs enough? Well, even if it wasn't, it'd be enough to hopefully spark an investigation and hopefully stain Bakugo's perfect record with a black mark. He didn't particularly want Bakugo's life to be over. He just wanted it to be harder for him. At least I have stuff to do now aside from school. Investigate the Shai Hasaikai and take care of Eri. He went to sleep. Eri woke up in a cold sweat from a nightmare. She looked around, causing her breathing to quicken. Mister was gone. Her savior vanished. Was she found? Did Overhaul get him? Was she going to be dragged back into that horrible, dark, cold place? Was snapped from her panic by light snoring coming from the floor. She looked and saw Izuku sleeping on a futon. Relief floods her being as she quickly got out of the lonely bed and snuggled up with him. She very quickly went back to sleep. You let her escape. Overhaul stated bluntly to his two shaking underlings. One starts shakily. We didn't. We were sneak attacked by that new vigilante, Samurai. The other one gained courage from this and adds, yeah, we were gonna get her back, and then he came out of nowhere and attacked us. And while we were distracted, the guy she bumped into ran away with her. Samurai, Overhaul glanced to his right-hand man, Shin Nemoto, who stepped forward and used his quirk. Did Samurai stop you from reclaiming Eri? Yes. The goons answered easily. Were you caught by total surprise by Samurai's appearance? Yes. Did you allow Eri to escape? No. Shin looked at Overhaul, who sighed. You two get to live for now, he said, making them gasp in delight. Get out of my sight. They scurried away. What will we do now? Shin asked his boss. We have nothing on the one who took Eri. No face, no name. How aggravating. Overhaul flexed his hands in anger. For now, we will focus on the samurai. He's troublesome, but at the end of the day, he is just one person. A person that can't run to the heroes for help. From what I saw, his quirk seems to be related to his fast movement. Shin said. Quite. Overhaul says. In case he has information on the one who stole Eri, we will focus on apprehending him. Toya sets Uno to remove his weapon, Didoro Sakaki to hinder his movement, and Hekiji Tengai for stronger defenses. Speed without strength is worthless. Tell those three they will hunt the samurai first thing tomorrow. Shin nods, walking off. This FINGSCKS. Toya said as he walked the streets with Didoro and Hekiji, where samurai jumped the guys who were assigned the duty of retrieving Eri. Quit complaining about your job and just do it. Hekiji chides. He had Didoro's arm across his shoulder, pretending he was just a guy helping his drunk friend walk. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying. How are we even supposed to find this elusive vigilante guy anyway? He's fast as sheet, and… Hey, how about you quiet down? Tidos. What are you yelling for? Toya rolled his eyes and lowered his volume. As I was saying, samurai is fast as sheet and stealthy. How are we supposed to find him? That's for us to figure out. Hekiji said calmly. The walk and talk, unaware that samurai was watching them from the shadows. As soon as they passed an alley, samurai dashed away, pursuing them as quietly as a church mouse. Izuku watched samurai on the supercomputer from the safety of his home. In the background, Metal Sonic was playing Connect 4 with Eri. She was still a little unsettled by him, but she was beginning to warm up to him. Eri wins the game, and Metal Sonic begins. Organizing everything to start again. What to do? Izuku pondered. Those three guys were clearly with Overhaul, and they were clearly searching for Samurai. So what was his best move here? He could tell Samurai to get captured on purpose so he could get the location of Overhaul's base, but that would risk exposing his true nature. Plus, he didn't know what their quirks were. He could have Samurai beat their buttes. Maybe it'd incite panic in the Shai Hasaikai. But was that a wise move? If he did that? You know what? Let's do this. Computer, zoom in. The computer zooms in. And based on what Izuku saw, the one furthest in the back of the group was Didoro. Samurai, attach one of the trackers to the drunk one. Affirmative. Samurai responds, taking out a small metal blowgun. He shadowed the three of them until they stopped for food at a small ramen bar after a few minutes. When they sat down to eat, Samurai aimed his blowgun carefully and shot a tiny, bug-like tracker into Didoro's fur coat thing. No one reacted or noticed anything. Quickly as he came, Samurai left, moving as fast as the wind. Izuku, like a villain, leaned back in his chair and pushed up his non-existent glasses and smirked. And now we wait. Mr. Izuku squeaked. He was not startled when Eri appeared beside him. Not at all. Yeah, Eri? Eri shuffled her feet before nervously holding up the Connect 4 box. Do you have any more games? I don't really play games that often because I lived alone for most of my life and spent most of that making robots and stuff. Izuku stood up. I'll go out and buy some dash. Wait. Eri shouts. I changed my mind. I don't need any more. I'll be fine. Izuku frowned. She either didn't want him to leave, she was afraid of being alone, or both. Either way, it was sad to see. I won't be gone for long. The Shai Hasaikai don't know what I look like. And even if they did, I'm capable of defending myself or escaping them. Izuku said before hugging her. I will come back to you. You promise? Eri asked with a wobbled voice. I promise. Izuku felt sick after leaving Eri, but he trusted Metal Sonic with her safety. This is a weird feeling. Genuinely caring about another person. He stood in front of a decently large store. Right. Go in, get games and necessities for Eri, get out. Nothing eventful will happen. Nothing. He walks in, not having any expectations for today's adventure. When he went in, he thought about buying clothes for Eri. But since he felt a little weird about doing that, he decided not to. He'd just order them online later. He focused primarily on toys and the like, picking up one of everyone he saw and throwing them in his cart. I love being insanely rich. He thought, a little smug as a few people stated at the massive assortment of games in his shopping cart. He decided to top off his splurge spree with a plush. Something for Eri to keep on her person at all times. A metaphorical cherry atop his metaphorical cake. Izuku looked for the perfect one. Since Eri had a horn, he, being the clever teenager he was, looking for a unicorn plush. There were none. Damn it. Izuku swore, but continued his search. Like a certain indie game protagonist, he was determined to see this through. He eventually gives up. He didn't want to keep Eri waiting for too long, so he decided to just grab one and go. He snatched a suspicious bipedal purple cat plush by the neck and threw it on the cart. Ow! Izuku flinched. He looked around. No one else was in this aisle but him. Was he hearing things? He trusted his body to not be dumb, but still. Anyway, he made his way to the nearest register, bought everything and, wait, how am I gonna take all of this home? He sighed. Perseverance and hard work. That's how Izuku. Or he could order multiple rides and have each one carry everything to his house, which he did. It was a lengthy process, but he made it home. He and, mainly, Metal Sonic carried everything inside. Metal? Where's Eri? Metal points upward. In my room? All right. Izuku heads up and opens the door. Hey, Eri, I dash. A large bundle of bedsheets explode, and out comes a white-haired bullet in the form of Eri, who shot out and tackled Izuku into a wall. Izuku clenched his teeth, hiding how hurt he was by her tackling and hugging him. I'm home. Izuku and Eri unpacked everything together. The latter kept very close to the former during the process. Metal Sonic grabbed the weirdly creepy purple cat plush. He stares at it for a time before placing it on the couch behind Izuku and Eri. He was about to walk off, but when he heard a small sigh of relief, he instantly turned his head. Metal looks around, clearly confused. Hey, mister. Eri stepped in front of Izuku, showing him a pack of Uno cards. Izuku had bought every version, and Eri was holding the regular version. Can we play this? Sure. After putting everything away in the closet next to the couch, Izuku played Uno with Eri. The games were quiet. Izuku and Eri enjoyed one another's company, but there was an uncomfortably lifeless, unhappy atmosphere due to the lack of talking and smiling. Eri grew nervous. Was she annoying him? Was she wasting his time? She genuinely couldn't tell how he felt about this. And then the TV suddenly turned on. It was the news, and two reporters spoke about Samurai, calling him the most elusive vigilante Japan's seen to date. The reporter with a large horn didn't seem to like him at all despite stopping the volcano thieves, while the woman he was with gave him credit where credit was due. The television suddenly coming to life startled Eri. But Izuku simply stood and calmly turned it off and went back to the game. A game or two later, the TV changes, but to some weird kids show, in which sad children were being taught how to smile by an adult character. Now this was weird. Izuku's technology almost never malfunctions. The fact that it did after the shopping trip was a weird coincidence, that weird, oh, he heard. Eri. Izuku walked over and picked up the girl. As much as she liked being held by him, she was confused by the suddenness of it. Mr. Metal, stay here. Izuku says, walking off for a few minutes. He later returns with a handheld device, pointing it around the room. It beeps rapidly upon being pointed at the purple cat plush. This device detects non-perceivable human life forms, aka invisible quirk users and the like. Izuku tossed the device on the couch. If you're here, make yourself known. Eri clung closer to Izuku, fearfully looking around the room. Nothing happens. Fine. Keep being quiet. I'll just dash. Wait. The purple cat suddenly shouted, standing up and making Eri shriek and cower into Izuku's arms. Izuku glared at the creature, making it sweat, somehow. I'm not Dash. Who are you? Izuku interrupts harshly. And why are you here? It held up his hands defensively. I don't know? Izuku deadpanned. You don't know? Don't know what? I don't know. I don't have a name. Seriously? It's the truth, okay? They take a step forward. Look, Dash. Metal Sonic stepped forward as well, eyeing the plush and making it step back. Okay. Stay here. Got it. They state sadly. Alright. I'm in this toy because of my quirk. You're eyeing the plush? You aren't the plush. Izuku asked. I am inside, possessing the plush, yes. My quirk is one of those that immediately come at birth. Except I wasn't born. Not normally, anyway. Izuku pats Eri's head. And what does that mean? Well, I was born. Just without a physical body. Izuku was instantly put off by that. Quirks are bullshit. You can be born with the ability to control wood, make yourself bigger, unleash destructive flames, astonishingly strength, or a cube for a head. Or, by some ungodly slide of bad luck, be born without a quirk despite both of your parents having one. What wasn't bullshit was the human body. Kind of. There were a lot of strange things the body did, but one thing it objectively can't do is produce a conscious being without any sort of physical body. Some quirk users had unusual bodies, and some even had bodies that weren't made of flesh. And regardless of quirks being science-breaking, to the extent that Izuku is aware of, there was absolutely no way that an organic life form can be birthed and just exist without a tangible form of some kind. It wasn't possible. So either he was being lied to, or this person didn't understand their quirk. Sure. Izuku relents for now. What is your quirk? I don't really have a name for it, but I'm able to possess anything that's non-organic, like pencils or technology or toys. The bigger something is, the harder it is to control. And if whatever I'm trying to possess is too big, I'll end up just being in it, able to perceive things while in possession, kind of like a freely moving security camera or something. Izuku nods. And how old are you? 7. And if I'm a boy. You're pretty smart and well-spoken for a 7-year-old. I've been basically everywhere in Japan. Then why were you just sitting on that shelf in a store, in a plushie of all things? Because, well, I've kinda been in the market for a family. Izuku deadpanned. Don't give me that face. You try living as an imperceivable ghost, going from the place to place, trying to befriend people, only to get shut out because they think you're some kind of thief or pervert or villain or whatever. No one even bothered to hear me out, not even my parents. They screamed and called the police, saying all kinds of nasty things to me. The plush sits down, huffing in frustration. I was gonna settle for whoever picked me up. Even if they threw me in a closet somewhere, I'd just live with it. But if you're gonna throw me out, at least be courteous enough to put me back where you found me. Izuku still didn't believe him, really, but his heartstrings were tugged to the point where he had to take him in. Avira. What? That could be your name. As for what to call your quirk, something like motherboard could work. As for your body, I can make you one to stay in, but I'd need your input as to what it'd look like. He received a stare. Don't give me that face. Izuku said with a smirk. As long as you don't overstep with your quirk, I'm fine with keeping you here. Avira squealed. Somehow. And leaped into Izuku's arms. Thank you, mister. As he joyously hugged him, Eri gave him a blank stare. The emotion she was feeling couldn't quite be named or even read properly based on her expression. But to say what she was seeing bothered her would be an understatement. There. Down in the large lab basement, Izuku rolled his shoulder, smirking after putting the finishing touches on Avira's newest and permanent body. The fact that it was a robotic at all was obvious based on looking at it, what with the joints and all. The instant it was finished and tuned up, Avira left his plush body and possessed it. It, or rather he, had neat shoulder-length black hair and bright green eyes with silvery metal scara that also functioned as flashlights. He was wearing a dark green shirt and black shorts. Avira had suspiciously requested that there be some green on him, and Izuku couldn't even begin to imagine why. Also, his body didn't have a power source. It didn't need one because Avira was one. The potential of Avira's quirk frightened Izuku a bit. And in all honesty, he was glad he got to him first. It's perfect, Avira said, grinning. He does a backflip and strikes a cool pose. More than perfect, it's super duper perfect, mister. Properly this time, Avira embraced Izuku, hugging his leg. Izuku ruffled his hair. Avira turned to Eri, who was sitting in Izuku's floaty chair. He cartwheels over to her, beaming as he offers her a hug as well. Hug? She glared at him and turned away. Avira frowns. But hugs are TV, and trying her best to shove her growing discontent away in her mind. Minutes later, Izuku emerged with Avira in his arms. The boy was smiling as brightly as ever. Eri, however, scowled. "Hey Eri." Izuku blinked when he noticed her face. She looked angry for the briefest of moments before she forced her face back to a neutral look. Izuku wasn't as emotionally intelligent as he liked, but he was still emotionally intelligent enough to understand that something was wrong. "Are you okay, Eri?" Izuku asked, sitting next to her. "I'm fine," she answered. But she wasn't looking at him, so Izuku knew she wasn't. Izuku frowned. "Do you trust me, Eri?" Genuinely offended, Eri turns. "Of course I do." "Then you can trust me with whatever is bothering you," Izuku said. "Not only are you physically safe here, but you're safe here mentally too. If something is wrong or if I have wronged you in any way, then you can tell me. I won't be mad." Eri blinks. "Do you?" Her mouth quivers. "Do you like Avira more than me?" Izuku was stunned but kept calm. "I don't prefer either of you over the other. Why do you ask?" "You're happier around him than you are with me," she shouted, now crying. "Why you do that? That mouth thing. You smile more when you're with him." She points at Avira. Izuku, saddened by the accusation, puts down Avira and hugs her. Eri cried into his chest. "I'm so sorry I made you feel that way, Eri," Izuku said somberly. Izuku began to feel doubt in his capabilities. Taking care of children. He wasn't qualified for this. Not at all. This just wasn't his forte. He shook his head, squinting. No, even if he didn't believe in himself, he had to do it to the best of his ability anyway because no one else could. No one else had the courage or bravery or resources. "Eri." Izuku wiped her face with a handkerchief. "So you want the truth?" She looks up at him and nods. "This isn't an excuse for making you cry, but I'm not a people person. My parents had a warped perspective on things. And despite the fact that they're far away from me now, I can't help but feel that I can't get away from them. Like they're haunting me constantly." Eri widened her eyes. That sounded very familiar. She listens intently. "Again, this isn't an excuse. But I can't believe I let them turn me into this person. Too angsty and dull to take care of his child, too stupid to not pick up on that perhaps smiling more would make his child happier. He's such an idiot that he can't even smile at all. His child." Avira snapped Izuku out of his spiraling. Caught off guard, Izuku and Eri look at him. "You consider Eri your daughter?" Izuku turns red. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm too young. She's not my daughter." Realizing his blunder, he addressed Eri. The unicorn child almost doubled back at how he grabbed her shoulders. "I mean you're not my daughter. Why do I keep messing up the stupid words dash?" Eri snickers. Her face. She was holding. In laughter, her cheeks full of air, and her mouth curled upward. He sighs. "You're the best thing to ever happen to me, Eri. I'm so grateful that you're here, that you like me, everything. I may suck at showing it, but you make me happy. And I hope I succeed at making you happy too." Eri smiles tearfully, and Izuku smiles back at her. They were doing it on instinct, and it felt great. "I love you, mister." "I love you too, Eri." They sat awkwardly for a few moments while Avira beamed at their interaction. "So, how about dinner? I can make us some apple pie." Eri perked up at the word, apple, but she didn't recognize the other one. "Pie? What's apple pie?" Izuku smiled again. This time, it was natural. "Trust me, you're gonna love it. He cuts himself off. "I'm not gonna ruin the surprise, but it's super good. Do you want to try it?" Eri nods quickly. "Yes." Izuku picked her up. "My mom is a terrible person, but I'll admit that she makes a mean apple pie." "Your deal." "So." Avira approached Metal Sonic. He inspected the enigmatic machine, looking it up and down. "What's your deal?" "Deal?" Metal inquired in a deep and quite robotic voice. "Yeah." Avira points at him. "You help Mister around the house and stuff, right?" Metal nods. "But is that all you do?" Samurai saves humans and stops villains. Like a vigilante does. Metal looks forward. Whereas I. He pauses. There is one out there that I am meant to defeat. He is troublesome. And I was made to rid him. And to protect my creator from harm. That is my deal. Ah. Avira says. So, where is this troublesome guy anyway? We do not know. Metal says. But when he appears again, I will face him and destroy him. Cool. Samurai looks down at the little girl next to him. Eri, was it? Yeah, Eri was her name. Mr. Samurai? Yes, child. Samurai responds. Can. She taps her foot before loudly asking, Can I try on your hat? Samurai fidgets from her wholesomeness for a bit before composing himself. Without speaking, he took off his hat and put it on Eri's head. Eri looked around, barely able to see anything. The hat was covering her entire face, except for some aesthetic holes and tears here and there. Mr. Samurai? Yes, child? Eri took off the hat. How do you see while wearing that? My immensely talented creator. Samurai responds fondly. That's how. Mechanics. Eri and Avira watched Izuku in the midst of his work. After Avira appeared, Izuku wanted to make something that could detect and alert him of intruders who lacked a presence, like those with invisibility quirks and the like. He had been procrastinating in integrating the singular device he had that could detect invisible life forms into the house's overall security for a while now. Well, no more. Hey, Eri. Eri bites into her comically large Fuji apple and turns. Yes. Avira flinched at the sudden appearance of the fruit. Where did she get that from? But yes. Do you think we could make robots like Mr.'s one day? Eri's comically large apple disappears, making Avira flinch again. I think I would like to. But it looks hard. Yeah, but it's something to think about doing in the future. Maybe we should ask him about it someday. Yeah. Maybe. A looming shadow. Izuku stared up at his supercomputer. And while it was faint, there were small pings of a peculiar yet ominously familiar energy being detected by his systems. Izuku frowns. He's back already? Metal. Metal Sonic appears, and as soon as he looks up at the computer, he appears surprised before rushing to leave. Wait. Izuku says, stopping his magnum opus from rushing into a fight. You did well against him last time, but you lost and he got away. You need an upgrade. Something new that he won't be able to expect. Something that will prevent him from escaping again. And I think I have a way. She wasn't superstitious by any means. But this was strange. Overhaul is here. Location. The message came out of nowhere. And, somehow, it reached her phone of all peoples. Again, she was not the type to believe in things like fate or destiny. After all, what kind of supernatural force or being would waste their time hurting her to the degree they have? Everyone's choices were their own. The consequences of those choices were inflicted upon by other people, not by fate or destiny. Everything happened because of yourself and other people. And she thought blaming a dubious existence was cowardly. Fate did not hurt her. Destiny did not hurt her. That freak, that abomination against nature and whatever created it did. And until her last breath, she would hunt it down and destroy every last trace of it. This was why this text, as strange as it was, excited her. A while ago, a reliable someone had assisted her against the abomination by sending a robot of impressive strength. Even when working together, they lost, but with its help, she managed to push the abomination into fleeing instead of her being defeated and it walking away. Because of the robot and, by extension, the elusive creator of said robot, she had gotten closer than ever to killing it. And with their help, she knew she could pull it off. There was only one other person she trusted with the ability to contact her, and this wasn't her. So it just had to be them, right? The robot and the creator she was dying to meet. This wasn't fate. This wasn't destiny. This was them willingly taking the time to contact her after so long. But this text. She had heard of Overhaul. She knew of his existence and a little bit about his quirk but was never interested in him or his case. Not until now. What did the elusive creator want with him? He was some villain Yakuza guy, So maybe they wanted him arrested? Or maybe they wanted something he had. Either way, this seemed like a good way to gain their trust and form an official alliance. So she would take it upon herself to deal with Overhaul. And then, hopefully, she'd meet her mysterious, potential ally. Eraserhead sighed as he gazed upon the supposed location of the Shai Hasaikai from atop a building. A large compound. He was sent alone on a stealth mission from Night Eye to investigate if the mysterious text from the person was truthful and not some elaborate trap. If this is a trap, then that sender likely suspected that the heroes he contacted would get together for an investigation. Thus, the compound. It could be set to fill with sleeping gas after we enter. But if this wasn't a trap and this really was Overhaul's hideout. Eraserhead hides as he notices someone on another building far but adjacent to his. It was someone short wearing a strange mask and holding an even stranger weapon object. Who is that? Are they with it? No, if they were, why would they be way out here? Maybe they're a vigilante? After a few moments, he held his breath and looked back out in their direction. They were gone. Startled, Eraserhead looked around and found them. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on the back of his head as he blacked out. The last thing he saw was the same figure from earlier leaping off of the building. Eraserhead blinks. The roof. He shoots awake. My roof. Your roof is fine, Aizawa. Night Eye, who was reading something, said, I am quite glad we were monitoring you. Otherwise. He trails off. Anyway, what happened to you? I staked out at the location sent to us, as you requested. I was trying to assess whether or not it was an elaborate trap by looking at it. But as I was doing this, my thoughts were interrupted by someone. Someone? Night Eye asked. Someone. I noticed someone else looking at Overhaul's base. I didn't know who they were, and I still don't know. I knew and had nothing on them, so I hid the instant I saw them. What did they look like? Was it samurai? All I saw was that they were short, wearing a strange mask, and holding some kind of weapon. The weapon vaguely resembled a gun. So no, it wasn't samurai. Any noticeable outward traits? Aizawa had a revelation. They had a mutation. A tail. That narrowed down their options considerably. That and their height. I waited a bit and listened out, and then I looked out again only to find that they had disappeared. Disappeared? A quirk that dampens their presence, perhaps. Could be a stealthy vigilante who fights at long range using their weapon that vaguely resembled a gun. I tried to find them, but before I knew it, they had somehow gotten behind me. I didn't hear or sense anything. They struck me and knocked me out. Next thing I know, I'm here. One mysterious, dangerous figure after another. Night Eye sighed in frustration. Probably inspired by samurai. What happened with Overhaul? Aizawa raised a brow at the look he was given. He's dead. Aizawa reeled, his stoicism shattered by shock. What? That's not all. Night Eye opened an article on his phone and handed it to Aizawa. The Erasure hero was caught greatly off guard by the title. What? Everyone that was in the Shai Hasaikai compound that night was killed in the exact same way. A projectile of sorts going clean through their heads. What's worse is that there isn't a trace of evidence that a scuffle happened at all. Nothing was broken, and nothing seemed out of place. If it weren't for you being there, we likely wouldn't have known it even happened until way later when the culprit was long gone. Whoever did this was good. Extremely good. To wipe out an entire organized crime group in a single night and without anyone knowing took an extreme level of skill. Perhaps I should take up gambling. Or praying because it's a miracle I'm alive. Aizawa said. What the? Izuku stared up at his supercomputer, confused. Meanwhile, Eri and Avira were celebrating behind him. The bad people are gone. For real. For real. Yay. Eri and Avira hugged each other and spun around. But then Eri gets nausea and stops. Bad idea. Woozy. Eri mutters. You did great, mister. Avira said chipperly. Instantly becoming non-woozy, Eri tackled Izuku while he was in his floaty chair, hugging him gratefully. After all, he was the reason the Shai Hasaikai. Izuku coughed at her surprisingly hard tackle. She was like a bullet. Samurai got the location of the Shai Hasaikai. Eri got her head out of his chest and sat on his leg, listening intently as Izuku spoke. And then that location was sent to a number of pro-heroes across the country. Izuku read the article's title again. Mysterious figure wipes out Yakuza. So, who could have done this? A hero. Avira answered as if it were obvious. No. Izuku said firmly. A hero did not so this. But they stopped the bad guys. Because of them, they won't hurt anymore like they apparently hurt my adorable sister ever again. Avira didn't know Eri's story and was told by Izuku that he'd know later. Or likely never. Anyone can do that. Izuku says. But that won't make just anyone a hero. Do you know why? Why? Avira asked, confused and curious. Because heroes save people. They help people. They're here to do things that other people can't, such as stopping dangerous villains and other disasters. But under no circumstances do they decide whether or not people live or die. They are to strictly save lives and apprehend those that the police can't. Do you know why? Why? Avira and Eri listened in and soaked up every word he spoke. The more ability someone has, the more restrictions and responsibility they must have. It's how social power is balanced. If heroes were allowed to kill villains and criminals, there'd be a terrible shift. They'd basically be above the law. And that's not even getting into how far that power would be pushed. It'd start at killing murderers, then it'd get to bank robbers, and then it'd reach the point where if you jaywalk or steal something small, you'd be slaughtered on the spot by some fake hero with a big head without even getting a fair trial. A world where all heroes kill would be a horrible one to live in. He sighed. Look, what I'm saying is that heroes save people and draw the line somewhere in regards to stopping villains and criminals. Villains and vigilantes don't. And whoever did this, they're no hero. Oh, Avira said, taking what Izuku said in stride. I'm sorry, mister. I didn't know. It's fine. As you said, you didn't know. And life is all about learning and such. As long as you realize your mistake and rectify it, you're good. Eri looked up at him. He's so cool. Wait, Avira says. Then what does that make you and Samurai? Are you heroes? No. Izuku answered almost immediately. Samurai technically can't be classified as a vigilante since he doesn't have a quirk. But at the end of the day, he's a vigilante. A vigilante that follows hero code, but a vigilante nonetheless. As for me, I'm just someone who helped where he could. I'm not a hero. Yes, you are. Eri states. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Eri repeats more firmly. This was a strange and kind of unsettling change. No dash. Mister. Yes. She stands on his leg, holding onto his shirt. Her fierce glare scared the life out of him. Truly, among every single toddler in the world, Eri was the most intimidating. You saved me, so you're a hero. Got it? Izuku, a little frightened, relents. He nods, making Eri smile. Good. Avira blinked. What was that? What was what? Eri asked. Never mind. Izuku continues to ponder the situation before coming to a conclusion. Was a message sent to someone that wasn't a hero by accident? Either way, he would keep this person in mind. He didn't like not knowing too much or anything about someone so dangerous. She arrives at her oldish home, the floorboards creaking as she drops on her oldish couch. Another success? A girl with mutant traits and an especially large tail asked as she cooked dinner. Another success. The Shai Hasaikai are dead. She whispered in a low voice. Sick. The girl with the large tail appeared in the living room, handing her a plate of curry and a cup of water. Did you get any trinkets? These. She pulls out a small case of small red cylindrical objects. I have no idea what they are. Bullets, maybe? Maybe. But either way. She crushed them into a red powder. I don't quite care. Welp, whatever they are, it's probably best that they don't fall into anyone's hands. Yes. They eat together for a little bit before the happier one spoke. So, about that creator guy you want to meet. I was sent a message by someone that wasn't you. So it had to have been them. Have you considered that it may have been an accident from someone else? No. A sigh came out of the other's mouth. Alright, whatever you choose to do, I'll support you as best as I can. I just don't want you to end up disappointed after raising your expectations so high. For years, it was just us two. We were the only ones who knew of it and its overwhelming threat. For years, we fought, and for years, we lost. But then, during our most recent confrontation a while ago, that robot appeared. It was the greatest piece of technology I've ever seen outside of these. She held up her weapon and her mask. Someone out there made something that was actually somewhat capable of contending with the abomination that killed my friends. When the robot and I fought together, that was the closest I had ever come to finally killing that freak. I have to know who made the robot. I don't know why they haven't tried reaching out, but they must realize that neither myself nor them can beat it on our own. We need to come together and... An explosion cuts her off, and her mask suddenly begins blaring. Her expression becomes serious as she puts her mask on. It's him, she says, her voice laced with fury. Her friend frowns. Be careful, okay? She doesn't receive an answer. Izuku was pouring through any overhaul-related news he could find but was interrupted by an explosion and an alarm on his supercomputer. Avira and Eri, startled and scared, stood near Izuku as he found the location of the explosion and what caused it. Metal. He's at Terun's station. Metal nods before flying out of room in an instant. The supercomputer switches to show Metal's perspective. Izuku grimaced, his next thoughts unknowingly aligning with someone else's. I don't know why you're here. She dashed down the streets, cutting past and going around people. I don't know why you returned. Izuku watched as Metal almost reached the location. But this ends. Right here and right now. She arrived, leaping up into the air with her weapon pointed at her mortal enemy. He takes notice of her, looking up, unimpressed but excited. There you are. Shadow the Hedgehog. Who are you? And why are you attacking the station? Asked one of 4 pro heroes that arrived to confront the attack. Shadow the Hedgehog loomed above them atop 2 destroyed, burning cars. All around them were destroyed, burning buildings, and behind the heroes were more destroyed cars and even a crashed train. You're a colorful bunch. Shadow states. Screw this. He ain't gonna talk, so I'll kick his butt. Death Arms rushed forward, massively telegraphing that he was gonna throw a right hook. Death Arms, no. Shadow suddenly teleported right in front of him. What? Shadow grabbed his wrist and twisted it out of place. Ack. He appeared below the punching hero, kicking him in the sternum and into the air before teleporting beside him, crossing his arms and kicking him clean through a ruined building. He lands, unimpressed. For your information. He turns, lowering his guard despite being right in front of them. I'm luring someone here. And I'm only interested in fighting him. Not a bunch of nobodies. So run along before you get hurt. Luring. One of the heroes, native, thought, confused. What, are you out to challenge All Might or something? No. Shadow answered bluntly. He's stupid, native, but he isn't that stupid. Another hero said. What do I do here? Native thought, fear slowly setting in as Shadow stood there, waiting. It's not like I can fight him. He'd just teleport and knock me out in one hit. But he couldn't just keep standing there like an idiot. He had to do something to stop this. He flinched as Ingenium ran past him and threw a kick at Shadow at full speed. Only for the mysterious villain to block it with one hand. A full speed attack from one of the fastest heroes blocked. With one. Fing. We're so dead. Native thought. Shadow grabbed Ingenium's leg and crushed it through his armor before throwing him aside. As if nothing had happened, he continues to wait. We have to do something. Native said to the others. And what exactly do we do? Another, as clearly afraid as one could be, asked. Something. Native roars. They continue doing nothing. Smoke fills the air for a while. Native takes notice of Shadow's stance shifting. Then he takes notice of something, looking up into the sky, unimpressed but excited. There you are. A familiar weapon was pointed at him by a familiar figure. Whisper the wolf. Laser mode. A blue laser zigzagged through the air. Shadow leaped back as it hit the ground, causing a miniature explosion that blew him further back. Whisper lands and dashed beside him. Cube mode. Her weapon glowed and shifted, and blue energy appeared around it, forming into Hammer's head. Whisper strikes Shadow's side with it, but he blocked. Unfortunately for him, his arm breaks, and he was sent flying into a ruined store. He soon got up and shook his head, surprised by the strength of her weapon and the pain it caused. He chuckled lowly as he stood. His arm regenerates, as does his body. His cuts faded, and the glass shards piercing him were forced out of his body, hitting the ground. In seconds he was fully healed and walking out of the store. Where is the other one? Shadow cracked his neck as he stood against Whisper. The robot, Metal Sonic, was it? Why? Whisper sneered under her mask. Are you scared of him? No. Shadow sneered back. I'm bored of beating you within an inch of your life every time we meet. That robot made things interesting. That's an interesting way to say that he made you run like cowardly garbage you are. Whisper lunged at him, disappearing into a blur. The next second, she was above him with her weapon in cube mode. She slammed it down, only for Shadow to teleport away. Such an annoying ability. She sked in frustration as he reappeared, hovering in the air via his air shoes. Rocket mode. Her weapon glows orange as its barrel splits apart. Whisper fired energy rockets at Shadow, but as they sped toward him. Chaos Spear. Shadow made an equal amount of energy bolts to her rockets. They clash and cancel each other out, creating a smokescreen as Shadow lands. His listens out for his opponent, whipping his head around as he hears a rock break on his right side. But she wasn't there. He widened his eyes before looking to his left, only to be instantly smacked across the face by Whisper's weapon, which was in cube mode. She made a sound elsewhere to draw my attention from where she truly was. Whisper strikes him 3 more times before Shadow ducked the 4th swing and uppercuts her into the air. He teleports in front of her with a follow-up attack ready. Hover mode. Whisper's weapon glowed green as an energy-based hemisphere formed from the barrel, resembling an umbrella. Shadow was thrown off by Whisper remaining in the air, allowing her to kick him in the face and switch her weapon into cube mode once again. She slammed her hammer-like weapon into his face, sending him rocketing to the ground as she fell. Whisper stands up quick as Shadow gets up and skates at her. Spikes mode. Whisper dodged a swing of his fist and aimed her weapon at his chest, blasting him point blank with a solid pink spiky ball of energy. She holds it there, causing it to cut into his chest until Shadow backhands her into a car, denting it. She quickly gets up and sidesteps a punch that goes through the car as Shadow flew at her. She switches her weapon back into cube mode and swung on him, only for Shadow to dodge it by spinning before throwing a kick, which Whisper ducked and retaliated with another swing of her hammer construct. They fight hand to weapon, harshly clashing repeatedly and producing devastating shockwaves. Then, after a few clashes, Whisper switched to laser mode and shot Shadow in the eye. He reeled back, screaming. Whisper smirks, but she quickly stops as Shadow smiles back. He shot an energy bolt through her side. Whisper stumbled back, but Shadow, with several wounds and a missing eye, punched her across the face. Twice. Whisper's mask fell off as Shadow beat her bloody. Then, just as he was about to land the final blow, he was kicked in the face far away by someone. Ouch! Shadow said calmly, spitting out some blood before beginning to regenerate. There you are. It's you. Whisper spoke quietly to herself, in awe of Metal Sonic. She never expected to see him again, but nonetheless, he was here and had just saved her, meaning that the elusive creator remembered her. Hey. Whisper propped herself up with her weapon as Metal Sonic eyed her. Let's talk after this, okay? Metal stared at her. She wants to talk? Izuku muttered. Say yes. Avira and Eri said in unison. What? Say yes. They repeat. Pretty please? With cherries and stuff. They didn't have time to waste, so Izuku pressed a button on his desk. Fine. Izuku said through Metal's sonic, startling whisper. That's what they sound like? She was expecting to hear someone who sounded slightly older, but no matter. As long as they, or he, were who they said they were, she couldn't care less about what they looked or sounded like. This is just what I wanted. Shadow says, smirking. Two pests, old and new, against me. The both of you in one easy-to-die position. Death? Metal asked. I'm unfamiliar with such a thing. But you? You'll get very familiar with the gripping, seizing fear of the end. Shadow narrowed his eyes. As he was about to teleport behind them, a deafening, head-splitting sound coming off of Metal's sonic attacked him. The pain was horrible. It was so horrible it made him scream. But it didn't affect Whisper at all. Because she couldn't hear it, she was just confused as to why Shadow was in agony, but she simply enjoyed the sight while it happened without asking questions. Kill him, Metal said, flying at the downed Shadow. Whisper smirked as she joined him, her weapon in cube mode. The two of them jumped Shadow, beating him relentlessly while he was paralyzed by Metal's sound. Everything hurt, especially his head, and he hated it. Eventually, he adapted and was able to move, as shown when he flew away from them. But he couldn't move as well as he should, meaning Metal was able to fly after him, crush his ankle, and throw him at Whisper. 4. Whisper hits him back to Metal by swinging her weapon at him like a golf club. After a bit more of this, Metal kicked him to the ground. Whisper takes a risk. She changes her weapon into rocket mode before drawing out the full power of her quirk in hopes of obliterating every trace of him in one shot so that he doesn't regenerate. Die! She fired, nearly falling to the ground from exhaustion from quirk overuse. Time slows as the attack approaches. Shadow coughed. Metal's sonic heard a small clicking sound and the heavyish impact of several things hitting the ground. He saw it. The weird braces, rings around his wrists and shoes were off of him. He detected a massive amount of energy building up rapidly. Shadow was glowing. An explosion was coming. As fast as he could go, Metal's sonic dashed toward Whisper and flew away. Thankfully, the heroes that were here prior to their arrival had long fled. Chaos Blast. As the explosion went off, Metal deactivated the sound that prevented Shadow from teleporting and redirected all of his power toward another function Izuku had given him. Teleportation. It was a rip-off of Shadow's ability and was really hard to implement efficiently, so it not only took a lot of power, but it could also only be used once per day. And since Metal wasn't organic and wasn't a walking receptacle of energy like Shadow was, he would be rendered inactivate for a full 24 hours after use. Metal's sonic and Whisper appeared behind Izuku, Eri, and Avira, narrowly avoiding the Chaos Blast. Whisper, somehow, stands up. Her vision was blurry, and her head was pounding. She could barely make out 3 human figures in front of her. She stepped forward, only to trip and fall into something that felt pleasant. Unaware that she had fallen into Izuku's chest, she let herself pass out in the safety of his home. Whisper wakes up in a bed. Like a comfortable bed. She was so used to waking up with an aching back and having to stretch for an hour that this felt weird. Upon finding herself without her gear and the realization that her friend probably thinks she died, she panics. Hey! She shouts, only to recoil from pain. Her arms and such were covered in bandages. Who? Hi, Eri said, walking into her room and startling her. She was holding a tray of food. Whisper leaned back as the admittedly adorable child approached the side of the bed. Mister told me to bring this to the pretty stranger. So here. Mister. Whisper takes the food and stares at it. It was a bowl of cereal along with an assortment of fruits. She wasn't used to eating stuff like this. Aside from keeping herself and her friend alive, all of what little money she had was put toward making herself stronger. She never splurged and she never spent anything on frivolous things. She put everything into killing Shadow. Looking back, she began to feel bad that she made her only friend live like she did. She eats everything in seconds. Every second she spent eating terrified Eri, even flinching as Whisper handed the tray back to her. More, please. Eri slowly nods before bolting out of the room. She comes back with the same food she gave her initially. Whisper went through everything. And again. After the fourth time, she was finally satisfied. So, Whisper said awkwardly, going back the whispered tone she usually spoke in. She didn't know how to talk to children. Where is this? Mister? You asked for Mister? Eri asked, not quite being able to hear her. Yes. Okay. She leaves and comes back with not just Mister, but another robot. A child is slightly older than the little girl. All right, Izuku says. Let's start with our names. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And you are? Wait, that's your name? Avira asked, to which Izuku raised a brow. Yes? I thought you knew that. I didn't. He replied. Eri didn't tell you? Didn't tell me either. Eri said awkwardly. Izuku blinked. I really didn't tell either of you my name? No. Eri and Avira answered. Whisper snickered. Their interactions were adorable. Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Well, I'm gonna keep calling you Mister, if that's okay. Avira said with a grin. Me too. Eri said, but without the snark. She had been calling him that for too long to suddenly switch. That's fine. You may refer to me as whatever you like. And if you adopt any other kids, I'll make them call you Mister as well. Avira said. Please don't do that. Izuku, taking that as a joke, deadpanned. Though that quickly fades as he smirks. He couldn't be mad at Avira. Anyway, what's your name? Whisper. What's your name? Avira whispered, making Eri giggle. Whisper is her name, genius. Izuku jabbed. Ah. Do you? Whisper felt nervous for some reason. Do you remember me? Of course. Izuku answered with confusion. You fought with Metal Sonic. Against Shadow last time. But he teleported away. After that, I added a scrambler function in the form of a horrid sound of sorts to metal. After all, most teleporters and warpers require some level of concentration in order to teleport or make portals. Then you and him fought together against him again, but this time, he forced Metal to flee with you thanks to that massive explosion. How did you do what you did with your Metal Sonic? And why didn't I hear anything? Well, in Shadow's case, I used his DNA to code the sound frequency to target his ears specifically. And with the DNA samples Metal gathered by beating him, I'll make some more anti-Shadow weaponry. Whisper was stunned. This was it. The person before her really was the real deal. He could really do it. After so many hopeless days, finally, a spark of hope had appeared. Say, why do you keep fighting Shadow anyway? A grudge. Whisper said. He killed people I liked. That's all I'll say. The diamond cutters? Whisper's expression displayed shock before darkening. How? Do you know that? WL. Izuku looked at Eri and Avira. I may as well tell the two of you as well. Tell us what? Avira asked, looking at Eri, who just shrugged. I've been tracking Shadow to the best of my ability for a while now. Izuku said. And that's for one reason. Why? Whisper asked evenly. Because Shadow is a bioengineered life form. Artificial. Izuku said. And the one who made him was Izuku Midoriya. My mother. Izuku waited for her to blow up at him. To attack him. But to his surprise, she does neither of those. She didn't even insult him. Oh. She says. Oh. Izuku asked. You aren't mad at me? No. Why would I be? You're actively opposing him and, by extension, your mother. At most, I'd say I'm mildly surprised. Whisper says. And even if I did attack you, which I won't, the fact that you asked me that means you've prepared something in case I did, right? Yeah. But don't worry about that. We have a grandma? Eri asked excitedly. No. Izuku says. Do not call her that. He spoke more harshly than he intended. Upon that realization, he calms down. If you ever see her or, God forbid, my father, don't you dare even think about trusting them for even a second, got it? Yeah. Got it. Eri said, mildly surprised. Are they bad people? The worst. Izuku says. To think someone like me came from those two. If you don't mind me asking, what are, or were they like? Avira inquired. They, like myself and the rest of the Midoriya family tree, are natural geniuses and specialize in something. Despite us existing since before quirks did, no one really knows of us. Izuku says. But, as well as having genius, my relatives are also terrible people. Most notable disasters throughout history were probably caused by a Midoriya. Heck, I learned a while ago that a Midoriya caused the Chernobyl disaster. What's a Chernobyl? Eri asked. That's that place in Ukraine, I think. It became uninhabitable centuries ago due to a nuclear accident. To this day, it's still not safe to live in. Avira explained. Eri nods absent-mindedly. Avira deadpanned. Izuku continued, but Inko. She's truly horrible. Even by Midoriya standards. Unfortunately, she's also more well-versed in science than any other. My dad, who obviously isn't of Midoriya blood but is still quite smart, specializes in machines and robots, and Inko specializes in life science and everything related to artificial life. And what about you? Whisper asked. You said all Midoriyas specialize in something. What do you specialize in? Dunno. What? I haven't figured that out yet. I feel as though I can do both, I just haven't tried anything in life science yet despite having the appropriate materials. Perhaps you should figure that out. Whisper says. Your specialty could be essential against your evil parents. Maybe. Izuku says. Anyway, despite my lineage and despite coming from the most dangerous Midoriya ever, I have no interest in hurting others at all. I want to help, and I also want to stop any other existing relatives from committing harm. An anomaly, the one and only patch of good versus a sea of evil. Avira mutters. Anyway, Izuku sighed. I'm a bit disappointed that I failed to kill Shadow again. But I'll get there someday. I'll help you. Whisper says. If you'll let me, I dash. All right. Izuku tossed her a map of the house. What? Are you serious? I am. Izuku says. It was you that took down the Shai Hasaikai, wasn't it? Yes. I don't like how you did it, but the fact that you did it on your own proves that you've got serious talent. Talent that I need to get rid of my parents. Izuku says. I'll even pay you. No, you don't need to pay me. Whisper says, excited and nervous. She was jittering. I just need a place to live, and based on this map, it seems like you have more than enough space. Let me rephrase that, Izuku says. I am paying you. You dash. I'm paying you. Izuku says forcefully. You need money to buy your own things after all. And I have plenty. We'll work out getting you a bank account or something later. Whisper holds in her tears. Finally, things were looking up for her. And then she remembered something. Tangle. Izuku recoiled, making Whisper blush in embarrassment. She's a friend. And I kinda left her when Shadow appeared. Can she live here too? Yup. Whisper smiled. Thank you. No thanks necessary. So that's how it went down, huh? Inko Midoriya asked her finest creation, Shadow, in her extravagant lair. She was wearing dark green and gold silk robes. I suppose it lessens your failure a little bit. I bet you didn't expect him to hinder your teleportation like that. I didn't. Shadow said, feeling a little nervous as he kneeled before her. He grew even more nervous the longer she stayed silent. So dash. I didn't expect it either. Inko interrupts, sounding a little too giddy and excited like a fangirl. My baby is just the coolest, isn't he? I suppose he is. He is your son after all. Here came more awkward, petrifying silence. Shadow sweats profusely under her gaze despite being unable to see it with his head down. You know what my goal is, Shadow? To dash. To create the ultimate life form, yes. Inko says. Currently, that's you. And for your sake and mine, I really hope it remains that way. Emchim. He nods. So, what now? Now. She pauses. I wait. Maybe create something new. My baby is gonna make waves, and I wanna watch him before I show him who's boss. Right. Shadow says. More of that silence he hated. You can leave now. Shadow doesn't hesitate to teleport away. As soon as he was out of her presence, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Being that nervous all the time couldn't have been good for one's health. Woo-ah! Tangle the lemur, best friend of Whisper the wolf, stood in Izuku's yard with aforementioned friend and Izuku. This is your house. And your yard? Yes indeed. Izuku says. And you're just letting us live here? Tangle asked. I am. I'm paying Whisper for her services as well as yours. Tangle sweats. No, you don't need to. Just accept it. Whisper states. I didn't want his money either. Tangle stepped in front of Izuku, saluting stiffly. You won't regret showing us this level of kindness, Sir Midoriya. Don't call me that. And don't salute me either. It's weird. Izuku says. Sorry. Tangle sweats. Hut was still grinning as she extends her bulky yet very fluffy tail toward him, offering a handshake with it. Let's be good partners and even gooder friends. Izuku shook her tail hand. Let's. Whisper was happy to see the best thing to ever happen to her, Tangle, and the second best thing to ever happen to her, Izuku, get along. Tiny creatures. Tangle, starry-eyed, squealed girlishly when she spotted Izuku's children on the living room couch. Those are my children. The girl is Eri, and the robot boy is Avira. You take care of children? Tangle asked. Oh, not officially. Or legally. I found them, they didn't have homes, and now I'm taking care of them. He then noticed her standing in front of Eri and Avira. The former was very clearly put off by her energy, while the latter enjoyed it. You two are just the cutest little things. I know. It's like saying grass is green. Avira's mechanical chest puffs up in pride. I mean, no one can compete with Dash. Especially you. Tangle said to Eri, making Avira shatter like glass. I like your hair. And your horn. Thanks. Eri replied. Alright. Introvert. Sorry. Tangle stepped away a little bit before showing off her tail. My appearance and tail is my quirk. Pretty cool, huh? She stretched her tail forward. You can touch my tail if you want. It's plenty comfy. She grinned. Whisper would know. She often dash. After receiving a threatening glare, Tangle stopped speaking. Speaking of quirks. Izuku addressed Whisper. What's yours? I call it color power. It's kind of an unstable quirk. So much so that I can only properly use it with this. She holds up her weapon. It's called the variable Wispin. It was made by my good friend, Smithy, one of the diamond cutters. Neat. What about you? Tangle asked curiously. Izuku pauses. He was hoping that they wouldn't be the quirkest type. I'm quirkless. He says evenly. Huh. Tangle blinked before turning back to the children. Anyway, go ahead and feel my tail. If you want to. Eri touched it. And then Avira. Tangle, heads up, I'm gonna hug your tail for the rest of the day. Avira says. Yaha. Avira goes koala mode on her tail. Tangle moves it, and by extension him, around a bit. Anywhoosies, what's the haps with my job, boss man? What's the what? Izuku ignores her interesting language and answers with, anyway, what can you do? I can cook. Tangle says. I cooked for Whisper basically every day, and that was with limited ingredients. So I like to think that I'm pretty good at it. All right. Izuku says. You're probably better than me since I mainly ate junk food and rarely cooked since I lived by myself before I picked up Eri and Avira. You already know what I'm adept in. Whisper says. Need an assassination or something stolen? I'm your gal. Izuku sweats. Is that a joke? She answers with a stare. Anyway, I guess you could be my bodyguard or something. I'll take it. She says. Now, what's the next order of business? I need to develop more anti-shadow weaponry, as well as weaponry against my parents in general. So, for now, unless Shadow appears again, we simply live life. Those words shook Whisper. Simply living as you will was a foreign concept to her. After so much fighting, being able to relax for once was nice. But before that, how about we have dinner to celebrate the arrival of our new friends? Eri cheers. Tangle cheers. Whisper smiles. Avira doesn't do sheet because he doesn't eat. Ah, the woes of being mechanical. Avira says, wiping a dramatic tear from his eye. Eri gave him a quizzical look. I'm thinking. Katsudon today. I'll go pick up ingredients. Whisper, shadow me in case I happen to run into a child in danger of being recaptured by a group of villains for an extremely bizarre and/or earth-shattering reason. Michim. I'm gonna ignore that extremely specific sentence and shadow you now. Whisper says. Izuku left the house and Whisper left through another way. Bakugo was angry. He thought Izuku's absence would be for a day, 3 at the absolute most, but no. The quirkless super nerd had been gone for weeks. Where the hell was he? He had asked around, of course. But no one had a satisfying answer. They all assumed he ran away like a PP, and the teachers figured he gave up on his life. Both of these assumptions were instantly disregarded by Bakugo the instant he heard them. See, unlike them, he actually knew the super. Not personally, but he knew his personality well enough to know he wouldn't pull a stunt like this. He would understandably avoid him during and after school and was annoyingly good at evading him when the day was over, but he never seemed like the type to turn tail and run for the hills. Unless he had been reading him wrong this whole time. He had this feeling that he had been absent for a reason. There had to be. Did something happen in his life or something? He didn't particularly care about the why. He only cared about knowing it. And he would learn one way or another. Interestingly, sometime after his disappearance, he noticed he had been catching stares from some girl with floaty blue hair. Angry stares. Whatever. Had she been more attractive, he would have cared a little more about what she thinks. In any case, he would pay a visit to his punching bag's house and get his rightful answers out of him. And that's just what he does. After school, he went home, changed out of his uniform, and made his way to the super nerd's home. He hated how his house was so much bigger than his and that despite his insistence and threats, he had never been allowed in. No matter. He could easily and explosively hop the gate. Tangle was joyous. She had never felt so free in her life. There was so much space in Izuku's yard to move around in, and so many trees to swing around on. She was a glutton for physical activity and was quite the athlete. And while living how she did previously put a hamper on that, the fire was reignited thanks to Izuku. Whisper had her beat in combat ability, sure, but if it came down to it, she was confident she could at least outrun or outclimb her. As she leaped from tree to tree with her tail, she suddenly stopped upon seeing something. She pulled herself up and onto a thick branch and looked out at the front gate. A mean-looking blonde had just jumped the gate and was currently en route to the house. Seriously? Hey! Tangle drew the mean blonde's attention with a shout before leaping in front of him. You know there's a bell, right? Who the F are you? She blinked. This was really happening, wasn't it? Why would anyone so openly trespass like this? I should be asking you that. Tangle said. You know this is private property, right? You could dash. Deku lives here. Bakugo interrupts, confusing her. Where is he? Bring him out. Now. No one named Deku lives here, dude. Tangle says. Who do you think you are calling someone that? Bakugo rolled his eyes. Green hair. Green eyes. Freckles. Bring him out, tail. Tangle was beginning to hate this guy. You're describing Izuku Midoriya, not whoever, Deku's. They're the same effing person. No, they aren't. Yes, they are. No, they aren't. Tangle says calmly, smirking as he grew angrier. I'm not arguing with some extra Deku hired or whatever. Bring him out, or I'll drag his butt out here myself. Bakugo demands, explosions crackling in his hands. For intimidation? Of course. Not that it works at all. Tangle sighs. I'm giving you an out. This is private property. Leave, and I won't tell Midoriya that you were here. Bakugo growled. Do you think I'm scared of him? I can kick his butt in my sleep. Tangle blinks. Does he have brain damage? What is wrong with him? He isn't here. He's out shopping right now. Tangle says. Leave. I'll wait in his house until he comes back. Bakugo bit back. Oh, Tangle was not letting this guy near Eri and Avira. I'll give you one more warning. Tangle says. This is private property. Leave or I will make you. That shitty super nerd is hiding from me, isn't he? Louder explosions came from his hands. He's curled up in his room pissing himself now that I'm here, huh? Fine. Tangle says, making Bakugo smirk. I warned you, man. She gets in a fighting stance. I'll be using force to kick you out because you aren't worth Midoriya's time. But I think you know that already, don't you? That statement irritated him more than he expected. So much so that he flew at her with his explosions without saying a word. Tangle was, combat-wise, Whisper's lesser. But that didn't mean she was weak or inexperienced by any means. She saw his right hook coming from a mile away and sidesteps it, making a fist with her prehensile tail and striking him in the gut. Bakugo heaved. Tangle doesn't let up, grabbing his leg with her tail and slamming him into the ground. Are you done yet? She casually crossed her arms and lifted him upward with her tail. Because while I enjoy the idea of throwing you around for insulting Midoriya, you aren't worth my time either. Again, with the sentiment that he wasn't worth anyone's time. Who did she think she was talking to? He was Katsuki Bakugo. A shoo-in for UA and the future greatest hero to walk the earth. In no universe was he not worth anyone's time, like that shitty super nerd was. Bakugo tried attacking the tail holding him up. Tangle seized this and threw him into a tree. Wait, I don't want to accidentally paralyze him. Tangle thought as Bakugo leveled himself and flew at her, screaming. Less slamming, more punching. She dodges yet another right hook and kicked him across the face. This time, she wrapped up his body except for his face in her powerful tail. Are you done? Tangle asked boredly. Jerk. Bakugo attempts to worm his way out of his binds, only for Tangle to squeeze him tighter. Let me go, you annoying beach. It's taking more effort to not crush you than it is to keep you still. Tangle says honestly. Now, are you gonna leave? She felt him use his explosions on her tail. It stung a little, but the pain wasn't terrible. Annoyed, Tangle brought Bakugo in closer. And slapped him. I don't care about you and Midoriya's beef, or why you think you're able to just waltz in here like you own anything. But one way or another, you're leaving. In frustration, he growled furiously as he tried freeing himself. Only for Tangle to slap him. Harshly twice more. Do you want it to be on your 2 feet? She slapped him twice. Or does it have to be in a police car? One more clean slap across the face. Because, again, this is private property. If Izuku doesn't allow you in, you aren't allowed in. End of story. Do you feel like leaving now? Bakugo hated this. He hated Deku, and he hated the weird tail beach that beat him up like this. He tries again to break out. Her tail was insanely strong. She backhands him. Are you done? I'll dash. She punched him square in the nose, breaking it. Don't speak. I hate your voice. Just nod. Tangle says. Are you gonna leave if I let you go? Bakugo almost passed out from how angry he was. He nods. That's what I thought. If you ever come back, I'll beat you senseless before calling the police. She threw him out onto the sidewalk like garbage. And you're almost as ugly as your quirk is weak. Bleh. I bet girls hate you. She leaped away. Bakugo lifts himself, wiping his bloody nose. Feeling his blood boiling in his body, he walks away. This wasn't over. Far from it. Izuku reached the front gate of his home after an uneventful shopping trip for Katsudon ingredients. You know, Izuku said as Whisper leaped just beyond the gate. He enters after her the normal way. I really was expecting some last-minute complication while I was out. Why? Whisper asked, confused as they walked down the yard together. Why not? Izuku replied. Oh, I guess it's a good thing that I won't adopt any more children under bizarre circumstances. And then he tripped over something. Whisper, startled, went over to help him up. Assuming it was a rock or a branch or something, they looked to see what caused his fall. It was a small child, a girl, with short light blue hair that faded into yellow with pink fairy-like wings on her back. She was wearing a dirty white shirt, brown khaki shorts, and red shoes. Whoever she was holding a strange green gem that was almost too big to fit in her hand. Izuku looked at Whisper. Whisper looked at Izuku. Man, God damn it, where did that brat go? An adult man with red hair and purple eyes wearing a red suit stomped around a large metal facility. Around him were men and women, with different shades of red hair, in white lab coats searching frantically for something. With their flashlights, they checked every nook and cranny but found nothing. More importantly, where did the conduit disappear to? A scientist shouted. She must have run off with it. Seriously? It was the only one we had. It took so much just to dash. The man in the suit roared before punching a wall. Despite it being solid steel, he made a massive dent in it and shook the facility. He takes a few seconds and a few breaths to calm himself. I don't care how long it takes. Search the entirety of Angel Island, tear it apart if you have to. Find the brat and the conduit at any cost. And, a scientist gulped. If we can't find either, Mr. Ekid. Ekid glared at him silently. I invested too much time into Project Chaos just for it to fail because you can't find a single child and a gem. This is too important to end in failure. And if it does, he trails off. Just pray it doesn't. If she somehow left the island, I could always try using the master conduit to find her. A female scientist, startled, tripped on her words. But the master conduit is what powers the whole island. It's what's keeping it floating. If you use it, dash. Ekid glared at her. If you don't want me to use it, and if you want the Chaos Enforcers to survive, then find the brat and bring her back to me. In the meantime, I'll be at the Master Shrine. Inform me if you find anything. After he left, the scientists let out a breath. Demon kid. An older one muttered tiredly. Always causing problems for us. In a daze, she stirred awake. She was in a bed. Did it work? She felt the conduit in her hand. It wasn't stolen, thankfully. Hi. She looked to her left and found a nice-looking boy sitting at her bedside. It worked. She shouts, startling him. Excuse me? What worked? Izuku asked. And why were you passed out in my yard? She cleared her throat. Hi. She stood up on the bed she rested in. My name is Cow. Well, Cow, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and Avira bursts in shouting, call him Mr., and then promptly left. Avira, I swear to. Mr. Cow said chipperly, making Izuku groan. Anyway, he says. Cow, why were you in my yard? I needed someplace safe. She said, shuffling her feet. Some place to hide myself and to hide this. She showed him the large glowing gem in her hand. What is it? Izuku asked without reaching for it so as to not make her uncomfortable. A chaos conduit. She answered. It's powerful and I made it. You made it? What's your quirk? My quirk is called Gather. I can reach the energy that makes up the world and direct it. And my wings. Her wings flutter like a hummingbird as she floats. Are a minor mutation that comes with it. So you can gather energy and redirect it? Neat. And if it was the energy that makes up the world, or whatever that meant, then that meant that she basically had unlimited power at her fingertips. How'd you make that conduit thing with it? Cow frowns. Bad men. Instantly getting overhaul flashbacks, Izuku tenses. Bad men. The Chaos Enforcers. She says meekly. They captured me for my quirk. The leader, Ekid, wants to use me to make super weapons. He has a strength quirk and is capable of grasping the energy I gather and shaping it with his bare hands. Ah, so you'd gather the power, and he would meld it into a conduit. Yup. You're pretty smart, mister. Ekid wanted 7 total, but after making the master conduit, I wanted to leave as fast as possible. So after making this one, I used it to teleport here. Teleport? Izuku asked. You can do a lot of stuff with enough of this. Energy. Cow states. Well, if you want to stay here, you can. Izuku smiled a little as Cow hugged him. Thank you, mister. I promise I won't be a burden. Clearing his throat, Izuku said, as you heard earlier, there are other children here. One other and the one who burst in. Cool. Can I meet them? Of course. But first, we have to put that conduit thing away. Izuku and Kao place the gem in a small safe and slide it under Izuku's bed. Then, Izuku has Kao change out of her old clothes, borrowing Aries, who he had bought an excessive amount for. Then, they go down to the living room to meet everyone. Hi, I'm Kao, and I'm 6 years old. Kao waved her hand high, smiling wide. Let's be good friends. Avira pouted at her bubbly personality. Being extroverted is my thing, you hack. Yeah, he says. I'm Avira, by the way. I like your wings. Eri says in a reserved manner. I'm Eri. And I like your horn, Eri. Kao says, hovering a little to show off her wings. Ah, you're like an adorable little fairy. Tangle cooed. I'm Tangle. Whisper. Whisper introduced herself. Why? Kao whispered. Avira and Izuku snickered. Eri turned away, smiling. Tangle just laughed flat out, rolling on the floor and everything. And Whisper looked down. Whisper is her name. Izuku clarified. Speaking of, you'll have to look into introducing yourself better next time. Right. She said shamefully. So, what's your deal? Avira asked bluntly. My deal? Yeah. How'd you get Izuku to adopt you? Well, I wouldn't say I adopted any of you. Izuku said. More like, you just live here now. That aside, Avira said dismissively. I basically kind of virtually broke into this here house. He caught me almost right away, and now here I am. As for Eri, apparently her story is so bad that it's better that I don't know it. All I know is that villains who are now dead were involved. Kao looked at Eri. You too. Eri tilts her head. Too. Bad men made me help them make super powerful and dangerous mystical gems. Kao states. It was absolutely horrible, but I didn't like them or what they were planning, so I teleported here with the one I made. And now it's safe. Avira raised a brow. Like, here specifically, or? Not specifically, no. I wanted to be somewhere safe, and by sheer luck, I wound up here. Avira gave Izuku a look. Are you sure you don't have a quirk? I'm quite sure. Izuku says. I was in denial for a while, so I learned how to do multiple tests for quirks and performed them on myself thousands of times. No quirk. Avira deadpanned. I believe you, it's just. He eyed Kao. Never mind. Izuku, assuming he was just surprised, left it as is. Oh yeah, there's something you should know, Midoriya. Tangle says, thankfully changing the subject. Yeah. While you were out buying stuff to make Katsudon, which was great by the way, please make some more. Some mean blonde guy hopped the gate and tried entering the house. He was looking for you, she said. He called you Deku. Izuku's expression unsettlingly shifts. Really now? He asked. Honestly, I should have expected this. But out of all the things, I didn't expect Bakugo to trespass. He was fully expecting and prepared for him, finding him out in public in a store or something. Bakugo? That's his name. Tangle asked. Sheesh, even his name is ugly. Ignoring that last comment, Izuku said, it is. We were friends when we were younger, but then his quirk came in and mine didn't. I tried staying friendly with him for a while like an idiot, and it took years of all kinds of bullying from basically everyone around me for me to give up on that and start ignoring him. He must have believed he was entitled to enter here as he pleases due to your past with him, despite the no trespassing sign outside. Whisper says. How annoying. A bully, huh? Kao suddenly lost all of her whimsy. I'll hang him off a building by his entrails if I ever see him. Everyone went quiet. Avira blinked. What? Kao asked, confused. What you just said. Izuku was very caught off guard. Kashong. I kinda speak very violent and scary thoughts about people I hate. Sorry. You hate Bakugo even though you just heard of him? He bullied Mr. when Mr. was my age. How can I not hate him? She has a point. Avira said quietly. Emchim. Eri nods. Okay, well, don't do the entrails thing, alright? He's not worth the effort, and neither is anyone in Aldera. Aldera? The school. Whisper ped her weapon. So that's where it all happened, huh? Whisper, no. Izuku said. I'm not gonna hurt anyone. Her weapon switched the rocket mode. I will just talk to them. Favorite. Explosively. Ooh, can I come? Cow raised her hand. I want to ground their bones to powder while they're still alive. Whisper reeled in fear before composing herself. I guess. As riveting as this is, Izuku cuts in. I think we should address Bakugo's trespassing. Oh yeah, I really kicked his A. Tangle glanced at the kids. Rear end when he did that. I drove him away. Praise me. Izuku pats her head. Thank you for defending the kids, Tangle. Tangle was taken aback by what he did and said, as she had said, praise me, as a joke. But she was even more surprised by how she reacted to it. Crikey. There was something about this physical contact that made her feel remarkably pleasant. Was she red? She wasn't red, was she? Avira, being a smart butt, noticed this change right away. Whisper does as well, but choose not to comment. He grinned ear to ear before very loudly saying, Hey Tangle, why are you so red? Tangle glared at him. Avira kicked his feet up, admiring his work with a cheeky smile. To her dismay and Avira's annoyance, Izuku stopped touching her. He also didn't comment on what was just said. Knowing Bakugo, he'll definitely come back. And given how you apparently fought and hooped his rear end last time, who knows what he'll do next time to get to me. We will need more defenses in the event more attempted break-ins. So, he snapped his fingers. As a little group activity, I'll let you all decide what those defenses will be. You mutually decide aspects and I'll make it. Ooh. Cow raised her hand. Yes, Cow? Spears. Deadly spears that can dash. So, anyone else got ideas? Izuku interrupts, making Cow growl. I'm not looking into lethal defenses, by the way. I believe it should be subtle. Whisper says. Something you wouldn't see or even know existed unless you were uninvited. Camouflage. Izuku, pulling a notebook from nowhere, jots that down. The yard is big, so unless you were entering from somewhere you shouldn't, you won't encounter it. Laser eyes. Cowsit. Instant annihilation of the putrid creature who dares dash. Sleeping gas. Eri interrupts nervously. If the bad person who trespasses in is put to sleep, they won't be dangerous anymore. And then you could tie them up or something. I can make some sleeping gas, no problem. It should be scary. Cow shouts. If it's scary and appears out of nowhere, the intruder will be so caught off guard that they won't be prepared for the gas. Izuku blinks. You know, you're actually right. If I just make the gas appear via motion trigger or something, it can be avoided or accidentally triggered by a friend. But if it's a robot that has the gas, it can use facial recognition and stuff. As he wrote, Cow beamed. It wasn't the violence that intruders deserved, but paralyzing fear would be satisfactory. Wow. Tangle says. You can really just make anything you want, huh? Avira, noticing the opening, leaped on it like a predator. This time, Izuku would have to notice. Man, Mr. really is the coolest, isn't he? He said in a relaxed tone, making Tangle flinch. I'd say Whisper is a close contender for coolest, but yeah. She says with a glare pointed his way. Whisper's face turned a bit red. I mean, he can make all of these robots, this body I'm in. Avira gave Tangle a challenging look. He can even make you blush. Tangle's head resembled a tomato, and accidentally, he covered Izuku's face with her tail. What? No way. You're just seeing things. Are your visual thingies working correctly? Yeah. Avira answers coolly. Tangle nearly melts his head with her glare. Izuku removed her tail from his face. I'll make the scary sleeping gas robot a cat. A giant purple one. Izuku says. To Avira's annoyance, he doesn't acknowledge any of the comments. He knew that he wasn't stupid enough to not notice anything, so he could only conclude that he was choosing not to say anything. Maybe to save Tangle's and Whisper's dignity? Whatever the case, it bugged him. Why a cat? Tangle asked, jumping at the opportunity to change the subject. Avira was in a purple cat plush before I made him the body he's in now. Izuku states as Avira held up his original body for everyone to see. It was kinda creepy. Whisper cringed. Creepy is an understatement, Midoriya. Tangle nods. Quite. Anyway, if it's settled, then I'll go get started right away. Do whatever you like in the meantime. Haha. Izuku laughed victoriously, standing in his lab. It is complete at last. Days later, Izuku had his house defender. And he was quite proud of it. Seriously? Tangle looked up at the creature with fear in her eyes. I mean, Whisper barely keeps from stuttering. It's certainly scary. Terrifying even. Cow had stars in her eyes. So cool. Avira smirked. Neat. Eri doesn't say anything. Nor does she manage to look at the robot for more than a few seconds. Everyone. Izuku gestured to the towering mechanical cat beast. Meet Apex. Apex was a giant dark purple-furred cat. Its spine and ribcage were visible through said fur. It had a permanent, wide, toothless smile and white eyes as well as a yellow crescent moon hanging from its neck. Perhaps the scariest part about Apex was that it was quiet for its size. Too quiet. He didn't say anything to them. All he did was stare. He's currently downloading your faces into his database. Once finished, he raised his head and looked at Izuku. Go outside and guard the house. If you detect an intruder with malicious intent, knock them out and bring them here. Apex nods, walking off and, to the shock of everyone, turning invisible. They could barely even hear his footsteps. Apex is a stalker. An apex predator. He pauses. Everyone deadpanned at him, making Izuku sweat. He has several abilities, such as camouflage and the sleeping gas. He also has excellent hearing and can detect vibrations in the ground. Because he hopefully won't be active most of the time, his already extremely long battery life will be lengthened considerably by him conserving power. Nice. Whisper says. Apex eases my concerns for the house's safety, despite how uneasy he makes me. Can he talk? Avira asked. He can, but like Metal Sonic, Izuku pats Metal's head. He won't be chatting too often. The Master Conduit. It was the first one of its kind, and it was also the biggest and most powerful one. Cow, after being forced to make it, was also made to believe it'd just exist to keep Angel Island floating. But Ekid planned otherwise. If things ever went awry, it'd also be a contingency, not only against the other conduits, but also to track them in Cow. So, after failing to find and retrieve her, Ekid resorted to Angel Island's battery despite the protests of his underlings. He placed his hand on the large gem and closed his eyes, trying to use it to track the conduit and, by extension, Cow. The island began to destabilize, and to everyone's horror, as Ekid used the Master Conduit, the island began to fall. Screams could be heard across the island. But Ikeda remained planted firm and concentrated. He began sweating, but then, right before the island landed in the water, he removed his hand from the gem. Some people died, while others were horribly injured from the fall. But Ekid didn't care. So you're in Mizudafu, Japan, are you, child? Ekid asked no one, chuckling victoriously. Chuckling is something he usually didn't do, as he'd rather flex his muscles. Not for long you are. I'll retrieve you personally. Flying. Cow heard a knock on the door of her room, which was filled with blue and pink decorations. She gets up and opens it, and, Hi. Avira says. Hello. So you can fly, right? Yeah. Can you take me flying? Avira asked hopefully. Cow thinks about it before shrugging. Sure. Cow leaned forward, her wings fluttering as she hovered off of the ground. She picked up Avira by the arms. Wow, you're lighter than I expected. She says. I watch my weight very carefully. Avira joked. Cow took him outside, and then they went flying around the house and through the trees. Whee! Then a small bird hits him in the face. Ow! After a dozen laps around the house, Cow puts him back in front of the door. Okay, that's it. My wings are tired. Oh, right. I forget that organics get tired. Avira says smugly. Teehee. Cow's eyebrow twitched. So funny. You're absolutely hilarious. Thank you, thank you. Avira says, bowing sarcastically. Anyway, see ya. Have a good day. I hope your day is. Love you too. Avira winked before dashing away. The cow was given a top-secret mission of great importance from Avira. She was as curious as he was, so she listened to his instructions. While Izuku was checking up on Samurai and making repairs when necessary, she walked into his lab. What ya doing, Dad? Izuku does a spit take despite not having anything to spit out. Cow smirked. Oh. Hi, Cow. Izuku stiffened as he turned around. I'm just giving Samurai a tune-up. She nods. Continue on then. She leaves. Izuku sighs. Did she mean to call me that? Was it an accident? No, she sounded too casual about it. Whatever the case, he had a tune-up to finish. So he got back to it. Eri was given a top-secret mission of great importance from Avira. She felt a little nervous doing this, but Avira was very persuasive when he wanted to be. For a robot, he had some shockingly powerful puppy eyes. While Izuku was in the kitchen on his phone, Eri walked in. Hi, Dad. Izuku stiffened. Eri. Louder than he wanted to be, he cleared his throat. But he was still shocked. I mean, what's up, Eri? A direction. She said. Anyway, what are you doing? Tangle's testing a recipe for apple pie. I'm watching it for her while she's out in the yard. Izuku explained whilst shaking slightly. Eri didn't show any excitement. Oh, cool. As soon as she turned, she beamed but calmly said, all right, bye. Bye. Izuku slapped himself internally for stuttering as Eri left. What is going on today? Avira had a vision. A grand one. Izuku, the most important person in the world to him, wasn't happy enough. And no, this wasn't his opinion. It was a completely irrefutable fact. Like how the earth was round, or how that one book in Izuku's library, Green Martyr, something or whatever it was called, was completely god-awful garbage. Why he had a book like that and why people willingly read something so abhorrent, he'd never know. In any case, Avira assessed that Izuku was relatively unhappy due to his terrible family. His mother and father were villains, and the people around him treated him horribly for his quirklessness. As a result, he became closed off to the point where he likely never even smiled until he showed up. The solution to the lack of smiles? Why, a better family, of course. Izuku already had everything already. The children, himself, Eri and Cow, and the potential mothers, Tangle or Whisper or preferably both. All that was needed was a few good pushes in the right direction. Hell, Tangle already blushed around him once, and it was only a matter of time before Whisper did the same. He would make Izuku happy even if it was the last thing he did. He deserved the world, and he would give it to him. Avira knocked on his door. Come in, Izuku said, sounding oddly tired. Avira walks in and sees Izuku doing calisthenics in his room. What ya doing, Dad? Avira asked, smirking as he sputtered before falling on his face. I'm exercising. After seeing how active Tangle was, it inspired me to start working out as well. Izuku explained. Instead of leaving after like the girls, Avira stayed a little longer. Say, you seem a little nervous. Why is that? Well, it's... Izuku sighed, sitting up the floor and wiping sweat off of his face. All of you kids called me Dad today. Cow, Eri, and then you. Is it a problem? And no, it's just... I'm a little young. And I just thought you'd see me as an older brother or something. You take care of us. Avira says. Like a father does. So, logically calling you Dad makes the most sense. I know. It's just... Izuku couldn't say anything. There's something I like about being called that, and I really like being admired by you kids. It's just... Is someone like me really worth it? Of course you are. Eri shouted, shoving past Avira and making her presence known. Izuku jolts, leaning back as she angrily stomps toward him, pouting. Eri? Wait, how long were you standing out there? You're my dad. She stamped her foot. You're our dad. Cow's, Avira's, and mine. And that's final. But I'm not father material. I'm just Dash. Final. She interrupts, sitting between his legs and hugging him. Izuku just hugs her. Okay. Good. She says, smiling victoriously in his chest. Hey. I want hugs too. Avira joined them, hugging Izuku's right side. Me 3. Flying in from outside, Kao lands and hugs his left. I don't mean to be a self-loathing pity party every time I talk, but are you sure you want me as a dad? Izuku asked quietly. I don't know the first thing about raising children. Given my family's track record, you'd probably end up like me or worse. You did well so far. Avira said. And I think I speak for everyone when I say we trust you. Yeah. Kao says. Eri nods. Kids. Izuku sniffles, trying his darndest not to cry. If you really believe in me, I'll do my best. For as long as I live and you accept me, I'll take care of you as best as I can. As your father. And so, Eri Midoriya, Avira Midoriya, and Kao Midoriya were made official. Moms? After the first part of his grand master plan was complete, Avira began the second part. Whisper and Tangle. He wasn't 100% sure if there was any romantic potential between them and Izuku, so he'd figure that out. If they were completely uninterested in him, he would bide his time until another nice girl found their way here. Once more, he assigned his precious siblings a top-secret mission. While Whisper was polishing her mask in the living room, Eri appeared and sat next to her. Hey, Miss Whisper? Yes, Eri? Whisper stopped cleaning her mask and paid attention to her. What do you think of Izuku? Whisper thinks about it. I respect him and his talents and his kindness. And I'm grateful for all he's done for Tangle and I. So, if you want to know what I think about him, I think he's a great, talented person. I appreciate him, and I'm glad to be his friend. Eri smiles. Thank you, Miss Whisper. Whisper smiled as Eri left. She got back to polishing her mask. An hour later, as Whisper did light exercise, sit-ups, in the kitchen. Kao approached her. Miss Whisper? Yes, Kao? Whisper stood up. So, from what I know, your goal is to beat up that shadow guy, right? Yes. She answered. It's my life's goal to terminate him. Why do you ask? Well, I'm just curious. What are you gonna do after he's gone? Whisper froze up. Did not know. She didn't know. What did she want to do with her life? What was there to do with her life after avenging her late friends? Whisper, despite how awkward it may be, decided to be honest. I'm not sure. You aren't sure. She tilts her head, confused. I mean, you have Izuku. You also have Tangle. You can always stay with them, you know. Upon thinking about those two, Whisper's cheeks turned red. Oh, suppose I do have them, do I? She forced a laugh. This was embarrassing. She couldn't believe she was confiding in a child. Still, she was right. Tangle's been with her in her worst moments of her life. Through it all, she had her. And while she never thought about what would come after vengeance, she now realized that, whatever path she went down, she needed Tangle with her. And Izuku, even though she hadn't known him long, was beginning to look the same way. Tangle picked her up after every painful loss against Shadow, which resulted in her meeting Izuku, who was actively helping her against him and was undeniably gonna slay him and Inko with her. With them, the impossible felt possible, and she couldn't imagine life without either. One of them. If she were forced to choose between them, she was confident that she'd pick Tangle, but uncertainty was still there. They were the best. They meant the world to her and... Whisper. Kao called, making her jolt. Were you saying something? You spaced out for an entire minute there. Kao states. I did. Whisper stammered with a bright red face. I'm sorry, Kao. It's fine. She said chipperly. You can go on with what you were doing before. Kao scurried away, and Whisper sat on the kitchen floor, having quite a bit to think about. Hiding out on the side of the couch, Kao pulled out a toy walkie-talkie. Mission success, Kao whispered. I have planted the seed in Whisper. I repeat, I have planted the seed over. Great job, Kao. A voice, Avira, whispered back. Now for Tangle over. I repeat, it's time to plant the seed in Tangle over. You got it, Avi. Over and out. Tangle was outside sleeping against a tree. That was until Eri appeared. Miss Tangle? Huh. She jolts awake. Oh hey Eri. She wiped her mouth and stretched, cracking her back. What's the situation? I have a question, she says. What do you think of Izuku? She stood up and thought about it. I respect him a lot, especially his capacity for kindness. And I'm grateful for all he's done for Whisper. She's been a lot happier and healthier thanks to him. So, if you want to know what I think about him, I think he's a great guy and an even greater friend. He gets the Tangle star of approval. Eri smiles. Thank you, Miss Tangle. Tangle smiled as Eri left. Since she was up now, she decided to have some fun and run around a bit. An hour later, as Tangle was grooming her tail in one of the bathrooms, Cow approached her. Miss Tangle? Sup, Cow? Tangle asked as she brushed her tail. So, from what I know, your goal is to help Whisper beat that shadow guy, right? Yup. Tangle answered. I used to heal her after every fight, cook for her since she SED at it, and even fix her weapon and mask here and there. I wouldn't hesitate to do it for her again should she need it, but I won't deny that Izuku made things a lot easier. Why do you ask? Just curious. Cow says. So, what will you do after Shadow is gone? Tangle looked stumped for a moment before giving an answer. I don't really know, honestly. Well, maybe you aren't sure now. Cow says. But you have Izuku. You also have Whisper. You can always stay with them, you know. Tangle of course knew this. But because of Whisper constantly being laser-focused on killing Shadow, Tangle had to focus on keeping her steady, on her feet, and as healthy as she could be. She simply never had time to slow down and think about what would happen after. But because of how slow and peaceful things have been recently, old feelings originally forgotten and lost began to resurface. She thought Whisper was really cool. And, despite her angst, she was good company. New feelings, however, began to spark as well. It was a small spark, but it was undeniably there. And she didn't know what to think about it. Izuku Midoriya. He, like Whisper, was reliable. Very reliable. And despite not needing to, he went out of his way to help them and give them proper shelter and bomb but food. At first, deep down, some microscopic part of her thought of abandoning Izuku after Shadow was dead. She'd essentially leech off of him until he outlived his usefulness, at which point, she'd convince Whisper to run off with her. A temporary team up against a mutual enemy. And if he were anyone else, or if he were a JRK, that part of her might have grown. But the more time she spent with him, the less she wanted to do that. He was kind. He was cool and talented, and best of all, he was good with kids, which was a quality she always thought was attractive. He was confident in himself, but not egotistical. Honestly, she figured he could use a little ego since he didn't seem to think much of himself beyond his skills. And while she didn't particularly look for looks specifically, him being easy on the eyes was a bonus. She didn't know how much she liked freckles until now. She really didn't know how to feel about this. She was quite fond of Izuku, but she also liked Whisper a lot. And while she thought that, if given the choice, she'd choose Whisper easily, Izuku made things complicated. It was weird. This was weird and… Miss Tangle? Tangle jolts. Realizing she spaced out thinking about Izuku and Whisper, she turned red. Oh, look at the time. She looked around for a clock, but there wasn't one. She looked at her wrist, she wasn't wearing a watch. She was fumbling. Quickly brushing her tail, she threw the brush back into the cabinet and leaped over Cow. Gotta go, B. She disappeared downstairs. Cow smirked, pulling out her walkie-talkie. Mission success, she whispered. I have planted the seed in Tangle. I repeat, I have planted the seed. Over. Great job, Cow. Avira whispered back happily. You and Eri are free to relax now. The mission is over. I repeat, you and Eri are free to relax now, and the mission is over. It's been a pleasure working with you, brother. Over and out. New metal. Izuku noticed that Tangle and Whisper had been acting odd for a few hours. Out of the blue, both of them at the same time had just shown up in the lab and silently watched him work. Usually they left him be and did their own things. So why were they acting like this? Well, he concluded that that could be a possible reason, but that had a small chance of being true, while on the other hand, there was a massive chance he could be reading them wrong. And if he confronted them about it, things had a massive chance of uncomfortably shifting in a bad way. He wasn't some dense moron. He was just. The possibility flattered him, truly, but the possibility of screwing up the only real friendship he had terrified him. He didn't have the guts to risk everything on a possible misinterpretation. He stops working, resting his hands on the large metal table in front of him. "Whisper, Tangle," he said. I have something to tell you." Whisper widened her eyes. She grits her teeth as her heart hammered in her chest. Was this really happening? It couldn't. She wasn't ready yet. She heard Tangle take a deep breath, clearly trying and failing to calm her nerves. Wait, why was she nervous? Was it for the... It's about Shadow, Izuku says. Oh, thank God. Thank you, to God. No longer feeling the urge to pass out, Whisper calmly asked, "What about that foul creature?" Well, during the last battle and the most recent one, Metal Sonic gathered a good amount of battle data on him. I could, theoretically, make a near-perfect replica of him, with his moves and a replica of his powers with the exception of teleportation. He'd be useful not only against him but also preparing for Shadow via sparring with him. He gave her a serious look. Whisper, Tangle, it's a lot to ask, but can I create Metal Shadow? Yes. Whisper responds quickly. So quick that it surprised even Tangle. I need a way to de-stress. De-stress from what? Stress. Okay. Whisper and Tangle watched Izuku create his newest robot, Metal Shadow. Now, Izuku could have been lazy and just built Metal Sonic but with Shadow's colors, but he didn't do that. He made him similar to Metal Sonic, but very visually distinct from him as well. The girls and the kids occasionally left and re-entered the room to do things such as using the bathroom, but for as long as everyone could, they watched Izuku create. Metal Shadow was soon complete, and he and Metal Sonic stared at each other face to face. It was impossible to tell how they felt about each other, but there was a clear sense of rivalry between them. Hey, Avi, what are they saying? Cal whispered to him, to which Avira gave her a look. Why are you asking me? No reason. Overhaul was gone, and as far as Izuku knew, no one outside of Aldra recognized or knew him. So, it was time for Eri to genuinely experience the outside world. At least, that was what Izuku wanted. But he was worried about Bakugo. There was a possibility that, by some horrible slide of bad luck, he'd accidentally run into him. If I run into him and he starts acting crazy in front of Eri, I'll actually go out of my way to ruin his life. He didn't want to be bothered with Bakugo. He wanted him to ruin his own life. But he was more than willing to go there if he pushed him far enough. Hero potential be dmed. Now that I think about it, the hero potential excuse is complete garbage. If he yells and bullies people, he has zero hero potential. PRD. But, of course, he had a powerful quirk. And that made him a shoo-in for heroism, apparently. But enough about that. That's enough. Whisper and Metal Shadow stopped fighting. The former was tired and bruised while the latter was visibly damaged all over. That's your 12th fight, Izuku said, tossing Whisper a bottle of water. I'm surprised at how durable you are. Whisper blushes. I don't go down easy. Especially at the prospect of impressing him or Tangle. I've been doing this for years. Neat. Izuku says as he begins repairs on Metal Shadow. I think that's enough for now. I do have to take Eri out today. Out? Yeah. Children need physical activity. And while she could just hang around in the yard, Eri also needs to get used to being around other people outside of the house. There was also the problem of getting the children friends that were their age. That and other things such as educating them. Izuku was born with extraordinary non-quirk intelligence, but he was no teacher. He could learn, but he wasn't an adult. It'd be better to get them someone more qualified. They've just been sitting around the house all day. They were active, but still in the house almost all day. That would have to end soon. I trust you to make the smart decision in this regard. Whisper smirks. Smarty pants. Izuku deadpanned at her. I find it hard to believe that you're around my age sometimes. Why? She asked knowingly. Izuku, feeling brave, decides to throw a curveball. You're seriously strong and talented. And in a good way, unlike Bakugo. And your perseverance in the face of an adversary is really cool. Whisper turned red. She forced herself to assume it was just a completely platonic compliment from a good friend. Thanks, she says through her teeth, almost stuttering. Why, you're pretty cool yourself. Damn it. Thank you, Whisper. Once repairs on Metal Shadow were finished, Izuku stretched. Guard the house and everyone in it, Metal. Stay alert. Metal Shadow nods. Izuku took a shower, changed into something casual, and went to talk to his precious unicorn, who was tossing around a small beanbag with her siblings. Hey, Eri. Distracted, Eri beamed, happily to turn and see him. Dad. Only to be smacked in the face by the beanbag Avira threw. Oh. Avira snickers instead of apologizing, leading Eri to pout before throwing it back at him. Oh. Since none of them were actually hurt, Izuku allowed himself to chuckle at their antics. Say, how would you like to go out into the city with me? At first, Eri seemed quite uncomfortable with this. But then she remembered that Overhaul was gone. But then she remembered Bakugo. All in all, she was conflicted. But not conflicted enough to refuse. Okay, Dad. If you're worried about Bakugo and other bad people attacking us, Izuku held up his wrist, showing her his strange black wristband. He held up 2 fingers, and the wristband turned into a stun baton. Don't. Do you have a permit for that? Avira asked. I have permits for a shocking amount of things. Izuku's stun baton turned back into a wristband. Besides, thanks to quirks and everyone focusing on them, weapon laws have relaxed a bit. And besides, even if he didn't have permits, Izuku had money. And with money, consequences didn't exist. Oh, and I also have this. He shows up a can of pepper spray. Good old blindness in a can. Oh, and by the way, don't call me Dad in public. Izuku says. We don't need anyone asking questions. With that, Eri felt comfortable enough to leave with him, walking close at his side. Hey, Deku, big brother. Eri says with excited steps. Can we get a beanbag chair? For you, I'll get the biggest. Izuku widened his eyes as a familiar rotund boy with large red wings almost grabbed him. But a massive invisible something slammed into the boy, sending him flying into a tree and knocking him unconscious. Apex appears, shocking Eri. She honestly forgot about him. But then fear sets in. Dad? Who was that? Izuku stared at the unconscious body from a distance with a neutral expression. Suddenly, he was very glad he made and deployed Apex when he did. Someone who just did something very stupid. Everyone had gathered in the living room, and the unconscious body was on the floor, tied up with a BLNDFLD around his face. Tsubasa? Tangle asked, glaring down at the unconscious body. Who is he? Bakugo crony. Izuku says flatly. He probably came here at his order. His quirk is his wings, as you can. The room shook, and everyone jumped when Whisper punched a crater in a wall. Then they jumped again when Cow did the same to another wall. The small girl was surprisingly strong. I will flay him alive with a rusty pizza cutter. Cow growled darkly. Unbelievable. Whisper shouts. I genuinely cannot believe this. But why did he do that? What is wrong with him? Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose and squinted his eyes. He was tired. Whisper growled. You better not be even thinking about letting this. No. Izuku says. I've ignored him and kept away, and he harassed me. Then he tried just walking in here, and now this. I'm out of patience for him. If he's not gonna grow up and move on then. He trails off. What will you do? Tangle asked. Restraining order. Izuku says, smiling. I'd really rather keep off of the radar, but the safety of my children is the priority. I have security camera footage as well as footage and audio recordings from the body cameras I wore while I was in school. Whisper and Tangle smiled, the latter asking, how much footage do you have? Izuku looked at her. Stupid question. Unfortunately, I will have to leave for a while to get it done. Izuku begins to call for a ride. Tangle, you're with me for emotional support. Whisper, stay here with Metal Sonic and watch the kids. Metal Shadow, dropped Tsubasa off somewhere. I don't care where as long as no one sees you. Whisper, admiring his take charge attitude, nods and pet her weapon. Metal Shadow hoisted Tsubasa over his shoulder and disappeared. Tangle and Izuku sit outside waiting for their ride. The silence was awkward yet oddly pleasant. Perhaps it was because she was alone with him. So, emotional support, huh? Tangle jabbed. I'm honored. I have a feeling I'll need more of your upbeat personality in my life. Izuku says. You and Avira bring balance to my angst. Tangle laughs. Two gremlins just out to see their loved ones happy. Somehow, I'm both extremely lucky and unlucky. Izuku says. But if I have you guys, I think I'll be able to live with whatever chaos life throws at me. Tangle's heart leaped at that. She turns away, her cheeks red with fluster. She lets out a small breath and, Izuku quietly observed as Tangle placed her hand on top of his. He smiles, blushing himself a bit. He holds her hand. They make eye contact. They don't realize how long they stared at each other until the gate bell rings. We should go. Tangle gets up faster than she intended. Yeah. Izuku replied quicker than intended. Neither one of them realized that they were still holding hands until they got in the car. At which point they let go of each other. Both of them noticed clear reluctance in the other while doing that. Metal Shadow untied Tsubasa and threw him in an alley like garbage before leaving. Izuku and Tangle arrive at the district court in which the former would file his restraining order against Bakugo. Unfortunately, they'd have to wait a bit as there were quite a few lengthy lines. So he and Tangle had to sit with some other people who were also waiting to do what they needed to do. After a bit of silence, someone in the chair next to Tangle speaks. What are you in for? Tangle turns. That's an interesting way to start a conversation with a stranger. The person, a tired-looking female around Izuku's and Tangle's age with a sheep-like appearance, simply waited for an answer. But if you must know, this guy Tangle points her thumb at Izuku. Hi. Is here to file a restraining order. What about you? Izuku asked politely. Me too, believe it or not. She replied evenly. Some people just SCK for no reason. Or, if there is a reason, the reason SCKs and makes no sense. Izuku says. The girl smirks. True. But I don't think any reason, no matter how much sense it may make, justifies things like bullying or harassment. If you don't mind me asking, Tangle starts. Are you here for either of those reasons? Harassment. She says calmly. An assault. I'm an intern at a small company, and my boss constantly tries to touch my head because of my wool. He never asks, but I guess he thinks it's fine because he's joking or whatever. And it grows back quickly if cut because of my quirk. Yuck. Tangle says. I assume he's the type that can't take a hint? You wouldn't believe it. I'd know a thing or two about people who can't take a hint. Izuku says. There's this guy, a former friend, that I distanced myself from some time after he began bullying me for my quirklessness. The sheep girl already knew where this was going. Still, she listened intently. You see, even after I kept my distance and didn't talk to him, he still went out of his way to bug me about how weak I am or whatever, or to put me down and put himself up after I get a higher test score than him. Double yuck. The sheep girl says. Izuku continues. After a while, I decided to just drop out of my school. I could live well enough on my own, plus I already had years of footage and recordings from the miniature body cameras I'd wear almost constantly. Years. She widened her eyes. Wow. I could barely take a few months of my boss annoying me. I'd probably go insane if I had to deal with it for years. The less satisfaction they gain on their end, the better. Tangle says. Agreed. But then, get this, sometime after that, one day while I was out, that same guy just walks onto my property, which is private property, by the way, and toward my house. He didn't ring the bell or anything. He just hopped the gate and walked like he owned the place, to my place to make me answer for my lengthy absence. Apparently, he's obligated to know what I'm doing and where I am all the time. But I was out in the yard at the time, Tangle says. And luckily I managed to see him. So, after various attempts to get him to walk away, I just beat him up and threw him out. Good. The sheep stranger says. To me, it looks as if he wants to be in your life for whatever reason. Don't give either to him. I don't plan to. Izuku says. Ever. He thinks he's better than me and everyone else because of his quirk, and he seems bent on making sure he routinely makes sure I know that. Flashy and powerful quirk? She groaned. I hate those types. So what happened after that? He got one of cronies, a boy with wings, to try grabbing me and flying me off, probably to somewhere he was waiting. And given how he appeared almost immediately after I left the house, he must have been waiting there a good while. I narrowly managed to avoid him and knock him out with a weapon I was luckily carrying at the time. That particular run-in was what brought me here. Wow, that bully of yours is desperate for your attention. Like, pathetically so. I know, right? Izuku says. Oh, and my name is Izuku Midoriya, by the way. I'm Lanolin. She says. And you? She looks at his friend. Tangle. Well, Tangle and Midoriya, this was a nice talk. To sit down and just be able to ramble on about how much people SCK was great. Lanolin says. Izuku thought about his response carefully. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try. Hey, you said you were an intern, right? What exactly did you intern for? Apparently, I'm a natural leader. She answered in a flat tone. At least that's what people keep telling me. Perhaps it's due to how easily I can talk to people. I don't really get nervous, and I approach issues calmly and orderly, on top of being a great listener and being able to comprehend and organize things quickly and neatly. Tangle blinked. She's kinda like a more social Izuku. Cool. She shrugs. But don't see it personally. But I figured I may as well explore those qualities, so I became an intern, essentially learning how to boss people around. Little did I know, I picked a garbage bin to intern with. Interesting. Izuku says. You know, if you're willing, I could always hire you. Tangle watched as he took out a pen and scribbled something on it before handing it to Lanolin, who took it. She raised a brow. You look a little young to be anyone's boss. If I were you, I'd hear him out. Tangle raised her hands. You'd be surprised at what he can do. I may be biased, but wow, this guy is awesome. Izuku smiled nervously. I wouldn't say all of that, Tangle. Then he calms down. But before you consider, I'd like you to answer just one question honestly. Sure. How good are you with children? Lanolin's reaction was exactly what Izuku expected it to be. I'd like to think I'm decent with kids. I'm definitely not perfect, but I'm not some horrible child-abusing loser either. Izuku smiles. Then he noticed the lines getting shorter, it getting progressively dark outside. Looks like we can finally get our legal issues sorted. Izuku stood up and stretched. Coincidentally, Lanolin stood and stretched in almost the same way. I hope to see you again, Lanolin. And I hope you remain pleasant company. She smiled calmly. Turns out, Izuku getting his restraining order sorted was easier than he expected. Because, apparently, the guy he was working with had an intelligence quirk because, of course, he did. In the end, after presenting his mountain of evidence, Izuku got what he wanted. Lanolin did as well, based on the smile on her face. All three of them went their separate ways. Hey Midoriya. Tangle, like a child, pointed to a nearby Chinese restaurant. Can we get takeout? Izuku thought about it. We're here and we have the money, so... Woohoo! Tangle grabbed his arm with her tail and dragged him along with her. You're the best, Midoriya. I smelled Chinese rice once and have been craving it ever since, but I could never afford it. Little did they know, they had two homeless onlookers from just across the street. One was a slouching, shirtless boy wearing dirty black shoes and shorts. He was also covered in bandages from head to toe, though bits of black hair poked out from beneath them, as well as his scary-looking bright red pupilless eyes. The other was a girl with white hair, pale skin, and light gray eyes wearing brown shorts, shoes, and a gray shirt. I heard them, the brother said in a low voice, which was muffled by his bandages. They're getting takeout. Do you think they'll give us some if we ask? The sister asked. Of course not. The brother scoffed. Just look at everyone ignoring us. They'll probably just tell us to go find a hero like everyone else. But I still think we should try. The sister said. Fine. The brother sighed. But don't get mad if we have to dumpster dive again. They crossed the street and waited for the duo to come out. When they did, they both approached. The sister was nervous while the boy looked despondent. The sister speaks. Hey. Tangle and Izuku turn. See, can we have some food? They looked at each other, and then Izuku looked at the brother, who rolled his eyes. Here we go. He'd ask about his bandages, and then they'd pointed to the nearest hero agency and, sure. Izuku says, handing them his takeout. What? Tangle was gonna do the same, but Izuku stopped her. Go get another one. What about you? Do what you like. I can go with or without it. Tangle nods, going back into the restaurant. Meanwhile, Izuku sits with the children. The sister was trying to hand the food to her brother, who kept pushing it back to the sister. So, who are you two? They stopped the food wars and looked up at him. The girl was happy and very quickly became friendly with him. I'm Hima. And this is my brother. The boy was unresponsive until the girl nudged him hard. At which point, he begrudgingly responded. Daimao. The brother. Well, Daimao, Hima, why are you two out here? Are you homeless? We are. Hima frowned, turning to her brother. She growled before nudging him again, whispering, Be nice. He's helping us. Daimao sighed. We just happen to be the product of irresponsible adults who were also small-time villains. They had a fling and then had us. After bringing us into this world, they took care of us for a while. And then, out of nowhere, they just left. One thing led to another, and now we're here. Estash. Then, Tangle appeared with 2 containers of takeout. One for you. Tangle hands one to Izuku. And one for you. She gave another to the kids before beginning consumption of her own. The kids began eating as well. Hima was straight up dogging everything down with her bare hands, whereas Daimao was more subdued and calm, eating with his spork. But still, he had been quite hungry. Izuku could tell. So, how'd you two like to live with me? The children nearly choked. And Tangle, not at all surprised, just kept eating. What? Daimao's mask of calm pessimism cracked. Do you two want to come with me? Izuku asked gently. Yes. Hima answered joyfully. But Daimao was hesitant. What? You just met us. For all we know, we could be trying to kill you and stuff. Are you out to kill me? Izuku asked with a smile. Nope. Hima says. Daimao sputters before continuing on. Then why you're trying to sell our organs? No, you're a pair of ped dash. Hima grabbed Daimao, turning him around. Die. She spoke in a scarily sweet tone as her expression darkened. Daimao sweats profusely through his bandages, standing straight. Despite being taller than her, he still felt small. Why yes. Shut up. But dash. Okay. Okay. I give you my word that I won't sell your organs. Or do whatever you think I'll do to you. Izuku says. Oh, and my name is Izuku Midoriya, by the way. And the girl is Tangle. They all eat. Daimao, between bites, kept looking around and behind them, looking for some kind of threat nearby. But none comes. And then their ride came. Seeing how anxious Daimao was, Izuku and Tangle sat together on the right side while Daimao and Hima sat on the left, with Daimao having window privileges. Tangle could see that they were holding hands. Which, given their situation and that they were siblings, wasn't surprising. But it made her think about how she and Izuku held hands. She wanted to do it again. But she refrains from doing so. She didn't want to seem weird to him. Izuku could see that they were holding hands. Which, given their situation and that they were siblings, wasn't surprising. But it made him think about how he and Tangle held hands. He wanted to do it again. But he refrains from doing so. He didn't want to come off as clingy or touchy to her or anything. Bakugo was bitter. He wasted hours in the park waiting for his dumbass friend to fly in with Deku. Said friend never showed back up, by the way. He just wanted to talk to him. To show him where his place is, but no, he was being a coward and not facing him like a man. He was not worth his time, or whatever that freak with the tail said. Bakugo was snapped out of his thoughts when his mother barged into his room. Why the didn't you knock, you old hag dash? She threw a bundle of papers in his face. Bakugo almost blew them to nothingness, but after hearing how weirdly silently she was, he held back as he picked the papers up and read them. As he read, his expression twists into rage. What the F dash? Mitsuki finally spoke. Yeah, what the F dash is exactly right. She yelled. But it wasn't out of anger. Katsuki felt a bit of pain upon hearing the sheer disappointment in her voice. How in the goddamn world did you get a FING restraining order put on you? That was a question, Katsuki. Katsuki had nothing to say. Nothing, huh? Right. Mitsuki sighed in frustration. I don't know who Izuku Midoriya is, but stay the hell away from him, alright? Use your head for once. Do as the restraining order says. Because this will follow you. Employers, schools, everyone will learn about this. Bakugo widened his eyes. And you'll be DMN lucky if you're still able to get into UA regardless of this. Don't be a dumbass and make things worse for yourself. Sit away from him. She slammed the door on her way out. Bakugo stared at the papers for multiple minutes straight. That. He wasn't man enough to speak with him face to face, so he went out of his way to F with his life by pulling this. He always does this. He always FING does this. First, he always gets better grades than him and looks down at him for it, and by extension, making himself look better in the eyes of UA, and now he puts a stain on his perfect record with this shitty restraining order, further FING with his chances. He threw the papers to the floor. He couldn't get away with this. He wouldn't let that FING Deku get away with this. He wouldn't let him keep running and hiding away in the shadows from him, laughing at him from the safety of his stupidly massively house. That Deku was using his money to sabotage him, and he wouldn't let him get away with it. But this restraining order. One wrong move, and he'd really be screwed. No matter. He'd think of something. In the end, he'd humble Deku and become a hero. I'm Hima, and I'm 6 years old. Daimao. 7. Instantly, Eri, Avira, and Kao introduced themselves and began lobbing compliments at them. With Eri being the more reserved of the three. Daimao was cool, Hima was pretty. Daimao was intimidating in a good way, and Hima was elegant. And so on and so forth. It went on and on. Hima enjoyed every second of their kindness while Daimao couldn't stop sweating. Whoa, don't overwhelm them now. Izuku says. Though he appreciated how trusting they were of them. They're new. Give them some time to settle in. Hey. Daimao looked at Izuku. So you just adopt any mangy kid you find on the street? Technically, the three of them and you two found me. Izuku says. Eri bumped into me and Avira and Kao kinda broke in. You two asked for food and I brought you here. If he hadn't, I would have punched him. Tangle says with a smile. Why yeah. Izuku took a small step away from her. Anyway, it's not like I could have just left you in the streets. I have more than enough, so why not share? Daimao looked stunned. What is wrong with this guy? So you're just kind for the sake of it? Seriously? Yeah. Daimao averts his eyes. You're weird. Either that or you're extremely bored with your life. It was both before we came here. Tangle joked, making Izuku glare at her. Anyway, I have questions if you're willing to answer them. Hima, after becoming fast friends with Eri and Kao, walked up to him. Sure. She eyed her brother, making him flinch and stand next to her. First off, I need to know what your quirks are. Hima gladly answered, I make these. A pair of white disembodied hands appeared from her hands and floated at her sides. I can make a dozen, and if they touch someone, they feel great. The hands made contact with Izuku, making him feel pleasantly calm and at peace, and above all else, extremely happy and loved. Deciding to give a more specific explanation, Daimao speaks up. Her quirk is called Hands of Grace. He says, every good thing you've done for someone simply for the sake of good gets put upon you. In other words, what good you made them feel, you feel. Huh. Izuku says as Hima's Hands of Grace fade. That's a very specific quirk. Does it work based on the person's memory or intent? A mix of both, probably. Daimao says, my quirk is the same as hers. He made a pair of hands appear just as Hima did. For some reason, they had a darker feel to them. Hima looked nervous while Daimao smirked under his bandages. The hands rush Izuku and grab his shoulders. Nothing's happening, Izuku says awkwardly. Apart from the obvious hand creation, I don't think dash. He was a little put off by how Hima started joyfully squealing and how stunned Daimao looked. How? Daimao snapped away his created hands. Are you real? I can't believe it either. Whisper says, making Izuku blush a little. Mr. Midoriya, Hima barely managed to calm herself. Her excitement was still palpable, however. Dai's quirk is the same as mine, but it works differently. I make bad people feel every bad thing they've done to others. Even simple things like malicious insults and stealing don't get overlooked by my quirk, Hands of Penance. Losing his composure, Daimao points at him. But you didn't know that, you couldn't have known that. You were completely off guard, but nothing happened anyway. Why? The idea of someone having next to no evil in them was bizarre and impossible to Daimao. Everyone, and I mean everyone, has some bad in them. Everyone. No one is completely good to others for no reason. I can't really answer that. Izuku said. But I think you should have more faith in others, Daimao. He pats his head. I'll be honest. I had a pretty rough life. Not as rough as yours, but to some degree, I think we can relate to each other. Izuku says. My parents are villains too. And like yours, they just up and left me one day. But for the bits where they were around, they weren't good to me, not abusive, but still not good. That, on top of my quirklessness, and my life wasn't great, nor were the people around me. Things were rough. A few times, the world almost got to me. I almost considered using my skills to hurt the world back. But I never did. Daimao stomped. Why? Izuku smirked. Look around. Doing that wouldn't have gotten me anywhere. If I had added to how bad everything is, it would have just made everything worse overall, which would have, at some point, spiraled and created similar circumstances to yours and I. It wasn't fun to endure, but in a weird way, I'm grateful for what happened to me. I wouldn't be who I am today if I weren't put through the ringer by life. It wasn't fun being hurt, but hurting others wouldn't have been fun either. He sighs. Besides, if I were to spite anyone, it'd be through non-violent, non-murdery means. The only exceptions are my parents and other irredeemable and abhorrently evil monsters. In their case, their deaths would be better for everyone else. With that being said, I can't imagine inflicting the same pain I experienced on others, let alone any pain or misery at all, without sufficient reason. His words were processed, and what he said quickly set in for everyone. Daimao couldn't say anything, no matter how hard he tried, while Hima and the other children looked at him with admiration. Tangle and Whisper weren't blushing. After processing what he said, only one thought was on both of their minds at the moment. I am going to marry him. But this thought was dashed when Daimao suddenly ran away. Izuku was gonna run after him, but Hima stepped in his way. Don't worry about him. He just needs some time. She says. He isn't used to. You know. Yeah. By the way, can I? She shuffled her feet. Can I call you Dad? If you feel comfortable doing so, go ahead. Hima Midoriya hugged his leg. Thank you, Dad. In less than a desirable-looking apartment, a mother and daughter spoke. So, Lanolin's mother, who also had a sheep-like appearance, spoke evenly. After talking to him and his friend, Tangle, he just offered you a job? Yeah. He asked how good you were with kids. Yeah. Her mother sighed. Did you even ask anything about what working there is going to be like? Lanolin, without a word, calls Izuku. Midoriya speaking. This is lanolin. What's my pay gonna be like? It depends on a few things. And, of course, you'll have to bring your mother so we can discuss a contract and stuff. But you'll start at 30,000 yen per week. Lanolin's mother's jaw dropped. Great. I'll be over later today. Lanolin hung up and looked at her mother. Later today? We're leaving right now. They drove toward the address on the card. Oh. Lanolin's mother said. This was the first time Lanolin herself had been genuinely flustered. I think this place is as big as you. Lanolin pressed the doorbell. In a few seconds, Tangle appeared and opened it. She was eating a sandwich and wearing obnoxiously bright and flashy shades. Sup, girl? She smirked upon seeing her surprised face. Told ya. Izuku's cool. And he thankfully isn't the egotistical type either. She gestured for them to enter with her tail. Come in. I'll give you a tour. So, this is the yard. Tangle said as she finished her sandwich. It's big. It's spacious. And it's fun as heck to swing around in. Cool, Lanolin's mom decides to press her. But a place this obscenely big has to have some kind of security, right? Because it looks as if this place is a haven for exploitable blind spots. We have security, yes. And there will be more to come in the future. I would like to see it. She says. Tangle snorts. Are you sure? Confused, she answered, yes? All right. Tangle cracked her knuckles. Aside from myself and a few others, we have a guard dog, or I guess a guard cat of sorts. The point of him is that people who aren't welcome don't know he exists. And even if they somehow did, it'd be extremely hard to avoid his detection. Or even know if he's watching you at all without some crazy sensory quirk. Lanolin gulped as Tangle whistled. Epics. You can come out. The mother and daughter heard disturbingly close, thunderous footsteps coming from behind them. They saw as a towering shadow appeared above them. They turned and nearly passed out from fear. Apex was FING scary. His terrifying appearance aside, neither Lanolin nor her mother heard him until Tangle made him come out. On top of that, based on what they did. Here, he had been very close this entire time. And heard nothing. I see. Lanolin's mother composed herself. Somewhat. That thing is your security? I can't tell you what he can do, but any and all threats to the house should be disposed of quickly by good ol' Apex here. Apex just stares at the duo until Tangle waves him off. You can go now. Apex leaves, his tail swaying as he camouflaged into the environment. Even as they watched him leave, they couldn't see him. Geez. Lanolin muttered. And this is the house. And 3 of the kids. Tangle says cheerily. Avira was bouncing on the couch while Eri and Cow were playing Connect. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the 3, making Lanolin feel quite out of place. This is Lanolin. Izuku is thinking about hiring her. And this is Lanolin's mother. Tangle says, pointing at Ratch's respective person. And Lanolin, their names are Eri, Cow, and Avira. There are 2 others, a boy and a girl named Daimao and Hima, but they are elsewhere. The older sheep woman was put off by Avira's robotic appearance but doesn't comment on it. The kids seem to behave well enough. Lanolin's mother assessed coolly. And there's no mess and dash. Mother. Lanolin sniped, silencing her. Stop. Sensing some tension, Tangle spoke. If you agree to work here, you'll be free to use any of the facilities you wish, including but not limited to the dozen bathrooms and the kitchen. Dozen bathrooms? Lanolin raised a brow. There are a ton of rooms varying in size in this place, but most of them are empty. But they'll be fashioned as needed by Izuku in the future. Tangle explains. Izuku has a lot, and he's more than willing to give a lot too. Just look at the kids. Lanolin was beginning to like this place. Lanolin's mother, however, upon looking at her daughter and what was being presented here, felt a strange uneasiness. So, what exactly will my daughter be doing here anyway? Lanolin looked at her mother and rolled her eyes, exhausted at her questions already. According to what Lanolin herself said, she's a natural leader and great at talking, listening, and comprehending as well as keeping calm. Tangle says, Her work hasn't been decided yet, but it will be once we get a read on what she's capable of. I see. Lanolin glares at her mother. Tangle sees this and moves on. This is the basement lab. Tangle says. This is where Izuku makes all of his robots and other quirky inventions. Apex, the guard cat, was created in this very room. Lanolin's mother looked around the lab. Everything was clean and organized, and nothing stood out to her as dangerous. How is the security on this place? Meltdowns, malfunctions, mishaps, and other accidents don't happen, or at least they never have while I was here, but in case they do, there are many protocols in place to contain the accident and keep it from causing damage. And what would those protocols be? Lanolin gave her a look. Weren't you listening? If she knew, then that would mean an accident happened, which she had just said never occurred while she was here. She rolled her eyes. And finally, Tangle dramatically opens a nice-looking door. The man's office himself. Izuku sat behind his wooden desk, and on his sides were two robots, Metal Sonic and Metal Shadow. Hello. Izuku bowed his eyes. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Aren't you a little young to be running a place like this? The mother asked. What's with the robots? I created them, of course. Izuku answers. They're well-versed in combat and guard the inside of the house, while Apex guards the outside. You made that creepy cat and those things? Lanolin clenched her fists as her mom kept talking. And you take care of those kids when you're so young yourself? Correct. Do you even know what your dash? The contract. Lanolin says. Did you make it? Yup. Izuku unveils it. Here you go. Lanolin takes and reads it. Her mother kept trying to take it, but Lanolin, without looking at her, moved it out of her reach. Only after reading it twice over did she hand it off. Her mom reads it once, then twice, and then one more time. It was shocking just how much freedom Lanolin would have should she sign it. She could even change the contract terms, within reason, once every other month should she desire. The pay was nice too. It's not extreme, but nice. There were also 2 signatures needed. Lanolin's and hers. Well, Izuku says, startling her. If you fully understand the contents of the contract, all that's needed is your permission, and we can get started. Midoriya. Lanolin says. Yes. If it's okay, I would like to live here. Lanolin states, startling her mother. Elani. Are you sure? Izuku asked, surprised. Whether or not you live here while working is completely optional. You do not have to dash. I want to. She says firmly. Can I? You have the space. Are you absolutely sure? I am. Really? Yes. She says. I've been thinking about it ever since I saw this place. I'm sure. Well, I can help you with the move, but I can't do anything without your mother's consent. Lanolin looked at her mother before saying, Can we have the room? Of course. Izuku stands up. Let's go. I'll come back in an hour. With his robots, Izuku leaves. Lanolin's mother let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Dash. Lanolin, without hesitation, signs her part of the contract before sliding it to her mother and throwing her the pen. Sign it. But Dash. Sign it. Lanolin interrupts. But this is a big decision. A decision I have thought about thoroughly. I know what I'm doing. Sign the contract. This place. It's Dash. Sign the DMN contract. Lanolin yells, losing her composure. Lanolin. Her mother shouts back, but in a more sheepish tone. Where do you get off yelling at your mother? And where do you get off acting like a mother? Lanolin sniped, making her shrink. What? Now you're acting. Like you care? Now that I have a chance at getting away from you, you're gonna act like you give a DMN. That's hilarious. I do care. Why are you acting like this? Lanolin appeared as if she were genuinely resisting the urge to strangle her. There is no way you just asked me that. Lanolin said quietly. Fine. Even though you should already know, I'll tell you. And I'll be completely honest too. She rests her head on her arm. I hate you. Gasping, the mother reached out, only to have her hand slapped away by her daughter. This isn't me acting out because you took a toy or something. I despise you. Truly and wholeheartedly. Even though I told you multiple times that I was being assaulted multiple times by my old boss and you did nothing, I, to some extent, can forgive that. Even though I had to learn some legal terms and take care of everything relating to that incident myself while you sat at home twiddling your thumbs, I can forgive that. But, she clenched her fists. There is one thing I can never forgive you for. Despite all of your shortcomings, the things you've ruined for me, and your frustrating incompetence, I still loved you somewhat. After a pause, she comes out and says it. You let Dad die. Before she could retort, Lanolin spoke. He worked himself to death trying to take care of me where you couldn't. You saw the signs, but like with everything else, you made it worse. I tried talking to him, but he wouldn't listen. I was the one he was trying to help after all. I constantly think about what would have happened had you told him something that wasn't, find some easier jobs. Maybe he would have taken care of himself. Maybe he wouldn't. Regardless, you still killed him. It's a miracle you didn't embarrass us at his funeral like you did dozens of times when he was alive. Her mother cried as Lanolin lay into her. You ruin everything. The inheritance Dad left behind that was to be used for college? In your attempt to help me, you gambled it away. In an attempt to learn about my friends, you annoyed their parents and drove them away from me. They hate you and my school teachers dread every time they're required to talk to you. Of course, Lanolin says. That isn't every way you failed me. But I don't have all day, so I'll stop there. You've messed up every opportunity you have had to improve yourself and for me to grow. But I will not, under any circumstances, let you ruin this for me with your stupid, useless, and offensive questions. These people? This place? They know what they're doing. Midoriya especially is a well-oiled machine. He's smart and knows what he's doing, and he has a vision. One that I want to be a part of. There's much I can and want to learn from him. Do you get it? This, she tapped the contract, is the only way you can make up for everything you did. With this job, I can fund myself. I can make it through middle school, and I may even be able to attend UA and make my mark on the world. Lanolin picks up the pen and places it neatly atop the paper. Sign the contract. Here. Lanolin hands Izuku the contract, which was signed. Great. Izuku says, offering a handshake. It's a pleasure to be working with you. She shook his hand, smiling. The pleasure is all mine. Then Lanolin's mother left the room and began speed walking down the hall. Izuku didn't see her face, but he swore he saw tear stains. Is she okay? She is. Lanolin answered rather dismissively. Right. Izuku didn't believe it, but it was none of his business, so he continued. I'll arrange for your move here. After that, we'll talk more about what you can and will do. Right. Lanolin smiled as her mother left the house. I'll do my best. Good hand, bad hand. Daimao was curled up on the floor in one of many empty rooms in the house. Izuku was nice. He was nice to him and everyone in this stupidly large stupid house. But he was so kind it was actually disgusting. He must be looking for something in return, right? Maybe he wanted kids like him to be his soldiers or something. Whatever the case, he just couldn't wrap his head around someone who was good for the sake of it. Every hero he had met made Demon sure everyone knew that they were helping him and his sister. They were so annoying. There was also the disturbing fact that his quirk worked disturbingly well on every hero he used it on. After it helped him avoid so many bad people, especially people, he grew to trust his quirk more than other humans. Aside from his sister, of course. But that trust was compromised upon meeting Izuku, who his quirk didn't affect at all. There were no past crimes to turn against him. He was a completely clean slate with nothing but pure intentions. It was weird. He was weird. Everything was weird. It was all too good to be true. Izuku would at some point ruin this so-called perfect safe haven for them. And Daimao wanted no part in it. On one hand, he wanted to leave. Izuku could just be really good at hiding his true intentions. But on the other hand, Hima trusted him. And they had food. Really good food and showers, which he quite enjoyed. It was nice being clean for once, even though it was a pain to cover himself back up in his bandages. As much as he despised the idea of being here, he couldn't force his sister to leave. Not only would she just not do it, but he also didn't have the heart to let his paranoia run rampant and ruin this for her. She had friends here, and she would inevitably make more as long as she stayed because of her friendly nature. He just didn't like how trusting she was of everyone. He was supposed it didn't matter. She was happy here, and what kind of older brother would he be if he ruined it? He decided. He would stay out of the way, avoid the other children and the caretakers, and only take what he needed to stay alive. Die. Hime says. Or not. Die, open the door. Daimao tries his hardest to ignore her, but she doesn't make it. She never did. Die, if you don't open this door in the next 5 seconds, I'll strangle you with your bandages. Daimao quickly lets her in, glaring at her as she enters with a smile. She acted as if she didn't just threaten him with bodily harm. So, whatcha doing in this empty, boring room? Minding my business. Why? What do you mean why? I don't want anything to do with the people downstairs. Daimao says. Why? Daimao snarled. Why are you so trusting, huh? Do you really think everything's just gonna be peachy here? Everything's been great so far. Hime says. The other kids, my siblings, are great. Eri is totes adorbs, Cow's wings are pretty, and Avira is hilarious. The robots are cool, and Dad is super nice. Daimao was stunned and deeply offended. You're calling that Midoriya guy, Dad, already? And you're already calling those other kids your siblings? What about me? Hime sighed. Question. Why are you my brother, Daimao? Daimao flinched at her use of his full name. Because we're Dash. No. Hime interrupts. Not because we're related. Lots of people are blood related and don't call themselves family. Why do you think that is? After not getting an answer, Hime continues. You're my brother because you care about me. You look out for me and protect me. We would do anything and everything for each other. And everyone down there. Hime points downward. Dot would do the same, despite us only having just met. They were awkward for a bit, but that's only because we were new people. But almost right away, I was treated like I was one of them. They put their full faith in Dad and treated me with kindness. She stepped toward her brother. I'm not gonna make you do anything you don't want to, but please, just give them a chance. They have no reason to trust us, but we were welcomed anyway. She takes her leave. I picked up competitive Uno with the girls, so I'll be going now. Daimao sighs. He was given a lot to think about, despite how much he wanted to deny it. The restoration. All right. Izuku sat with Lanolin in his office, both having a nice hot cup of coffee with them. I already know what you can do, but I want to know what you want to do, Lanolin. What are your goals, and what are you hoping to accomplish here? Lanolin takes a sip. Admittedly, I'm not quite sure. She says, I desire to help people. But not like a hero or police officer or anything. You want to help people? Well, what do you consider helping people to mean to you? Lanolin thinks hard on it. Then she stops. It's hard to explain. But I want to help people, and I also want to create opportunities for others who want to help, you know? But not in the usual hero way. Izuku smiled. I think I understand. For various reasons, most out of one's control, some can't become heroes. So they either become vigilantes and get arrested or die, or those who can't be heroes are beaten down and pushed to villainy. There are also people that, due to bad circumstances, a bad environment, and other factors, become petty criminals or villains. If I understand you correctly, you want to prevent this from occurring as much as possible, yes? Lanolin smiles. That's exactly right, sir. You somehow put it in better words than I did. No, none of that, sir, stuff, all right? Just call me Midoriya. Izuku says. Sorry, Midoriya. Lanolin's monotone voice contained a hint of excitement. See, I think that most villains and the like are created from a lack of opportunity to make other choices. Heroes help, sure, but they, annoyingly enough, just throw all of their problems in some prison instead of looking deeper. There are some people who are just plain evil, and some who can't or don't want to change, and others who are selfish. But there are a disgusting number of people who don't get the help they want and/or need and become villains because of it. I want to stop that. I want more opportunities to exist for others. To bring as many people together as possible to help others. I don't want to be a hero. I want to help people and teach them how to help themselves without resorting to crime. That's all. I understand. Izuku says. And what would you like to call this vision of yours? Lanolin ponders. I believe that since the creation of heroes, the common people's sense of empathy has been almost lost. After all, why bother doing anything or helping anyone yourself if some guy in a costume can do it for you? Why be selfless when someone else can do it? I don't want to destroy trust in heroes. I want to restore empathy and selflessness in all people. They sit in silence for a bit, smiling at each other. A name popped up in their minds at the same time. The Restoration. Anger. After thoroughly sparring with Metal Shadow, Whisper fights Samurai next. He was troublesome, annoyingly fast, and floaty like a butterfly with hits that stung like a bee. She wanted to get used to fighting opponents that were faster than her, like Shadow. In the end, despite her experience, she actually couldn't land a single hit on him. Damn it. Whisper spat, wincing as Tangle helped with her various wounds. I couldn't even hit Samurai. And he was holding back as well. Had it been a real fight, he would have killed me multiple times over. Don't be discouraged, Tangle said with a smile. Keep at it, and you'll get it eventually. I'm sure of it. Whisper stares at her. Tangle, after a few moments, noticed this and blinked, her face gaining a reddish tint. Whisper? Something the matter? How are you so? Happy all the time? It's like smiling comes naturally to you. It's because I'm with you. Tangle blurts out. I mean. Before she could deny what she said, she sighed. She's known Whisper for years. And well, you only live once. She may as well be honest. It's because you're here, Whisper. And alive. It's kind of stupid, but I'm really glad that we're here together. That you exist. And stuff. Whisper giggles. I'm grateful for your existence too. Tangle continues dressing her wounds for a time while Samurai leaves them be. It was a little awkward, but secretly, Tangle liked touching her and Whisper liked being touched by her, so it was all fine. Tangle gained the courage to ask her something. Whisper. Yes. Do you have to continuously try to kill Shadow? For a few moments, Whisper doesn't answer, scaring Tangle. Why do you ask? She asked calmly. Too calmly. I will assume you have a good reason for such a question. Well, before we didn't really know who or what Shadow was. He told you that he was artificially made, but that was it. And now, we know for certain that he was artificially made, meaning that he was ordered by someone else, that being Izuku's mother, Inko, to kill the diamond cutters. So, wouldn't that mean Shadow is innocent in all of this? What else was he supposed to do? Go against the person who made him? Whisper was silently for a while. Again, why are you insinuating such an idea? Because. Tangle trembles briefly. I haven't seen you happy. Ever. Before Izuku, it was always eat, sleep, and train with you. But after he found us, you felt genuine happiness. I can't recall the last time you actually seemed to enjoy yourself before now. I don't want you to. I don't know. Ruin that for yourself by continuing this revenge quest. Shadow killed your friends, yes, but he's not a regular person like us. He was created to be Inko's murder machine. And if he didn't listen, his life would have certainly been jeopardized. He probably has to live with the threat of being killed and replaced every single day. You don't have to be friends with the guy. I'm just saying that you should probably take a while to reassess your options. What options? Whisper asked coldly. What do you suggest I do? I can't go after Inko. Izuku is her son. He's the one who decides her fate. I wouldn't even think about taking that from him. This anger. It refuses to die out. I can't even sleep properly without remembering their deaths at Shadow's hands. I can't stop thinking about it no matter what I do. It's torture. I don't have any other choice but to kill him, Tangle. Tangle sighs. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that revenge is bad and wouldn't solve anything like on TV. Because I could be wrong. I just want you to lean on me a little more. Whisper wiped a tear from her eye. Don't I lean on you enough? You're still sad, so no you don't. Tangle answers. An idea pops in her head, causing her to blush. Hey, I would like to try something. To help you. Whisper tilts her head. Sure. What is it? Whisper still couldn't sleep. But not because her friends' deaths kept harassing her, no, but because she was currently cuddling with Tangle, her head in her bust. They've shared a bed before, but it was never quite like this. This was nice, but at the same time, she could barely concentrate. She smelled. And her fur was so soft and her body was. Calm down. Whisper shouted internally. Tangle? I trust you, but is this really necessary? Of course. Tangle sputtered. She snuggled her more closely by wrapping her in her tail. Like Whisper, she could barely keep it together. She couldn't believe she asked for this, nor that Whisper actually agreed and wasn't repulsed by the idea whatsoever. Cuddles solve everything. It's science and stuff. Tangle says confidently, thanking Solaris that her bright red face couldn't be seen by best friend, totally not second crush. If we sleep like this, it should help with your nightmares. And maybe, if the nightmares go away, you'll be free from your anger as well. Whisper hums, hugging Tangle. She quite enjoyed her friend being the big spoon. Okay. Why you? Okay? Just like that? Yes. Whisper smiled in her chest. As I said, I trust you. They went to sleep at record speed. Savage passions, Guatemala heat. Two people, a man and a woman, stood outside of a humble home. Their clothing was wet thanks to the rainstorm going on. I'm sorry, Juan Pablo. Eloise, what have you to apologize for? Juan Pablo asked in a worried tone. Eloise couldn't get the words to come out. Shadow growled as he watched the TV show from his velvet bed. Eloise, I swear to Solaris if you even think about leaving Juan Pablo for that billionaire, I'll dash. Eloise runs away. Juan Pablo chases her but stops. He appears distraught as his lover runs into the rainstorm. No! Shadow stands up. But, seriously? How could you do that to him? Angrily, he begins pacing around his room. Juan Pablo loved you. He saved you from those cartel guys. He helped you pay for your sick mother's medical bills. He was your friend since childhood, and you just left him? And for who? A mysterious, elusive, shadowy billionaire who will treat you garbage. I mean, sure, he didn't have much, but he worked himself to the bone to get you that dress you wore to your brother's marriage. He even helped fund the funeral service for your father. And you just ran away from him. You were everything to him. He didn't like you for your money or your looks, but just because you were you. Well, it's to be him, I guess. Screw him for being just a regular guy who tries his best in a world that kept hurting him. Who cares if he was willing to do everything for you? A rich guy bumped into you once, so you must be fated to marry him, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. These stupid writers and stupid Eloise. All of that fluff and stellar romantic development for what? What was it all for? I mean the nerve of some dash. Shadow. Shadow jolts at the sound of his creator's tired voice, ceasing his pacing. He slowly turns and finds her standing in the doorway in her green and white pajamas and nightcap. Is 2 p.m. Why are you being so loud? Inko asked tiredly. I was. Inko looked at the TV, blinking. Why are there Latinos on your TV? What TV? The TV I'm dash. A chaos spear flew through the device, putting a large hole in it and the wall behind it. What TV? Shadow asked, coughing and looking away knowingly. Inko stared at him for a few seconds before sighing. I'm not replacing that. Okay. Ever since Bakugo hopped the gate and that big guy with the wings tried grabbing Izuku, Avira has made a habit out of watching the gate by possessing it. Moments like this were what made him grateful for his quirk, despite it coming with the lack of a physical body. He could possess literally anything non-organic, and even if he couldn't control it, he could still watch people through said thing, and they'd never know. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep except for him supposedly, as he physically did not need it. If he spotted something odd or saw someone trying to break in, he'd alert Izuku or Apex. Hopefully, nothing would happen. Maybe, just maybe, people would leave him alone. And then a group of helicopters appeared in the sky, and jumping out of one was a man in a red suit. Izuku was deeply concerned by the existence of the Chaos Conduits and the Chaos Enforcers ever since Kao appeared and told him about them. There was no way in hell he'd just sit around when he had an extremely powerful and dangerous gem sitting under his bed. So, in secret, he began experimenting with it. Upon making contact with it physically for the first time, he found it strangely easy to use and tinker with. No matter. Izuku was more focused on figuring out its secrets and how to counter it should it be used against him. With it, he successfully made a device. The conduit radar. Should the conduit be taken, he could track it with this device. Its energy signature was integrated into it, so it and everything with energy like it would be picked up. The so-called master conduit was included in this. With the radar, he managed to track its location. Imagine his surprise when he found out it was on a floating island way out in the ocean. So, now he knew where the big gem was, as well as the likely base of operations for the Chaos Enforcers. So what now? He wouldn't just walk in there and attack. He had no idea what could be waiting there for him, and he didn't know about any quirks aside from Ekid's strength quirk. So, there is no direct attack. Instead, he'd focus on countering the power of chaos and surprising the Chaos Enforcers with his security should they attack. There was no way they couldn't or wouldn't find Kao and the conduit eventually. Just in case they attacked, he wanted to be ready and for everyone to be safe. So, he tinkered with the conduit some more and came up with a few contingencies. In the event they entered the yard, he installed a couple dozen almost unnoticeable vents in the ground, which, upon manual activation with a switch, would put out tons of Apex's sleeping gas, putting everyone to sleep. If they were somehow immune to the gas or avoided it, Metal Shadow, Metal Sonic, Samurai, and Apex would be deployed to handle them. As for how they'd get here, Izuku had no idea. Kao's appearance meant that it was possible for them to simply teleport. But based on what she said, that wasn't likely. So, Izuku made an EMP. One he'd have to make sure didn't knock out any of his stuff. It would attract a lot of attention, but the safety of his family was the priority. In case their weapons and forms of transportation were based on electricity, the EMP would knock them out. After which, either the sleeping gas or his robots would incapacitate. It was a lengthy process setting everything up basically on his own, but he perseveres. He had the attack itself handled, but what about what would come after? What would he do with the sleeping bodies of everyone that attacked? He was stumped in that regard at first, but he soon gained an idea. With the conduit, he'd teleport himself and everyone to the base. With everyone there distracted by the pile of sleeping bodies, Izuku would grab the master conduit and teleport home with it. That was his plan. Hopefully it'd work out. Since Ekid didn't know who or what he was dealing with, but just in case heroes showed up, he brought along a few dozen of his guys along with himself to take back Kao and the conduit. Imagine his surprise when he saw that Kao had apparently found herself in a house almost as big as Yua. Internally patting himself on the back for bringing enough, he leaped over the gate as his guys landed in the stupidly large yard. "The brat is in the house," Ekid said as his group began to leave their landed helicopters. "Break in and find her and whoever's been taking care of her." But before they could even move, a large electromagnetic pulse washed over the small army, causing their helicopters and specially made, high-tech guns to sputter and malfunction. Some even exploded in the hands of their holders. "What the?" And then red gas began to rise up from the ground, drawing Ekid's attention. Reacting quickly, he covered his mouth with his hand. But his guys weren't so lucky. In seconds, all of them fell to the ground, unconscious. "Were they prepared for us?" Whisper stirred awake from her slumber. She blinked a few times before yawning. Being a soldier, that meant she was a relatively light sleeper and very reactive. If she sensed any kind of unusual or alarming stimulus even for the briefest moment, she would be awoken. Sometimes she would wake up at a tree branch snapping from outside. She jolts upon the realization that she was still in Tangle's chest and arms. She reflexively worms out of her grasp, which causes Tangle to wake up. Ha! Tangle yawns. Oh, what's up, Whisper? She stretches, and somehow that was enough to make Whisper feel warm. Blushing and turning her head, Whisper looked outside to distract herself, only to step back. We're being attacked. Whisper grabbed her weapon and suited up. Tangle, fully awake, runs with her. They ran throughout the house, loudly alerting the children and waking everyone up. Tangle, with her tail, knocked on any and every door she could. Suddenly, they heard a voice come in through speakers embedded on the ceiling as the children came out of their rooms, which were mostly next to each other. The voice was Izuku. Calm down, everyone. I already have it covered. Huh. Eri tiredly rubbed her eyes, the others doing the same. What's going on, Miss Tangle? Are we okay? Hema screeched, panicking somewhat. Calm down. Avira shouted, his tone startling everyone. We're being attacked by bad guys. Different kinds of fear appeared on the faces of his siblings. But Dad says he has it handled, so he has it handled. So what do we do? Daimao asked, barely managing to stay calm. Stay together, and stay with Lanolin, Tangle, and Whisper. Izuku says over the speaker system as Lanolin runs into the hall. I will be elsewhere handling the attack. Stay calm, and stay together. This will be over soon. Lanolin smiled. She knew she made the right choice when she heard Izuku out. He was everything she liked in someone. I like a guy who can take charge like that. Her smile fades, her calm and commanding exterior returning. Come with me. Izuku will alert us as soon as it's over. They follow Lanolin to one of the house's larger empty rooms. Damn it. Ekid leaped away from the large paw of Apex while still covering his mouth and nose. What the hell is that thing? It can't be a human. Is it Dash? He was suddenly blindsided by Metal Shadow, who kicked him into the ground. He was almost crushed by the paw of Apex but flipped away before being hit. Fighting with one hand was a pain, but he could handle himself. He ran past Apex's paw and leaped up, kicking him in the chest so hard that it made a shockwave, blowing away some of the gas. Ekid leaped away, taking a much-needed breath of air, only to be stunned when Apex makes more of that gas. He held his breath and tried covering his mouth again, only for Metal Sonic and Metal Shadow to punch him in the gut at the same time. He was durable, but the robots were strong, and the two of them hitting him at the same time forced all of the air out of his lungs. The gas was overwhelming. Ekid swung at Metal Sonic and missed. He was punched across the face by him. Then Samurai appeared out of nowhere and sliced into his leg. He dodged a kick from Metal Shadow only to be hit in the side by Metal Sonic. Metal Shadow hits him. Metal Sonic hits him. Every time he blocked one, the other attacked. And when he dodged one, the other hit. And then he was forced into the ground by Apex. In a few moments, he was knocked out. Apex looks up, keeping the villain under his paw as he SE in all of the gas in the air. It was gone in just a minute. The children, as well as Tangle, Whisper, and Lanolin, all nervously waited for Izuku's next announcement. Thankfully, it comes sooner than expected. It's over, Izuku says. They were both jolted and relieved upon hearing his voice. All of the villains have been incapacitated by the sleeping gas and the robots. I repeat, it's over, and the attack has been handled. I will be outside. Stay together, and stay on guard. Everyone went outside to find Izuku, Metal Sonic and Shadow, as well as Apex and Samurai piling up the sleeping bodies. Cow reeled as soon as she saw them. It's them, she said. The Chaos Enforcers. Hema snorts. More like the sleeping enforcers, am I right? Her hand shoots up. Up top. Avira laughs and high-fived her. Cow was still a little scared, but she smirked and high-fives her sister as well. How did you handle them so fast? Whisper inquired. They weren't even here for an hour. I knew they would find us and attack at some point, so I prepared in secret. Izuku said. I installed a few things and even made an EMP, which, as you can see, was quite useful. It even made their weapons malfunction. He smirked as he took out the chaos conduit. I even tinkered with the conduit Cow brought when she arrived. Using it, I was able to find their base as well as the master conduit. Tangle blinked, tilting her head. The who and the what? I'll explain later. Izuku says. Now then, Cow, come here for a second. Cow does as she is asked. Izuku kneeled, placing a hand on her shoulder. I'll need your help for this. I want to use this to teleport myself and all of these guys back to their base. And while everyone there is distracted by the pile of bodies, I'll take the master conduit and teleport away. Can you do this for me? Cow looked hesitant. How long will we be there? Not long. We'll teleport there, take the master conduit, and teleport out. We'll be there for a few minutes at most. Cow, while frowning, looks around. Izuku was smart enough to dismantle this attack at record speed, so he was also smart enough to defend himself while on Angel Island should he need to. Okay. She nods, putting on a courageous smile. Let's do it. Let's. Izuku looks at everyone. We'll be right back. If we're gone for more than a day, go to Metal Sonic. I've prepared for the worst to happen as well. Be safe. Tangle says. Be careful. Whisper adds. Tread carefully. Lanolin says, smiling. Avira gave the three girls a look, particularly at Lanolin. No one saw the plan forming in his head. Okay, Daddy. Cow placed her hand on the conduit. I don't know if I can teleport this many people, but I'll try my best. I'll help you. Izuku says. Just tell me what I need to do. Cow breathes. Concentrate as much as you can, and focus on where you want to go. Both of them close their eyes. When you have your location, shout this. They inhale as the conduit glows. And at the same time, they shout. Chaos control. In an instant, Izuku, Cow, and the unconscious Chaos Enforcers were on Angel Island. Everything seemed to be in order, and best of all, they were at the bottom of the staircase leading to the master conduit. That's one big conduit. Izuku thought in surprise. The master shrine. Cow gasped, happy that they were in the right place. That's the master conduit. Let's get it quickly. They ran up the stairs together. Izuku had no idea what would happen should he remove the master conduit from the shrine, but he didn't care. Under no circumstances should a group of villains continue to have this kind of power. He didn't want to kill them. But if he had to, he would. They were a threat to his daughter and his other children, after all. As for the master conduit, he'd probably just hide it on his lab, or, Dad! Cow screamed as Ekid, awoken by the use of chaos control, leaped up the stairs and punched Izuku in the back, shattering his spine and sending him up the stairs. He bounced off of the master conduit and lands in front of it, unconscious. You! Ekid pointed to the shivering girl. Cow, terrified, crawled backward up the stairs as he stomped toward her. You thought you could get away, didn't you? Dad! She quickly looks up the stairs and back at Ekid, dropping the chaos conduit in her hand. You had a lot of fun living it up in that house, huh? Dad. Cow tears up. Please get up. Please dash. Well, you should have taken a little more time enjoying what you had. They reach the master conduit. Cow continues backing away, going around it with Ekia following her. She trips on her back foot, resulting in her back hitting a stone column. I didn't hurt you. I barely did anything to you. All you had to do was help me make the stupid conduits, and I would have given you any stupid toy or present you wanted. He stomped on her chest, holding her in place and almost crushing her ribs. But no. You couldn't even stay on the island and do as you were told. You're too incompetent to understand why I'm doing this. And because of you, I'm gonna kill them. Cow's eyes widened. Her breathing gets funny. I'm gonna tear that stupid boy in half, and then I'm gonna kill everyone in that house before burning it to the ground. He roars. And then, you're gonna do as you're told and make my conduits. He walks away. Cow's expression darkened as Ekid dragged Izuku by his hair in her version. She felt as if she were suffocating as he placed his foot on his head. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't see. The entire world was spinning. Her world was going to be taken from her. Suddenly, cutting through all of her despair was unyielding rage. Leave my daddy alone. Her arm turns to water and stretches toward Ekid, slamming into his chest. His eyes widened as he was sent flying. Cow drops to the ground, screaming as her body is converted into a blue water-like mass made of pure energy. Her hands, which now had 3 fingers instead of 5, scratched into the ground as her eyes turned a purely green. Anger. All she could feel was anger. She was mad at everything. Unbridled, boiling rage at every cell around her. It was undirected, chaotic for a few moments before she spots the rest of the unconscious Chaos Enforcers wake up. The Master Conduit glowed stronger as she stepped over her father and stood on the staircase, the stairs cracking underneath her immense power. The Chaos Enforcers were terrified, and Ekid was sweating bullets. He didn't know she could do this. Everyone on Angel Island was alerted as Chaos attacks. Ekid, without hesitation, rushes Chaos, who stretches an arm toward him, grabbing his neck and squeezing. Ekid tried and failed to punch the arm holding him, as it simply stretched in a way that made him miss. Chaos drew him in closer, staring into his eyes with pure hatred before slamming his face against the staircase. Fin. And again. And again. And again. She threw him into the air, grabbed his leg, and slammed him into the ground repeatedly. With her arm extended and without even moving, she buried him into the ground and viciously dragged him through the dirt. As Chaos ragdolled him, a group of Chaos Enforcer soldiers grouped together and opened fire on her. Their bullets pass through her and do no damage. Chaos picked up Ekid and smacked them away, using him as a weapon. After being thrown around a few more times, Ekid dug his fingers into the ground and picked up a large chunk of it, throwing it at Chaos while being ragdolled. Due to his surprising accuracy, Chaos was forced to let go of him and repel the rock. By the time it was gone, he was, as well, disappearing from her sight. Ekid hid himself behind a tree, breathing heavily but not loudly enough for Chaos to notice him. The sounds of gunfire and his men being beaten senseless by Chaos filled his ears as he tried to think. That brat. She's 2DMN powerful. And she's practically impervious to damage thanks to her weird-as-sheet physiology. How could he win here? He needed to turn her back to normal first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create more conduits. But was that even possible? Then he gets an idea. The Master Conduit. Maybe I can use my quirk to split it into 6. With it, plus the one the brat dropped, I'll be able to win. But destroying it would cause Angel Island to fall, and screw it. It's better than just getting killed here. He looks out. Chaos was still standing in front of the Master Conduit. All he needed to do was sneak past her. Let's do this. He dashed away, rapidly moving up the other side of the Master Shrine. Right before he could reach the conduit, however, Chaos grabbed him and slammed him into a stone column. Then she spun him around and threw him down the stairs. Ekid rushed up the stairs. And to his surprise, Chaos ran down at him and punched him square in the chest. Ekid grabbed her arm and threw her over his shoulder, but Chaos landed on her feet and flipped Ekid over, slamming his back on the staircase. That was when he saw the conduit just a little bit down the stairs. He tried to go toward it, but Chaos dragged him up toward her, struggling a little due to his feet being planted in the stairs. She gives up this endeavor and keeps him there, extending her other hand while growing the one holding him, binding his arms as she beats into his chest repeatedly with her other hand. Ekid struggles, coughing violently as his ribs break. Everything hurts. Izuku could barely see. He was surprised he was still alive. He broke my spine in a single hit. He could hear a fight going on, but it was hard to tell who was fighting who. But he had a feeling that it was Cow somehow. K-Cow? Where are you? Chaos, alerted by her father's voice, stopped beating Ekid and turned to him in a blink. Cow! He grunts in pain. Why you? Chaos, forgetting about Ekid completely, leaned down to him. But she doesn't touch him so as to avoid accidentally hurting him or causing discomfort. I can't move. He was alive. But what could she do here? How could she make him better? Maybe she could use the conduits? She looked at the Master Conduit. Her eyes widened as Ekid appeared in her vision. Without a word, he punched the massive gem into pieces. 6 colored pieces, to be exact. From the massive conduit came 7 smaller ones with varying colors. As Ekid tried grabbing them all, Angel Island rumbled before it began falling. As screams pierced the air, Chaos panicked. She would likely be fine, but her father was in danger. He was paralyzed because of Ekid, and now he was gonna die because she got distracted. Her anger slowly fizzles away. She was so stupid and useless. All she wanted to do was escape Ekid and protect her family, and despite her power, she couldn't even do it right. Doubt creeps in. But even though she hated herself for her failures here, she knew she had to do something. Otherwise, Izuku would die. She concentrates on him and him alone. She turned back into her regular self as she did so. She was weak, but the world wasn't, so she tried gathering the chaos energy around them and giving it to Izuku. Maybe it would heal him and protect him from the fall. But something else happens. The most concentrated sources of chaos energy were drawn to her instead of the energy in the environment. The chaos conduits were ripped from Ekid's hands, and the 7th made its way toward them, all of them surrounding Izuku. Desperately, she tried forcing them in his body. She shuts her eyes as a blinding yellow flash blinds her. She wasn't falling anymore. Huh? She opened her eyes, stunned into silence as she found herself in her father's arms. He was fully healed and flying. And not just that, but his hair was golden and spiked up somewhat, and his eyes were red. His shirt was vaporized by the immense power put into his body by Kao. Thanks for the save, Kao. Izuku says. I'll handle the rest. Faster than anything she's ever seen before, Izuku saves everyone he could on the island. He was a golden light zipping around the night sky, and as soon as everyone was safe, the island stopped moving. With ease, and with one hand, Izuku held up the entire Angel Island. And its descent slowed until it safely hit the water. Izuku reappeared before her just a second later. You. Kao stammered, standing up fast. Why you? Did you? I have no idea what you did or what this is. Izuku gestured to his astonishing golden aura. But you did great. I'm proud of you, Kao. Truly. Kao starts crying, and without thinking, she leaps into Izuku's arms. They hug it out, and Izuku looks around Angel Island for a bit. Then she smiles. Let's go home. Like a golden rocket of hope, he flew away, arriving back home in just a few seconds. Whisper, Lanolin, Tangle, and the children watched as Metal Sonic and Shadow cleaned up everything and disassembled the helicopters, putting the parts into crates and storing them to be used for later. No one was saying anything, as their concern for Izuku and Kao was at the forefront of their minds. They couldn't and wouldn't stop thinking about them. And then, a golden light appeared before all of them. After blinking to adjust their eyes to the glow, all of their jaws dropped. Lanolin froze, almost passing out. Tangle drooled. Whisper gasped, turning bright red and covering her eyes, only to peek through her hands almost right after. Hey guys. Izuku said casually as Kao clung to him. Tangle would never admit she was jealous of a toddler in that moment. Dad. Avira, almost lost for words, just gestured at him. What? Explain? Please? Oh, I was injured, and Angel Island began falling. But Kao granted me this power and saved my life. I saved as many as I could and stopped the island from plummeting into the ocean. You. Tangle wiped her mouth, now blushing heavily. You stopped an entire floating island from falling? How? I just lifted the island and slowly brought it down into the water. Izuku answered. Okay. Lanolin found herself unfocused and stuttering. I mean the robots, the metals, cleaned up the helicopters and stuff. I mean they took apart the helicopters and stuff and stored the parts in these crates, and yeah. Kicking herself for her unprofessionalism, she cringed as Whisper raised an eyebrow at her, Tangle blinked at her, and Avira snickered at her expense. Anyway, she yells. Are the Chaos Enforcers or whatever dealt with? Yup. Izuku says. They were defeated, and it's all thanks to Kao here. He pats her head and back, making her stop crying and instead giggle with delight. Tangle glared at the toddler. So, Midoriya, what now? Lanolin asked, gaining a little of her professional tone back. What happens to the Chaos Enforcers? They're alive. Well, most of them should be. I don't know about Ekid though. Izuku says. With that being said, I don't think their floating island and all of their resources should be wasted. It'd give a great head start to something I've been looking into making if you catch my drift. Lanolin spoke. Do you mean? Lanolin, Izuku says. How would you like to reform the Chaos Enforcers into the Restoration? The Restoration. The begin. Lanolin stood on the staircase of the Master Shrine. Below her was everyone who was a part of the Chaos Enforcers. Every scientist, soldier, grunt worker, etc. She was deeply perplexed by the fact that their hair colors were all some shade of red but dismissed it, chalking it up to being a Chaos Enforcers thing. My name is Lanolin, and I'd like to make this quick, so listen. Lanolin spoke with authority. You all are members of the Chaos Enforcers, and under the orders of Ekid, your former leader, you attacked the Midoriya household in an effort to reclaim his child, Kao, as well as the chaos conduit she made while she was your captive. During the attack, about 106 of you died thanks to Ekid shattering the master conduit, the thing keeping Angel Island floating, in an effort to gain the power to kill Kao, who had taken the form of a monster made of water, as well as the rest of us at his residence. The rest of you were saved by Izuku Midoriya, who had every reason not to bother himself with keeping you alive. Lanolin states, I'm willing to bet that Ekid guy wouldn't have done that for you, wouldn't he? No response. That's the difference between he and Midoriya. He doesn't have to know you at all, and he'll still save your life if he can. Ekid, on the other hand? Every cell in his body screams selfish. He wanted power. That's all. Midoriya? He wants to do good for others. So, with all of that being said, I'll give you all a choice. You can either leave now and never come back, or you can stay and work under Midoriya, and under a new organization known as the Restoration, which he'll be supervising and I'll be leading. If you choose to leave, that's it. We won't bother you in any way, and we will expect you to not bother us. You won't be arrested, you won't be killed, and you won't be harmed. You'll simply leave, no strings attached. But if you stay, you'll be given the chance to turn your lives around and use your talents for good under the Restoration, an organization that exists to help people and give those who want to help others the opportunity to, regardless of their quirk or lack thereof. Make your choice now. Everyone who wants to stay here, stay where you are. Everyone who wants to leave moves to the right side. A minute passes. Then 2. Then 3. And then 5. No one moves. Lanolin smiles. Great. If that settles it, then welcome all to the Restoration. The first order of business is to tear down the old. Turn everything connected to Ekid and the Chaos Enforcers into spare parts and the like. After that, you're free to do as you please. Midoriya is currently working on a new power source that'll get the island floating again. After that is finished, we'll get the ball rolling. Everyone leaves. All except for one, a scientist, an average-looking one, who walked up the stairs. Toward her. Lanolin's your name, right? The man says, offering a handshake and a friendly smile. My name is Enerjak. It's an honor to be working with you. Lanolin shakes his hand. The honor is all mine, Enerjak. The makings of a conduit. Izuku hated doing this, but it was necessary. Besides, once this was done, he'd never need to do this again. That's enough, Kao. Izuku says, stopping the tired girl from wearing herself out even more. He was currently in the process of creating a new master conduit for Angel Island. Like Ekid, not only would it be used to keep the island floating, but it'd also be used in case the now 7 regular chaos conduits were compromised in some way or stolen. Speaking of, Izuku made extra sure the chaos conduits were secured and safely stored. The process of creating a conduit before consisted of Kao gathering the energy and Ekid grasping and shaping it into the conduits. Making a master conduit, in particular, took a lot of time and energy. Once it was made, a conduit would gather energy and recharge if necessary completely on its own. The difficult part was finding a way to shape it like Ekid did. But Izuku figured out a way. Instead of shaping the energy directly, Izuku created a container for it in the exact shape and dimensions of the former master conduit. Afterward, Kao gathered power and directed it in. Thankfully, after a time, the massive amount of energy seemed to permeate into the shell, creating the same shaping effect Ekid could do on his own. The new master conduit was 88% complete. What? Cow said, displeased and sweating profusely. Come on, Daddy. I can keep going. Nope. You've done enough for today. Go upstairs to your siblings. Get a snack and take a break. But Dash. No. Izuku says firmly. Besides, if you want to keep going, just sneak your way into the lab like you've been doing for the last few days. Cow flinched. Yeah. You have a tendency to work yourself to the point of passing out and hurting yourself. There will be no more of that. But... Cow frowned, remembering how badly he was hurt on Angel Island by Ekid. I just want to help. I hate seeing you hurt. I don't want to see you get hurt ever again. If she had her way, Izuku would constantly be in the super state, which was what they called the combined power of 7 chaos conduits in a person. But this, unfortunately, was impossible. For one, it wears off. Kind of. The user can choose whether or not to release the conduits at any time, but the super form, after a varying amount of time, begins to rapidly strain the user's body due to the massive amount of chaos energy. So, while form could technically last forever, the user could also be forced to stop using it. Cow could also forcibly remove the super form from whoever was using it. In any case, Cow hated Ekid for what he did to Izuku. I want to slowly break apart his bones like Hershey's chocolate and feed them to his family while he's screaming and begging. For Dash. I can't promise I won't ever get injured again, but I will do my best to prevent it. Going in blind last time and without any defensive measures is a mistake I won't make again. Izuku's arsenal. Midoriya. Whisper cornered Izuku in the kitchen. Backed up against the fridge, Izuku found himself stuttering for some god-forsaken reason. Yes. You were injured on Angel Island, correct? Yes. Badly injured, correct? Well, I dash. Whisper slammed her hand on the fridge, making him flinch. And blush. Why was this hot? Yes or no, Izuku Midoriya. Were you badly injured on Angel Island? That I was. She crossed her arms. And why was that? You're smart, so tell me. Izuku blinked. I didn't think ahead? Whisper growled, which made him explain more thoroughly. After I put everyone to sleep, I teleported in assuming I'd be able to just quickly take the master conduit and leave. But Ekid woke up and punched my spine in half. I was saved when Cow put me in the super state, which ended up healing me. Whisper almost blanked upon being reminded of a shirtless Izuku in that strange and powerful form, but she managed to keep her focus. Whisper crossed her arms. You know, Midoriya, I think you overestimate us and your technology. You're a lot less self-reliant than you should be. Self-reliant. On 2 occasions, you were attacked by 2 people. Whisper starts. And both times you lucked out. The fat one with the wings almost kidnapped you, but Apex came in and saved you. On Angel Island, you literally almost died, but because you just happened to feel the need to bring Cow, she saved your life. On both occasions, you were away from your technology and children in some form. Do you see what I'm getting at? Izuku frowned. Yeah. Bringing weapons you made with you is fine. Being reliant on the machines you make is also fine, but you can't expect your creations to succeed just because they were made to counter specific things. You also can't expect us to be able to save you every time you need us. You need to get stronger, Midoriya. And soon. Right. I get it. Izuku says. I've been thinking about learning to fight and defend myself without my robots, but I don't know where to start. Whisper smiled. I could assist in training your body, but you need to figure out what your primary arsenal is going to be before that. You already have your wristband stun baton thing. Izuku's wristband turned into aforementioned stun baton. But you're going to need more than that to defend yourself and keep yourself alive and able-bodied. Do you have any ideas regarding your arsenal? Not really. Izuku said. If I'm going to be going out at all, I need something that I'll be able to carry on me. Something inconspicuous. He wanted something like his wristband. No one would bat an eye at it, thinking it was cosmetic. Izuku and Whisper went down to the lab to brainstorm together, but nothing really stuck until one. A jacket. Whisper shouts. Can hide your weapons in a jacket. And put secret buttons in it and stuff. Having a general idea of what he wanted to do, Izuku smirked at her, unknowingly making her shudder. Thanks, Whisper. I have a few ideas now. She nods silently. Then, after buying a number of materials, Izuku makes his jacket. A varsity jacket, to be specific. It was black with dirty white sleeves and 2 dark green stripes on the wrists, as well as a dark green M outlined with white on the upper left side of the front of the jacket. He also makes a black backpack. Disregarding the fact that it was very durable and almost everything proof, it also had several functions. Pressing the upper stripe on the left wrist of the jacket activated a tracker, the signal of which was sent to his house, giving his robots his location. Pressing the bottom stripe activated a camera and audio recording device that was hidden in the M on his jacket. Pressing the upper stripe on the right wrist of the jacket produced jetpack wings from his backpack. Pressing the bottom stripe made a dozen thin, controllable robotic tendrils come out of his jacket. These many tendrils also doubled as body armor. Oh, and he also had a black and green laser pistol and a tranquilizer gun in his jacket. Just in case. To recap, Izuku's arsenal was as follows. 1. The variable jacket. The name was a play on Whisper's multipurpose variable Wispin. She adored the name, embarrassingly and girlishly squealing upon hearing it before clearing her throat. She threatened him to keep silent, which he did. 2. The jet backpack. Or at least that's Izuku would have called it if Whisper didn't force him to change the name. It was now the jet bag and it couldn't function without the variable jacket. 3. The baton band. The wristband that turned into a stun baton. 4. The laser pistol. A handgun that shot deadly lasers, which was hidden in his jacket. For lethal takedowns. 5. The tranq gun. A slightly smaller handgun that shoots specially made tranquilizer darts. For non-lethal takedowns. There we go. Izuku looked at himself in a full-length mirror. This should do for now. Looks great, and it's defensively as well as offensively effective. Nice. Whisper gave him a supportive thumbs up. Now I feel reassured that you'll be safe even when you're out and away from us. Even though you had to drag me down here and hold me at gunpoint, I'm glad I made these. Izuku joked, to which Whisper giggled. Next time, don't get your spine turned into ground beef. Whisper joked back. A comfortable silence fills the room. Izuku was then caught off guard when Whisper hugged him. Do not get yourself hurt like that again. I won't. Or die. I won't. Otherwise, I will follow you and slap you. Whisper threatened, burying her face in his jacket. I'm sorry. Izuku says. They stay that way for a while. Izuku notices her crying but doesn't comment on it, simply hugging her tighter. I can't lose more. She whispers to herself. Not again. Never again. Lock-in. Come on. We're almost at the end. Izuku, barely running on fumes, almost collapsed. How do you run around the place like this? All the time? Tangle had been working him to the bone, trying to get him in shape, which Izuku very much wasn't. He was very aware of how unhealthy his lifestyle was, but like most people, he did nothing to change it. Tangle huffed. We aren't even done with the first lap, Izuku. I can do 30 a day, easy. Izuku fell on his back. Tangle walks and stands next to him. Shockingly, she didn't even look slightly winded, nor was she sweating at all. Well, I don't have a mutation quirk or your freak stamina. Izuku. She said evenly. Your machines and robots and scientific genius are cool. But you want to know what's even cooler? Izuku pants. What? She booped his nose. You. Really? Yup. She says. And even though you're pretty handsome already, you could use some muscle. Some girls like that, you know? Izuku smirks. Do you like guys with muscle? Without thinking, Tangle answered chipperly, yup. But it has to be balanced, you know? Not too much, not too little. Someone who maintains themselves well and all. He purposefully shoots up fast. Then I'll do my best. Tangle does well in maintaining herself, but Izuku very openly stating he wanted to look good for her made her heartbeat quicken. She smiles. Darn Skippy, Izuku. If you're gonna whoop your parents and keep this family of ours safe, you have to lock in. Strange terminology aside, I suppose I'll let you torture me through these exercises. If it dash. Tangle interrupts, pushing up her invisible glasses and taking on a nasally voice. Bizarre choice of words aside, I'll implore myself and allow you to put an abundance of strain upon my body if it contributes toward the effort of making me appear like a hunk. Izuku looks unamused. Tangle looked very amused. Izuku snickers. Tangle laughs. Izuku laughs. Oh, this didn't end up being as torturous as I thought. Tangle wiped a tear from her eye. What makes you say that? I get to spend my time and grow stronger with a pretty girl. Izuku says, knowingly throwing her off her game. It, like my children, is a blessing. Tangle blushes, frowning at the annoying smirk on his face. She fights back. And I get to mess with a cute guy. She says, it, like whisper, is a blessing. Funny, huh? Hilarious. Neither could look at the other. Boring. It's in. Izuku says. Lanolin and Izuku, together, place the new master conduit on the master shrine. The restoration cheers as Angel Island begins to float black into the sky, and the cheers cease when it reaches its former peak. It's about time. Lanolin says, smirking. What took so long? It would have taken longer if Cow took her breaks when I told her to. Izuku says. She snuck into the lab multiple times to juice up the master conduit. I found her passed out multiple times. You failed to keep her out after. The first time? Izuku puts his hands up. Hey, in my defense, I haven't found a chaos control yet. Chaos control? Enerjack startled Izuku and Lanolin by appearing out of nowhere. What's that? A thing you can do with a chaos conduit. I'm not sure about the specifics, but so far, it allows for teleportation. I theorize that it allows for full-on space manipulation. Enerjack nods. Cool. He walked around them and down the stairs, but before leaving he looked back at them. Don't take this the wrong way, but... He smirks. You two would be good together. Lanolin didn't think she would flinch after hearing that. What makes you say that? Izuku asked. Opposites may attract, but I think those who some similarities do as well. He says. Both of you are smart and reliable in your own ways, but again, don't take this the wrong way, but, Lanolin. Lanolin raised a brow. That you're kinda boring. Lanolin shatters. Izuku took offense to this. Before you say anything, Enerjack raised his hands. It's a minor observation. You're a good person and someone we like following. I mean, you're better than Ekid was, at least. But you're boring. Not in a bad way, but still. You could, show some personality other than the strict leader archetype. He walks away unceremoniously. Izuku worriedly turned to Lanolin. You dash. Boring. She mutters. He just called me. He. Lon dash. Izuku nearly leaped when she turned sharply toward him. Izuku, I'm not boring, am I? She asked frantically. Aren't. Izuku answered, kicking himself for being so obvious in his lie. Lanolin glared at him. Tell it to me straight, Izuku. Am I boring? Be honest or I will throw you. Throw? Izuku sighed. Wait, kind of? I mean, I haven't known you long, so... Lanolin frowned. DMN. Silence. Izuku. She appeared nervous. How can I not be boring? You're asking me of all people? Yes. She shouts. Enerjack said we were similar, but he called me boring. So, since you clearly aren't boring, tell me how to not be boring. Well, you aren't being boring right now. Izuku said nervously. But in all seriousness, I can't tell you how to not be boring. You'll have to figure it out on your own. But I can give you advice. For starters, don't force any self-changes. You don't need to be cheery or loud to not be boring. You have to stay true to yourself. Lanolin nods, her head a blur. Secondly, you're new. So perhaps Enerjack just isn't used to your radiance yet. Give it some time. Radiance, huh? How ironic. Ironic. Yeah, ironic. Lanolin smiled in a way she hadn't before. It radiated joy and warmth. The radiant one is you, Izuku. Between the children and Whisper, you shine a light on everyone around you and improve their lives drastically. All Might's a hero, sure, but you're truer than he is. After all, you didn't need to go to school, get validation from your old peers, get a silly card, or need government approval. You just helped wherever. And whenever you could. She held his hands between her palms. As for me, well, I'm nothing special. Just another person you saved. A boring one, but still. I can only hope to be as radiant as you are someday. What she was saying finally catches up with her. With a gasp, she looked up at Izuku and blushes the same way he was. She steps back and releases his hands, only for Izuku to quickly grab hers. Case in point, Izuku says. You aren't boring. You don't have to force a smile or cheery demeanor or whatever. If anything, I'm quite glad you are the way you are. Because even if you rarely smile, every time you do, it's special. Like a shooting star or solar eclipse. Lanolin giggles. Like a solar eclipse, huh? I hope my happiness doesn't damage your eyes. Well, Dash. I still think you'd be good together. Enerjack shouts from the distance, startling them. Snapping out of their compliment loop, they clear their throats, blushing and turning away. They cool down before looking at each other again. So. Lanolin starts awkwardly, kicking herself for stuttering. What now? Recruitment. Izuku says. And equipment. Recruitment and equipment. I'll handle Dash, and I'll handle equipment. They shut their mouths after accidentally interrupting each other. And then they laugh. I got recruitment. And I'll help you with recruitment and make equipment. Izuku says. Izuku offered a handshake while Lanolin went in for a hug. Oh, they said awkwardly. Then they hug proper. Izuku pats her back. Lanolin squeezes him. Sorry. He says. Shut up. Sorry. Be quiet. Okay. Lanolin smiles. DMN. I guess I have a crush now. But she wasn't stupid. She knew that Whisper and Tangle were fond of Izuku as well. I'll work these feelings and there's out later. For now, keep working and keep making Izuku happy. Samurai was charged with finding recruits for the restoration. That was why he was leaping from building to building in the dead of night currently. He, being the stealth master he was, would find people who needed or wanted help while stopping crime as a vigilante. Though, unfortunately, he had no luck in finding anyone. No one who was able-bodied, mentally stable, and truly wanted to do good, anyway. Why were his criteria so hard to fill out? He stops in an alley. Not because he needed a break or anything, but because he was about to reassess his strategy. How could? He drew his sword and easily blocked someone attempting to stab him. Hey, why'd you block me? Samurai turns, not giving the strange teenage girl with messy blonde twin buns a response as she leaped away, smiling ear to ear. You're that samurai guy, right? I'm a huge fan. The way you fight is so cool. I want to be just like you. Her yellow cat-like eyes glow as she blushes and drew her knife. I want to be you, Mr. Samurai. She rushed him. And while her speed was a little surprising, Samurai wasn't at all fazed. He blocked her wild, unrefined swings with his blade. While barely moving. Just by looking at her, Samurai could tell. Whoever she was, she looked a little malnourished. Her speech made it obvious that she wasn't all there mentally as well. Hey, quit being such a JRK and gimme your dash. Samurai palm struck her in the gut, knocking the wind from her lungs and sending her into a wall and denting it. She was almost knocked out in one hit. Samurai watched her get up and breathe heavily. You. She coughs before smelling the air. You smell weird, Mr. Samurai. Why? Samurai doesn't answer. Are you real? No response. Quit ignoring me. She rushed him again. Despite her clear physical and mental exhaustion, she ran up the side of the wall and came down at him with her knife, which Samurai sidesteps. He avoids more of her swings and analyzes her all the while. It wasn't hard to figure out that she was a serial killer, given what she was doing now. Not wanting to waste any more time, Samurai grabbed her wrist, squeezing it until she dropped her knife. And then he knocked on the back of her head with the bottom of his sword, knocking her out. Casually, he walked into a police station and dropped her in, ignoring the desk person's surprised face. She needed help, clearly, but not restoration help. Regardless of the circumstances or tragic backstory that led to her crazed and malnourished state, he wouldn't let her near Izuku or any of his allies. Samurai found a reptile lizard man running down the street. His heart was beating fast, his adrenaline levels were high, and he was sweating. The high adrenaline levels told him that he was running from something. And based on the bruises, cuts, and blood on him, as well as the large bag slung over his shoulder, the sword-wielding robot appeared in front of him. "Greetings," Samurai calmly said to the startled lizard man. "I would like a few seconds of your time to ask a question. Did you steal the contents in that bag, perchance?" The lizard man scoffed at him. "Why are you asking me that?" "That was not an answer," Samurai said. "One word is required. Did you or did you not steal the contents in that bag from another?" The lizard man sweats, gritting his teeth. "I'm just trying to survive, okay? What else am I supposed to do when I look like this?" "Are you using your visage as an excuse to trample on the livelihoods of others?" Samurai asked. "And is your answer an admittance of guilt?" "It's..." He sighed. "It is okay? But I'm just trying to survive and dash. Did you kill the people you stole from? What? Did you kill while committing the robbery or not?" "No," he shouts. "No, I didn't. Why are you asking me this? If you were given a chance, would you allocate your efforts into helping people?" Samurai asked. "If offered an opportunity, would you give your all into truly helping people whenever and wherever you could? Whether it be something monumental such as preventing a death or something like assisting in stopping a villain attack?" "Yes," the lizard man answered without any hesitation. "I would. If I can help anyone anywhere, I will do it. For most of my life, this DMN quirk got in my way. People didn't see who I was, but what I was horrible." He was brought to tears. "I couldn't hold a job, I couldn't sustain any friendships. I was no one. A hollow shell living without purpose. I just want a chance. If you can provide that, then." "What is your name?" Samurai asked. He stiffened. "Shuichi Iguchi. But please call me Spinner." "Shuichi Iguchi is your name, correct?" Lanolin asked, her gaze piercing into the nervous lizard man. "Yes. But you can also refer to me as Spinner." Spinner answered. He still couldn't believe he was on a floating island. Lanolin tapped her desk. "And what are your intentions with the restoration, Spinner?" "To help, of course." Spinner winced as soon as the words left his mouth. "Like, no sheet, that was the whole point of this place. But primarily, I want to end discrimination. Mutant discrimination, specifically. If you'd let me, I'd really like to pursue this goal of mine." "Okay. Okay? That's it?" "Yeah," Lanolin answered. "You're not gonna ask about my quirk?" "I'd rather not assume anything, but your quirk seems to be a simple one like mine, meaning that it just changes your appearance." "Well, you're right, but I can also stick to walls." "Case in point," Lanolin says. "Well, welcome to the restoration, where we help others and give others the opportunity to help others, no matter their quirk or appearance. Get settled in. We have a mission later today." And so, Spinner settles in. Or at least he tries his best to. The Armory. Angel Island's Armory, a massive building with wooden floors and steel walls, was where its reserve of extra weapons and other gear were stored. Obviously. There was body armor and some weird-looking weapons. "What the?" Spinner picked up one of the aforementioned weapons. "What's this?" "It's a Wispin, friend," Enerjack says, startling Spinner by appearing out of nowhere. A Wispin? What?" Lanolin's boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya, made them with the help of his friend, Whisper. They're mostly energy-based. "Boyfriend?" Spinner raised a brow before sweating and widening his eyes. "That scary sheep girl has a boyfriend?" "They aren't official, so no," Enerjack said. "They're in the annoying stage where they stall their inevitable confession instead of just being honest with each other, But they'll get together eventually. Gotta have some fluff, I guess. Regardless of whether or not it's some unbearable, drawn-out, aggravating, forced drama. I'm just glad Midoriya isn't dense, and lanolin isn't the type to scream and blush and deny all feelings whenever they're brought up by some means. Otherwise, I would have killed them both. Spinner caught almost none of that. What? Nothing. Enerjack said. Take a whispin. Sure. Spinner glanced at him before taking the hammer-like weapon, the cube. Whispin. I guess this'll be my main weapon. Enerjack tilts his head at him and the hammer. What? Dunno, I just figured that you'd be the type to use swords and blades rather than blunt weapons. What gave you that idea? Dunno. Intuition. Training grounds. The training grounds were out in the open, deep within the forest area of Angel Island. It consisted of a simple patch of dead dirt where restoration members honed their skills by sparring. Currently, a woman with bright pink hair and blue eyes and blue clothing and gold rings just beat another woman. The former was using a drill wispin while the latter, like Spinner, was using a cube wispin. Phew! The victor wiped sweat from her brow before helping her opponent up. That was fun. So, who's next? No one stepped up. Come on, no one? She looked around before spotting Spinner, instantly pointing him out. Hey, new guy. Why don't you give your weapon a spin against me? Spinner pauses. He wanted to make a good impression so that he wouldn't be hated here like he was down below. But no one seemed to care about how different he looked. It was refreshing. Sure, he says, stepping forward and readying himself. You can call me Spinner. I'm Aurora, a scientist and researcher, but one that also likes kicking butt. And buttes were very quickly kicked. Spinner was defeated in seconds, to the surprise of no one. Aurora helped him up afterward. Also, to no one's surprise, Spinner chose to walk away after that. Master Shrine. Wow. Spinner spun his cube wispin, whistling as he looked upward. That's one big rock. I know, right? Enerjack asked, once again appearing out of nowhere and scaring Spinner. It's just swirling with chaos. Chaos? That big rock is called the Master Conduit. There are 7 smaller, weaker conduits called chaos conduits. All of them have tons of chaos energy in them. And what is chaos energy? Energy. Okay. Of course, there was a lot more on the massive floating paradise known as Angel Island, but most of it was nature and the like. Lots of birds, and even some areas for farming and tons of greenhouses scattered around with some restoration members in charge of maintaining it all. It was a self-sustaining miracle place. But as Spinner was exploring, a voice echoed across the island. All restoration personnel come to the Master Shrine. Lanolin says. I repeat, all fighters in the restoration come to the Master Shrine immediately. Spinner and a few others rush over there. All right. Lanolin stretches as she holds a clipboard. As usual, she stood on the staircase to the Master Conduit while restoration fighters stood at a lower level, looking up at her. Today is the day our first mission goes underway. We'll be dismantling a villain organization known as the Creature Rejection Clan. Does anyone here know who they are? No one answered. Not surprising. Well, anyway, they're cult-like organization that hate people with physical abnormalities. Basically, they hate people with any kind of heteromorphic quirk that provides extreme appearance changes, such as me. To Lanolin's delight, just about everyone already hated the CRC after hearing that. Their goal is the extermination of those like me. They've deluded themselves into believing this is purification, instead of, genocide. Izuku Midoriya's robot, Samurai, sniffed out the location of their base and sent it to him before sending it over to us. 50 of you will be going to said base to take them down, along with freeing all of the mutant captives they're trafficking. Well, 50 and a +1. Metal Sonic flew down beside her. Just in case. Lanolin fist bumped the robot. Miles Prower hated humans. Not everyone, but most. And not humans, but people. But with how the CRC was referring to him and everyone else they trapped in this place, it was hard to get it into his head that he was technically human too. But a persistent, angry, spiteful part of him didn't want to be associated with them. After all, how could someone like him be of the same species as people as vile as the CRC? Well, in any case, soon enough, he wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. He was smart. Extremely smart for an 8-year-old. The CRC knew this and took advantage of his genius mind. He was forced to make technology for them to use and sell to fund their operations. They would work him to the bone. If he defied orders, he'd be beaten until he got back to work. But they were careful not to damage his arms or face too badly since he needed those to work. He'd be given very few breaks. He'd get 3 per day. 2 to eat and use the bathroom, and the last one to sleep. That was it. Only when he'd pass out from exhaustion did he get more than that. But he had a plan. For the past few days, he'd sneak some extra materials into his shoes and in his tails before faking passing out from overworking. Then, after being dragged to his dingy room, he would wait a bit, get up, and then use the materials to create his way out of here. A bomb. Several of them. It took all of his effort and determination, but he made bombs powerful enough to annihilate this place. Everyone in here, including those like himself, would die, but it'd be better than being stuck here in a cage, waiting to either be beaten for fun by their captors or sold to someone like a pet. He memorized the faster route to the exit and even made a weapon of his own to defend himself, as well as an EMP that would specifically knock out the technology he made for his captors. He was tired. So horribly tired. But he would make this work. Before he could go through with his plan, chaos ensued. He could hear guns firing, people he didn't recognize shouting, and CRC members fighting fiercely. No way. He rushed out of his room and saw it. Down the hallway of the mansion was a CRC soldier being knocked out by a blue robot. Who could have made something like that? The robot turns to him, making Miles step back in fear. Be still. It said, I am Metal Sonic, loyal creation of Izuku Midoriya. I, alongside the restoration, am here to save you all. Yes. Miles shook with an unidentifiable emotion. But there was clear surprise laced into whatever it was. Save us? Why, you're helping us. He passed out. Miles found himself on a bed. It was an actually nice one, unlike the one the CRC had him in. This room was also nice and clean. It didn't even have any holes in it. This is... Hey! Miles was startled by a green-haired teenager suddenly walking in. My name is Izuku Midoriya. And you, friend, along with everyone else held captive by the now-defunct CRC, are on Angel Island currently. CRC? Defunct? Miles shouts. But how? Well, they aren't defunct actually. Not completely. The restoration just took out one of their smaller groups in one of their bases. We still don't know where their true leader and main base of operations is located. Miles, taking on a defensive tone, said, What the heck happened? Izuku sighed. Well. Metal Sonic stood there in silence after the fox boy in front of him passed out suddenly. His head turns like an owl's as he heard someone run from another hall into his, the rest of his body following briefly after. Hey, robot! Spinner shouts, taking a small pause and spinning his cube wispin. My name is Dash. What happened? The lizard man interrupts before noticing the small fox boy. And who is that? He passed out. I did not get his name. Metal says. Take him to safety. I will handle the rest. You got it. Spinner ran past Metal, grabbed the boy, and left. Metal hovers off of the ground and flew through the halls, kicking any and every CRC member he saw into unconsciousness. A group of 3 down the end of a hall appeared and opened fire on him, but Metal dodged and weaved their bullets. His feet touched the ground, and he flipped onto a wall, boosting off of it and kicking one of the gunmen in the face. He spun and kicked the leftmost one in the jaw before slicing the last one's gun in half with his hand. He plants his foot on his chest, nearly crushing his ribs as he is pressed against the wall. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't get Metal Sonic to even budge. Discrimination is quite perplexing. Metal states, why ruthlessly hate someone who can't control what they look like? Why even target specific ethnicities with hate at all? I wouldn't expect an abomination against nature like you to understand. The CRC soldier spat angrily. Humans, ever since our first steps onto the Earth, have grown and evolved. We've weathered every storm, every disaster, every scourge, every battle, and have come out smarter and stronger every single time without fail. And? Metal asked boredly. Heteromorphs are an invasive species. They are just another disaster humanity must overcome and grow stronger from. They are animals bastardizing the beautiful, sacred form Solaris has blessed us with. They, like you, are not meant to live and exist amongst us. We must weed out the abominations and purify the world in order to grow closer. Metal knocked him out. Why bother giving a racist the time of day? He fights through more CRC forces, crushing them with ease alongside members of the Restoration. Metal wanted to find and deal with the leader, so while wiping out the fodder, he tried to find them. But while he was flying down a hall, something burst out of a wall and tackled Metal Sonic through several walls before the robot rolled and threw the attacker off of him. They ended up in one of the mansion's mess halls. Metal stands. The attacker, a large white-haired gray-eyed man wearing religious robes, stands. They stare at each other. "Who are you?" Metal asked. He scanned the man and, weirdly, couldn't pick up anything. No heartbeat, no breathing, nothing. He had a brain, obviously, but Metal couldn't be sure if he had anything else. Perhaps he didn't need anything else because of his quirk? Whatever the case, the man doesn't answer. He instead rushed Metal, beginning the fight. Metal Sonic dodged his first 2 hits and uppercuts him in the chin, going for a quick knockout victory, which doesn't work surprisingly. The robed man grabbed Metal Sonic and threw him through one of the rectangular mess hall tables. This was weird. This was really weird. Just by touching him, Metal knew that his physiology wasn't that of a human. This person, who or whatever he was, had a tougher body than the others. As the leader charged, Metal's eyes glowed as he raised his hand. He wouldn't hold back anymore. He disappeared and reappeared behind the supposed leader, decapitating him in one motion. With shock in his eyes, he watched as the leader's skin melted, revealing the definitely not human appearance underneath it. Who or whatever it was, it had greenish-black scale skin, a muscular build, red arms and legs, claws, and large orange-yellow eyes. It was the furthest creature from a human Metal had ever seen, and he was a robot. And yet it was here and dressed like it was important to the CRC members in this base. Something much, much bigger was at play here. This creature was disguised as a human and was made to control and manipulate the CRC for someone extremely dangerous. Was this happening just here or at other bases? How many other villain groups had creatures like these woven into them? And for what purposes were they created? So many questions, so little answers. As the base fell and the captives of the CRC were freed by the Restoration, Metal Sonic took the strange corpse to the residence of his creator. Present. Miles felt conflicted about this. He wanted to hate Izuku and everyone else, but his hatred was very quickly fizzling away. He was saved after all. "Oh, by the way, what's your name?" "Miles. Miles per hour." That kinda sounds like miles per hour. Per hour. "Anyway, do you have a home to return to?" Miles frowned. "Oh, yes, but I don't want to. And you don't have to." Izuku replied. "There's plenty of space for you here on Angel Island or my house. The Restoration will take care of you until you want to go off on your own." "Take care of me?" Miles asked, teary-eyed. "Are you serious?" "I am." Izuku answered firmly. "If you ever need anything, just ask around and dash." Miles tackled him, his tails fluttering and spinning as he squeezed the life out of Izuku. Whisper and Izuku looked at a large tube filled with a bubbling green liquid. In this tube was the corpse of the creature Metal Sonic killed during the CRC raid. "This thing. Is it true?" Whisper interrupts. "It is," Izuku said. "I have no idea what this creature is, but its DNA is similar to Shadow's. At least, they're the same species as each other. Meaning that Inko, for whatever reason, created this thing and somehow got it into the CRC. Whisper scoffed hatefully. "I despise her. Immensely." "As do I," Izuku said. "I won't be too reliant on this creature, but I believe it'll be useful in potentially reverse engineering Shadow, which'll make killing him much easier. He scratched his head, not noticing as Whisper slowly approached him. Of course, Inko could always just make a new one or use a backup if she has one, but it'd be a decent blow to her, at least. But given enough time, I could make a counter-bio weapon that specifically targets everything with the same DNA as this dash. Whisper tugged on his jacket sleeve, carefully not triggering any of its functions. Huh. With an odd, unreadable look, she gestures for him to kneel down. She, like Tangle and Lanolin, was quite short. So maybe she wanted to whisper something to him? Regardless, he bends down. What is it? She kissed him. On the nose. Without a word, she just leaves. Izuku's position doesn't change until he nearly falls on his face. Why did she do that? Whisper barged into a random empty room, nearly out of breath. Why did I do that? Why? Why did you do what? Tangle asked whilst doing yoga. Whisper screamed. Elsewhere. Inko and Shadow looked up at a Goliath-sized tube filled with a bubbling green liquid. In this tube was the massive but fledgling and incomplete creature, one that Inko was very proud of, as evidenced by the smirk on her face. I believe I've outdone myself this time. Inko said to herself, giggling excitedly. Maybe you will be the ultimate life form? Shadow rolled his eyes. Either way, I can't wait to see how you and the Black Arms will perform against my son. Black Doom. The titanic creature opens an eye a little bit upon hearing his mother say his name. Oh, sorry. Go back to sleep. You aren't nearly complete yet. The fledgling Black Doom glanced at Shadow for an uncomfortable PRD. Shadow glares back at him. Then, it returns to its slumber. That's it. Shadow already hated Inko's new creation. Hey, mister. Daimao said, interrupting Izuku's and Avira's gaming sesh. Yeah, Daimao? Avira pouted due to Izuku's attention now being off of him. What is it? I want to hang out. You and me. Outside and stuff? Daimao looks back at his sister, Hima, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up. I want to see what my sister sees in you. I'd be a terrible brother if I didn't at least try to understand her as best as I could. I understand. Izuku says. I'm sad that you still don't trust me, but I understand. But before we get to it, I have to ask something. Yes. Why do you wear those bandages all over your body? Daimao reacted more calmly to the question than Izuku expected. It's not because of my quirk if that's what you think. He says. I'm not injured. Nor am I allergic to sunlight or whatever either. I wear them simply because I want to. Is it full body coverings that you like, or is it bandages specifically? The second one. Okay. Izuku smiled. We can stock up on bandages for you while we're out. Hey bro. Avira cuts into the conversation. I'm not your dash. Do you ever plan on showing us what you look like? Avira interrupts Daimao with his question, which he ends up not answering. He doesn't have to show us his face if he doesn't want to, Avira. Though I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to see it. Izuku says. He was hoping nothing crazy would happen this time. Then he offered a hand. And Daimao, after a glance to Hima, takes and holds it. Together, hand in hand, they leave the house. Izuku, this time, watched his surroundings more carefully but made sure Daimao didn't notice his paranoia. Speaking of paranoia, Daimao didn't feel right at all. He doesn't show it outwardly, but he couldn't help but feel like a massive pair of dangerous eyes were watching him and Izuku. What the heck is that? What's getting me so freaked out? Fearns. He swore he saw the grass and wind shift in an odd way in the trees. It's like the very darkness in the deep forest of the yard was moving. Stalking them. Waiting for... Here's the plan, Daimao. Izuku interrupts. We'll go eat, and then we'll go to an arcade, and finally, we'll go to the store and get your bandages. Is there anything in that plan that you'd like to remove or change? Well, Daimao was an enjoyer of food, what with him almost starving to death a few times in the past for Hima's sake. He's never played any kind of games in his life, so an arcade would be a new experience. And more bandages would be great too. No. Daimao answers. That sounds fine. Plus, this was to test the waters, so the hangout didn't need to be anything too fancy or extravagant. Good. Izuku says. Off we go. He was excited for the completely uninterrupted, normal and wholesome Izuku and Daimao adventure ahead. The ride to Izuku's choice of restaurant was completely silent. Not because Daimao hated Izuku or anything like that. It was because he was awkward. He didn't know how to approach Izuku at all. He fidgets in the car seat. He hated this. Why did Hime get all the social skills while he got none? Why was it so hard to talk to the only person who bothered to help out him and his sister now when he didn't have any trouble before? In the end, he doesn't say anything throughout the whole ride. Daimao stayed silent while Izuku, not wanting to push him, stayed on his phone. They arrived, and Izuku left the car before grabbing Daimao's hand and helping him out as well. After the driver leaves, Izuku and Daimao enter the restaurant and take their seats. They sat in silence for a time until Izuku finally engaged. You know. Daimao flinches. You remind me of me in a way. How? Daimao managed to ask. My situation obviously wasn't as bad as yours, but there are a lot of eerily similar aspects. For most of my life, I wasn't treated well by others. Especially by my classmates. So I gave up on the idea of ever befriending anyone and closed myself off. Wow. That does sound familiar. Daimao says. In turn, Izuku continues. I became socially atrophied. I could barely even talk to Eri until I found Avira. That kid's too good for me, I swear. What did Avira do? Daimao asked. He found it easier to talk to him the more he went on. He helped me. Izuku says. It wasn't anything extraordinary. He saw that I had a problem, and he solved it to the best of his ability. That's all. He's pretty smart for his age, though. And that's what I want to do for you. I probably won't be nearly as good at bringing people together and elevating them as Avira is, but I have to try, at least. For your sake. My sake? Daimao asks. What about you? What about me? Are you sure you aren't doing what you're doing this to gain something? I don't know. Fame or something? I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I still don't believe that you're doing all of this just for the sake of it. Validation is nice and all, especially from friends and family, but at the end of the day, I'm just doing what I like. And I don't care about whether or not I'll get attention from it. Plus, I'll never know if I can truly do good and make a change if I don't try at the very least. But before I do all the big stuff, I have to start small. Baby steps. Like keeping my family, such as you, happy and smiling and stuff. Daima didn't know how to respond to that. But one part of that stood out to him. Start small. Yeah. Izuku says. In fact, it's what you could be doing to improve your social skills. Daimao found himself listening intently. Talk to one person at a time. Get comfortable with one, then slowly get involved with another. You've already been doing it, actually. With Hima. All you have to do is pick another person. He wouldn't be an instant social butterfly like his sister or Avira, but it was a start. I will consider it. Hello, a kind girl's voice appeared at the side of their table. She brown hair with a round face, and her name tag read, Thurarika. Are you two ready to order? We are. Izuku smoothly grabbed his menu and read through it. Daimao does the same, but with less finesse and more fumbling. I'll have the number 3, please. Daimao chooses quickly. Number 8. One number 3 and one number 8, coming up. Uraraka writes down their orders and leaves. Daimao blinked. There were 4 numbers in that sentence. Heh. Izuku smirked. She actually only said number twice. Daimao deadpants. Caretaker. Has a terrible sense of humor, apparently. Ouch. Their food comes and they enjoy it very much. Plus, Uraraka was nice, even though they didn't get the chance to talk much. She seemed more inclined to work than to talk. In any case, they head over to the arcade next. Tamura Shigaraki was an enjoyer of video games. It was why he constantly hounded Sensei for arcade money. He and Sensei had a deal. For 24 hours each week, he was allowed to do and ask for whatever he wanted. In exchange, he'd train extra hard once the 24 hours were used up. He had accepted, and Tamura was gonna use a few of his allotted hours at his favorite arcade. He made sure to wear his artist gloves, of course, so as to not decay anything. Gaming was a nice and effective way to temporarily forget about his hatred for society. He knew most of the people who worked there by name, but he rarely conversed with them. It wouldn't be right to befriend them now just to potentially end up killing them later. While minding his business searching for his first game to crush of the day, he heard chatter and then noticed a good number of people gathered around a machine. That's new. Curious, Tamura heads over to see what the fuss is about. Only to see some kid with green hair absolutely dominating Tetris. He was locked in, and there was a strange bandaged-covered kid standing next to him. His brother, maybe? What's going on? He asked a bystander. The bystander, to Tamura's surprise, doesn't flinch at his appearance at all. That green guy is crushing it at Tetris, man. It's totally gnarly. Yeah, just look at him go. Another guy said. You think he has some kind of increased perception quirk? Wait, wouldn't using it here be cheating? Whatever the case, he's pretty cute. Totes girl. Tamura was tempted to go on about his day, but there was something about the situation and the mastery of Tetris going on in front of him that made him stay. After passing the previous record set by a singular point, Izuku purposefully let himself lose, holding up his hands while grinning. Tetris is the easiest game I've ever played. Izuku said victoriously as the crowd slowly dispersed. All right, Daimao, what do you want to play or watch me play next? Daimao held up his arms. Huh. Up, he said. He clenched and unclenched his hands a few times. Izuku picked him up, holding him in his arms. Daimao looked around the arcade. You know, you're pretty adorable for a mummy with blood-red eyes. Shut. Tamura felt weird watching the interaction. Even weirder when he watched them play Street Fighter together, with Izuku guiding Daimao and teaching him how to play. What am I doing? Tamura walked away. He doesn't see the duo again for a while. Tamura did his own thing, but he also unknowingly watches for the two he saw earlier. He couldn't get them out of his head. A scraggly, scary-looking kid being taken care of and loved by someone. To us. Ugh. Tamura, irritated, pinched the bridge of his nose as he walked to go buy a few things with the tickets he earned. Why do I feel like this? They're just He, embarrassingly, bumped into the duo. Huh. Izuku turns. My bad. You're bad? But I bumped into you. Anyway, Izuku brushed aside the current topic in favor of another. I see you have quite a hefty number of tickets on your person. Not as much as you and your friend. Tamura says, looking at said friend and then Izuku. The child, who was holding a number of his own tickets, inched toward Izuku's leg. What are you gonna buy? Not sure. Izuku says. Maybe the stuffed animals? I'd like something with some level of permanence, you know? Understandable. My name is Tamura, by the way. Tamura? Izuku raised a brow. No family name? No. Alright, well, I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. He gestures to the child by his side. And this is Daimao Midoriya. Daimao gave a brief and silent wave of acknowledgement. It's nice to meet you. Tamura half-lied. I saw you slam Tetris early. Nice work. Thank you, Izuku says. In case you're curious, no, I didn't cheat with a quirk. So you're just that good? I'm just that good. Izuku confirms. I suppose you're an enjoyer of games yourself? Something like that. Tamura answered, smirking. His smile fell once he realized what he was doing. Why was he still here and talking with this stranger? He should have left by now. Anyway, you should buy your stuff since you were here first. But be quick. I have a crippling sweets addiction that needs to be sated. Tamura states. Gotcha. Have a good day, Tamura. Izuku buys his plushies with every ticket he had. He walked away, allowing Tamura to go next. As the decay user loaded up on sweets, he looked back at Izuku. Conflict stirred in his being. Izuku didn't seem like the type of person to become a villain. Plus, he was younger than him. A teenager. But still, between the doctor, the demon in human form, and Kurogiri, having a human friend in his circle would do him wonders. Hey Midoriya! Tamura shouts. Izuku turned to him. Yeah. There was a pause. Let's be friends. A familiar gloved hand suddenly tore through Tamura's chest, ripping out his heart and killing him instantly. Everyone ran out of the arcade, screaming. But Izuku was frozen, unknowingly tuning out Daimau's voice. The dangling corpse of Tamura was easily moved by the hand that impaled it, revealing none other than Shadow the Hedgehog, who held an apathetic expression on his face. Without saying a word, Shadow teleports away with Tamura's corpse in hand. Izuku unceremoniously arrived home. He placed a frightened and worried Daimao on the couch along with his plushies. Dad! Avira called for Izuku, caught off guard by his expression, as was Whisper, who sat with him. He didn't look sad or happy. He just... Whatever he was feeling, he couldn't tell. Izuku made sure of that. Izuku walked off. Hey, Dad dash. Daimao grabbed Avira's wrist, shaking his head. Once he was gone, he spoke. Something happened. The other kids and Whisper especially were put off by that statement. Daimao, Whisper said firmly. What happened while you two were out? Tamura. Inko had sent her FANG pet murder machine to kill Tamura. Someone who would have been a friend of his. But was he watching and waiting? Did Inko get her kicks from doing what she did? Did she? There was no way that she could have known Tamura would have asked that of him, nor if he and Izuku would even interact at all. He had just been unbelievably unlucky. For reasons unknown and likely unrelated to Izuku, Inko had sent her pet after Tamura. And Izuku happened to be there when he was killed. He had no idea why, but regardless, someone innocent was murdered right in front of his eyes. Izuku! Whisper barged into his lab, running toward him but not touching him as he leaned on a table, staring down at it, unmoving. I was told you had a run-in with Shadow. She swallowed. Are you okay? Was an obvious question with an obvious answer. Shadow was there, and he killed someone, so Izuku obviously wasn't okay. I'm fine, Whisper. Izuku said in a remarkably calm tone. No, you aren't. Whisper pressed. Getting angry. Izuku clenched his fist. Does not benefit me in any way in this situation. You're angry, Whisper says. And said. You objectively feel terrible due to what happened. Holding that in also does not benefit you in any way. Izuku growls, shaking his head. A part of him couldn't believe he was so unpleased by the death of someone he didn't know. But then again, deep down, he was glad he was so disturbed. Had any other Midoriya been in his shoes, they wouldn't have bat an eye to what happened. They would have moved on and forgotten about it. But not Izuku. He was the exception. He wasn't a heartless monster like the others. It hurt to have a heart and to feel this way, but the pain reminded him of what he was and what his goals were. God damn it. Izuku, angered beyond words, punched the table in front of him. Why? Why did she do it? She just dash. Whisper hugs him. You can't make sense out of insanity. Believe me, I tried, and it got me nowhere. In fact, it made things worse. What do you do instead? Izuku asked. In the event something goes wrong, instead of focusing on what could have been and what you should have done instead, focus on what you can do best after the fact. Use your failures to elevate you. Whisper said in a gentle tone. That's what Smithy, one of my friends, in the Diamond Cutters, told us. Izuku smirked. Smithy sounds like smart guy. He was, Whisper said, smiling. Whisper looked up at him. Izuku looked down at her. Neither one moved. The air was still, and both felt tense. Without really thinking, Whisper closed her eyes and moved her face toward his. But Izuku moved his back. At that point he had had enough. Okay, I think we need to talk about. Izuku gestured to himself and Whisper. This. Well. Whisper tripped on her words for a bit before speaking. We should be quick and simple with it, yes? Yeah. Whisper cleared her throat. I like you. And I like Tangle. Romantically. You're really cool and smart and stuff, and I really like how selfless you are, and Tangle's being a shining light in my life ever since Inko had Shadow wipe out the Diamond Cutters. Izuku sweats. I like you, Tangle and lanolin. Tangle is an unwavering beacon of positivity that I really need in my life. Lanolin is someone I can relate to in many ways personally, while you, Whisper, are among the very few who understand just how bad Inko is. You don't really know her, but you know enough that I feel I can talk to you about her more comfortably than others. Also, all three of you are quite attractive. I feel the same way about you, Whisper says. As for the other two, what should we do about them? I'm not sure. Izuku responds. He knew of and thought about bringing up the option of polyamory, but due to being worried about how that would come off, he doesn't say anything. I'm not sure how it would work though. I know for a fact that I like all of you, but the idea of picking just rubs me the wrong way, even though it's my only option. This is weird. I just want all of you to be happy. Your only option? Whisper asked evenly. Who decided that? Who says you have to pick it all? What? Listen, Izuku. Whisper grasped his hands. I don't mean to come off as nihilistic, but I would like to just be honest here. Either you will lose to your parents and the world is destroyed at their hands, or they, in their maniacism, accidentally destroy the world in some other way. No matter what happens, the end is inevitable, so. She sighs. I mean, don't go out and commit crimes, but still. You only live once. And I love you, you love me, so why not at least try with all of us? Izuku's face was unreadable as his eyes slowly darted around. Are you sure about this? I'll get Tangle. You get lanolin. All of us will sit down, talk, and come to a consensus. Whisper says. A few moments pass. And before either knew it, their lips connect. Whisper held his face. Izuku's arms went around her sides. They moved frantically, Izuku fell to the ground, and Whisper straddled him as they kissed passionately. With her lips still connected to his, she removed her top. Izuku followed along but fumbled his. But before Whisper could help, something shattering on the ground made them quickly turn. In shock and fear. It was Avira and Tangle. They were both holding glasses. Drinks of some kind, presumably for them, before dropping them upon walking in on the two. The four of them stare at each other. Avira squealed and progressively got louder as his smile grew wider. To Whisper's relief, Tangle didn't look angry or betrayed or sad. She was just stunned, which was unsurprising. This is Dash. So can I call you Mom? Avira asked chipperly. Avira. Tangle sighed. Go play with your siblings. We're gonna talk. Not a drop of excitement left the mechanical child's body. But I'm so gonna call you Mom, Whisper. He scurried away, giggling like a goblin. Whisper, embarrassed, puts her top back on. She doesn't catch Tangle glancing at her chest for a whole 2 seconds before focusing. So. Tangle messes with her hair. I see you got to him first, Whisper. You can have him too. Whisper blurted out. Tangle made a face. What? It's. Izuku took over. We talked for a bit before you and Avira walked in. I like you, Whisper says shakily. I like Izuku. I like both of you. And I like you, Izuku says. And Whisper. As well as lanolin. Tangle stuttered. What? They let her process this, which takes a while. A lot was happening and being dropped on her at once. Okay, so. Tangle clasped her hands. All of us. Me, Whisper, Izuku, and lanolin, all in a relationship. Yes. Izuku says. All four of us? In one relationship. Yes. Whisper answered. I know it's. Yes. Tangle says instantly. I mean Dash. Wait a second. She breathes carefully. If lanolin agrees, then it will be the four of us. If not, then just the three of us will be fine. Izuku says. It'd be unfortunate, but not the end of the world. What about others? Other friends? Whisper asked. I won't actively pursue people and add them to whatever this is. Izuku says. Should it be a vote then? Tangle suggests. Because I won't do that either. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Or if we get there. Whisper says. We should worry about lanolin first. I'll call. Izuku says. All of us, huh? Lanolin was in Izuku's lab. After having everything explained to her by Izuku, Tangle, and Whisper, she took a long, slow drink of the tea she was given. The three of them sweat after she finished and calmly placed the cup down. Okay. Silence. Then Izuku speaks. You dash. I never got to live how I wanted because of my garbage mother. Plus, I like Izuku. And you only live once. Might as well try what I can. Whisper nods. So. Izuku sits on the floor, mentally exhausted. What now? Couples-wise, I've never actually seen a genuine one outside of my mom and dad, and they're psychopaths. At least, Inko is. We could just wing it. Tangle suggests, shrugging. We're already an unusual case, plus, doing what everyone else does is lame. Wouldn't that make us friends with benefits instead of a quad or whatever it's called? Izuku asked. If the shoe fits. Whisper says. But there's some level of romantic feelings in all of us, so. Not really. Hey, Whisper, Tangle. Come here for a second. Lanolin says calmly. The aforementioned girls stand next to her. Then, without saying a word, Lanolin sat atop Izuku and kissed him for a few seconds. Just so you know, Lanolin, with the same calm expression she always has, looks back at Tangle and Whisper. I'm not at all interested in girls. Not to be mean, but I'm here for Izuku. That's okay. Tangle side hugs Whisper, smiling brightly. Whisper is plenty a girl for me. Whisper blushes and side hugged her back. Anyway. Tangle stomped toward her. I haven't had my turn yet, so get. From there, things devolve into the girls taking turns making out with either Izuku or each other. Tangle and Izuku, Whisper and Izuku, Lanolin and Izuku, and Whisper and Tangle. They went for longer than they meant to. All right, children. We have something to tell you. Izuku said, the girls standing around him. Avira was grinning, fidgeting, and all in all barely holding himself together. Eri was confused. Kao was curious. Hima was also nervous, and Daimao was tired but paid attention, as well as afraid of how excited Avira was. Then, they watched as Whisper kissed him on the cheek first. Then Tangle. And then Lanolin. Have moms now. Izuku says, smiling awkwardly at his children's stunned expressions. Mama. Avira leaped into Whisper, who somehow managed to hide how much having a child made metal tackling her hurt. He hugged her, and Whisper joyfully hugged him back. The other children glomped onto their other new mothers. Eri and Kao on Whisper, and Hima on Lanolin. Daimao remained where he was, but was smirking. You're gonna be the greatest mom in the universe. Avira said, nuzzling his cheek against Whisper's as she held him up. Suddenly, he looks her directly in the eyes. And you'll be good to Dad. Right? For a moment, a genuine feeling of fear shot up Whisper's spine. And this wasn't comedic fear. This was completely genuine. She had no idea what could have caused it, but Avira's entire person shifted in an instant, and only she noticed, as everyone else was currently distracted. But assuming this was just a completely normal child making a weird joke, she laughs it off. Yeah. Whisper says. I love him, so why wouldn't I be good to him? Avira stares at her for an uncomfortable few moments. Like nothing had happened, he smiled brightly. Like any normal child would. Great. Avira hugs her again, clearly enjoying being in her arms. I love you, Mama. Whisper, deeply discomforted by what just happened, just sighs. I love you too, Avira. Elsewhere. All for One's pet is dead. Shadow said, dropping Tamura's dead body before Inko before kneeling. Good. Inko says as a black warrior came and took the body away. His quirk may end up being useful one day. Maybe for a virus? Either way, this should royally piss him off, given how important he was to his plans. What now? Shadow asked. Inko thinks. Well, I have a spy planning to go into UA. And I want to know what my son is up to, so. Mimic. Shadow glanced at the walking purple octopus as he appeared from the darkness. It's a shame I couldn't buy the loyalty of the real one. But a clone of him forged from his DNA? That's good enough. And less troublesome. She cleared her throat. Anyways, Mimic, I need you to infiltrate the household of Izuku Midoriya and watch him for me. The clone Mimic nods, listening along to Inko's plan. Oh, and your name will be... Got it? The clone Mimic transformed into a small boy, around 5 years old, and took on a dark bluish-purple cat-like appearance. Got it? Duo says, grinning.